The story began where the plaque about the class-raising ceremony was held high. 2624th year, Lijiang City. It was the second academy. Lu Gaoheng, the head of the second academy, spoke about how the first awakening determines a person's future. Along with many factors, you cannot change the class immediately, as the combat classes are awakened. The summoners and the engineer need a lot of resources. It is difficult for an ordinary person to afford such expenses. People around hoped that they would become a berserker, and then they would be able to kill monsters. Others wanted to be pharmacists. Someone said that these people are just afraid of death. Many years ago, a virtual reality game called Eternity appeared. Due to the new experience and the extreme euphoria of killing, allowing people to stomp in the game, more and more people started playing Eternity. One day, an incredible thing happened. The world has expanded 1,000-fold, and a large number of secret worlds have appeared. Countless monsters and representatives of other races poured out. People fled from there. Eternity has merged with the real world. Now everyone can level up and change their class to become stronger and fight monsters. And Zhou Yi was transported to this world a year ago. His mother died long before he had his first memories, and his sister, Xiao Yun, suddenly fell ill with a strange disease, incurable by ordinary doctors. He could only keep her alive with the help of low-level priests. Zhou Yi had to sell their house and ask for money from relatives to prolong his sister's life. But this is only a temporary measure. If the cause of her illness is not found, Xiao Yin will always be at death's door. Medical bills are getting higher, and the guy's salary from part-time jobs is no longer enough. He must awaken to the combat class in order to earn money on the cards and take Xiao Yin to a high-level priest. The magician of the 24th level said that the class awakening ceremony was about to begin, and the students whose numbers were called, one by one, should stand in the magic circle. He waved his wand. At that moment, everything began to shine. People were amazed and noted that this was the power of a 24th level magician. Zhou Yi also noticed the magician's strength. The income of the magician conducting the awakening ceremony is at least 6 figures. It's a very lucrative job. The head of the 5th grade, Li Xiangyang, called forward the number 1, Zheng Cheng. The guy raised his hand and said he was here. Zhou Yi noted that it had all started. Thousands of classes can be awakened, but there are only 3 classes at a class awakening ceremony. In a world teeming with monsters, combat classes are most respected by others, and vice versa. Classes of the life type are in the lowest positions. The guy didn't have a single combat class. According to the statistics of previous years, about half of their class should awaken the combat classes. Among the 3 classes, the sorcerer has the greatest potential. Various people followed, and so it was Zhou Yi's turn. Academic performance and statistics are not decisive factors for awakening the class. The world is unpredictable. Anyone can turn out to be a dark horse. The guy has good academic performance and characteristics, so they expected the best from him. The 6th grade homeroom teacher asked a friend how many of his students had been awakened by the combat classes, but the man only told Tang Tianjun to back off. The man said that there were already 21 students in his class who had awakened the combat class, and there was even a rare one who instantly met the norm for the annual exam. Suddenly he asked what was wrong with the male student and why he was not moving. Everything around Zhou Yi sparkled. The guy didn't understand what was going on with his pendant. He rose higher and shone. Suddenly, flames flew out of it. System energy has been detected. There was a question on the window whether Zhou Yi wanted to receive the beginner's starting gift, the protection of the sacred angel. The guy rubbed his eyes. He realized that this was really a system. He bought this pendant on the street in a previous life, and he was with it during the move. Zhou Yi had assumed that it could be a treasure, but when he tried to test it, nothing came of it. But now he activated the system and gave him a valuable gift. In this world, abilities are divided into ranks from F to S. The higher the rank, the better effects it has. In addition, the 3 classes that appear at the awakening ceremony are very closely related to the talents he possesses. People were at a loss and tried to figure out what was going on. Someone said that this had not happened for several centuries, and some made assumptions. Suddenly, the flash became even more aggressive, and people gasped. The whole sky was flooded with bright light and flashes. The magician suggested that it was a class awakening phenomenon, but Lu Gaoheng said that it was a talent awakening phenomenon. An angel was hovering in the sky. The girl slowly descended to Zhou Yi. The guy was completely charmed. She stood there silently. People were trying to figure out what was going on. She flapped her wings and said that the light is the faith, and the source of the guy's strength. She held out her hands. Zhou Yi watched in silence. With a smile, the angel said that he would always have the support of faith. The sacred light will always protect the guy and burn away evil. After that, the angel disappeared. Something began to appear on Zhou Yi's forehead. The girl said she would always be there to protect him. A mark appeared on his forehead. A strong energy hit him. 3 figures appeared right in front of Zhou Yi. People said that getting talent at the ceremony was an incredible stroke of luck. They were trying to figure out if this was the guy's new talent. People have never seen these classes. One of them asked the teacher what kind of logos they were. The man hesitated in shock. After that, he exclaimed that these were hidden classes. Zhou Yi looked at the holy priest and the holy knight, made of light. They were all in front of him. Made of light is a pure attacking class. They do incredible damage, but they don't have any defensive skills. They can easily be killed or injured because the world is full of different races. Priests have many skills of salvation. They have unsurpassed resurrection prowess, but their combat skills are weak. They are too dependent on others, and Xiao is not suitable either. The Holy Knight is a comprehensive class with a full set of skills, capable of defense, attack, and reinforcement. Although he does not excel in any of the fields, the guy has a talent for connecting with the light. It suited him better, and he made a choice. He chose the Holy Knight. The figure abruptly stood up. The knight's eyes shone humility, honesty, bravery, empathy, responsibility, as well as just actions. People gasped. Strive for justice and a just cause. That's what it means to be a holy knight. The knight's figure began to blur. All this force was directed at Zhou Yi. Wings appeared on the guy's back. He awakened the holy knight class. The guy was sure. Everything around the guy was on fire when he landed on the ground. People immediately started praising him. They asked if he could take them to the exam with him, because they wanted to be on his team. They talked about their advantages, and everyone wanted to be with him. The teacher quickly dispersed the crowd and told the others to stop. He praised Zhou Yi, after which he told him to go home and rest, and go to the director's office tomorrow. The guy thought that the teacher was scaring him. Zhou Yi looked at the system windows, noting that after waking up, not only his stats increased, but also additional points appeared. He pressed the buttons, saying that strength comes first, followed by physical data. Only with sufficient strength would he be able to kill monsters effectively. After he gave the glasses to the force, his whole body shone. He could feel the energy surging in his body. It was all thanks to the extra glasses. It feels great. The system said that he used the glasses for the first time, and the Paladin's quest was activated. The guy realized that he gets rewards for completing tasks. He couldn't miss such a reward and pressed the button. Suddenly, everything shone again, and the system reported that the selection was completed. Zhou Yi was at a loss to figure out what it was. The system told him to take the test seriously. If he dies, he will die in reality. The guy suddenly gasped. He found himself in a spacious shaft. Zhou Yi remembered that they had been told about it. These monsters live mainly in the mines. Although they are not predators, they will become violent and bloodthirsty if they meet people. The guy looked around sharply. He hit the monster. They have low intelligence, they use a scream of rage, and their claws are sharp enough to crush minerals. He quickly dodged the monster's attack. The guy with the grin said that he was meeting a monster for the first time, so he would try to kill it without using the skill. He jumped up, then killed the monster. He is more agile, and jumps much higher because of the increased characteristics. Zhou Yi turned to the other monster. The enemy tried to attack him, but the guy easily dodged. After that, the monster tried to attack again, but Zhou Yi deftly dodged again. The guy smugly said that the monster is very slow, and he can see its attacks from a kilometer away. The next moment, the huge paw charged. Zhou Yi was pushed hard against the wall. The guy looked at his stomach in amazement, from which blood was flowing. He quickly fell to the ground, trying to stay on his feet. The monster was silently looking at Zhou Yi at that time. The guy realized that he was provided for, and no matter how much he trained at the academy, it could not be compared with real monsters. The guy used regeneration, which was still too low level. His wound had healed, and he said that even if it was a low-level monster, he couldn't ignore it. The monster swung its claws to attack again. Zhou Yi summoned his weapon, intending to give his all in battle. A bright cross shone right in his hands. Zhou Yi quickly waved his arms, after which this attack rushed at full speed into the monster. It was written on the system window that it was a pure white blade of the first level. Zhou Yi quickly stopped, causing the ground under his feet to crumble. The guy rushed forward again, using the attack of the 4th level tiger. Everything around began to glow from the damage as Zhou Yi rushed forward. The monster did not have time to react and just hung in the air. Zhou Yi hit the enemy with all his might, and the monster hit the wall. The guy smiled smugly and asked how the enemy appreciated it. Immediately after that, he began to launch a series of attacks on the enemy. He didn't stop, and soon the monster died. The system said that the guy had killed an ancient Gulabai monster, after which it was said that he could choose a reward from what was offered to him. Points of characteristics and skills are the source of a person's strength. Zhou Yi is in no hurry to raise the level of his skills, so it would be better to choose additional points. A handy weapon will also be an excellent help in the upcoming trials. He thought it was extremely good that the system was giving weapons as a reward, otherwise he would never have been able to afford them in their current state. Zhou Yi decided to choose extra points and random equipment. After that, he pressed the exit button from the test, and the whole space began to fall apart. The monster killed by Zhou Yi also began to disappear. The guy quickly found himself in his room, when suddenly a call came to his phone. Zhou Yi looked at the screen and saw an alarm clock saying that he needed to go to the hospital. The news was playing in the hospital, where the girl said that today a student activated the phenomenon of the holy angel walking. According to the information received, this student awakened a talent and then a hidden class, Paladin. This is the first hidden class that has appeared in their city in the last 50 years. The girl turned off the news when someone addressed her. Zhao Yin greeted the doctor. The woman did not say enough that it was time to pay the hospital bills for 10,000. The girl was horrified and did not understand why there were so many, because before there were only 5. She said that her older brother only gets 5,000 working 3 jobs, and she doesn't know where he gets so much money from. The woman said that Zhu Yin had been given many medications this month, including inhibitors and stabilizers, and even a priest had been called here. Her illness worsened 3 times, and the whole hospital was busy caring for her. She said that if Zhao Yin dares to say such a thing, then let her go and check if there is any mistake. The girl tried to explain that she didn't mean it. The woman said that Zhu Yin should not suffer from an illness that requires huge expenses. If there is no money, poor people should just accept their fate, since they cannot pay. Suddenly the man stopped her. He angrily remarked that he seemed to have heard the woman insulting the patient. He asked if she would also be able to respond acutely in the office of the head of the hospital. The woman bit her lip resentfully, thinking that, obviously, these people are not so simple. She left, but finally told Zhao Yin that she had to pay today. The girl awkwardly asked the man who he was. She thought they had come here to demand payment. The man held out a business card with a smile and clarified that she was Zhao Yun. He said he was a friend of her older brother. Zhao Yi went into the room with the papers and told his sister that the hospital system indicated that there were already 10,000 in their account. He asked if the girl knew anything about it. Suddenly, Zhao Yun gasped. 2 grown men were sitting next to her. The guy asked who they were. The man stood up and greeted Mr. Zhao, after which he said that his name was Zhao Wenbin, and he was the mayor's secretary. He said he wanted to discuss something with the guy. Zhao Yi thought that the mayor is the most influential person in Lijiang City, and his secretary sometimes represents the interests of the mayor himself, guy, and he didn't know why such a person was looking for him. They shook hands. Zhu Yi calmly said that the hospital room was not the best place to talk, and they should go somewhere else. The man quickly agreed. Zhao Wenbin told the guards to stay here and keep Ms. Zhao company, and he and Mr. Zhao would go out for a while. The man agreed. Everyone was talking furiously about the fact that a hidden class had appeared in the second academy. They didn't know who it could be. They said that his name seemed to be Zhu Yi. The girl showed him a photo that was leaked from the academy. The girls noted that he was handsome. Zhao Wenbin congratulated Zhao Yi on receiving a good talent, protecting the holy angel, and awakening the paladin class. The guy said that he was just lucky, and the secretary said that it was not just luck to get such a talent at an ordinary ceremony. Zhao Wenbin handed the guy the key and said that the mayor was interested in the guy, and even asked the media not to bother Zhao Yi. He even prepared everything necessary for him to prepare for the exam. Everything is in the vault of the city bank. It was the only key to the cell, and the guy can tell if he has any more wishes. Zhao Yi noted that the mayor believes that he can become a powerful man, and there is nothing wrong with investing in him. But no one will just help him, and the mayor probably expects a similar thing in the future. The secretary said that from today on, a professional medical team will monitor Zhao Yun around the clock. In addition, the mayor contacted an A-rank priest of the 36th level to come here and cure the girl. Zhao Yi realized that he had been caught, and then thanked the secretary. Zhao Wenbin said that everything was fine. Zhao Yun, startled, clarified what this meant. The girl happily said that her brother would be able to climb to the top, after which she asked if she could hang on to him. The guy said that she should stop doing stupid things, because it's important to focus on recovery. The girl said that everyone has special skills, and she wonders what her brother's skills are like. The guy thought that he had 3 special skills after waking up: a pure white blade for attack, slow regeneration for healing, and blessing weapons for support. Slow regeneration can restore health, and he decided to try it on his sister. The girl was at a loss. Everything began to shine, and Zhu Yun closed her eyes. The girl said it was very pleasant. For her, this feeling was like being at a hot spring, where she had a full-body massage. The guy took his hand away and asked if she was feeling better. The girl said she wasn't big anymore, and her hands weren't so icy anymore. She exclaimed that her brother was incredible. The guy thought that, besides strength, one of the reasons he took the Paladin was Zhao Yun's illness, since the Paladin is considered a support class. It won't heal her, but at least it will help reduce the pain. The next day, the director said that he had received calls from several dozen universities to invite the guy to them. There were 4 teachers from top universities, and Zhou Yi must do everything to get the privileges. These teachers are professionals above the 35th level. Zhou Yi asked which universities they were from. The man listed the names. Zhou Yi said that there are no top 3 among them. The director said that such universities recruit students based on exam results and do not look at talent and class. The guys came to the door and heard a heated discussion about Zhou Yi. Everyone wanted to take the guy for themselves. The director came in and said the guy was here. There was Mr. Xiao from Rongyang University, Li Bing from Chuanan, Miss Zhu Yu from Hancheng, and Mr. Yu from Anji. Zhou Yi said that it was time to meet you. Mr. Zhao noted that he is not arrogant because of the class. A modest and balanced guy. They all noticed it. Mr. Zhao immediately announced that he would talk about his university's offer. After coming to Rongyang, the guy will receive 2 million yuan with 3 books of Paladin skills. An ordinary family receives 6,000 yuan a month, and the money was amazing. And books of skills that even the mayor couldn't give him. Li Bing also said that Rongyang is stingy. As always, Chuanan offered 3 million upon admission, and 3 skill books per year, and classes conducted by a high-level paladin. The director was amazed, because being a student at the top of the world, you can get huge advantages. Ms. Zhu said they were being insincere. Hancheng University does not have much money, only 2 million. But if he comes to them, she will give him a B-rank cultivation book. The director wanted the guy to agree. This book cannot be measured with money, and he can even turn pigs into monsters with treasures. They asked him what he would choose. The guy refused admission by priority right. The director said not to rush, and Ms. Zhu asked why. He said he wanted to go to a top 3 university. Among the top 3 universities are Suhan, Ching Jing, and Modu. They are usually called the best in the country. They only recruit 1,000 students a year, and the enrollment is not limited to humans. Other races can participate too. Other races are stronger than humans. In addition to the geniuses of the country, it is as difficult to get there as to heaven. Mr. Zhao laughed and said that he was mistaken about Zhou Yi, and he was only ignorant. He read the guy's file. Zhou Yi has lost a lot in 17 years, and he lacks the resources to make up for the loss. He's weak. The aura was powerful, and Zhou Yi almost fell. The teacher said that it would be difficult for him with these forces, but if he succeeded, he would be in last place. The principal defended the guy and asked if Mr. Zhao really wanted to bully his student here. Ms. Zhu was surprised that the guy could withstand Zhao's aura. The teacher chuckled. When recruiting, not only the potential is taken into account, but also the attitude to the case. With this attitude, the guy won't become anyone. He left first. The others followed, because Xiao has too high ambitions. Ms. Zhu said that the teacher was right, and they had a lot of geniuses, which would make it difficult to enroll. He decided to prove his strength with the result of the exam. He had a month in which he wanted to increase his strength and go to university. Ms. Zhu thought she hadn't seen such a look in a long time, and it was as if she had returned to her days on the front line. She has lived in comfort for a long time and strives for stability, so she does not understand the new generation. She said she would wait for the results and said goodbye. The exam has started in a month, and the demon will take it. He took it 2 years ago, and the average score was terrible. People even talked about Zhou Yi and his decision. They decided that he would lose everything. They noticed that the guy had come. Zhou Yi walked out. They had a feeling that he had changed. He was powerful. The location, the thicket of the dark forest, was opened. It was a very dangerous and difficult place. The director said that if they encounter a dangerous monster, they should run. If they die there, they will die in reality. They must survive, even if they fail. Time's up. The participants began to be taken away. The entrance to the location has occurred. All the participants were already in the location. Zhou Yi was also there, with the exception of 2 groups. Everyone went by themselves. This means that they can take away experience and a better grade on the exam, but the risk of death is higher. People noticed Zhou Yi. He decided to go for the nightmarish difficulty. The director of the department was amazed. He said that the Paladin would be good as support everywhere, but he chose to go alone, so also on a nightmarish difficulty. The city council saw Zhou Yi and believed that he would achieve good results. But if he died, his reputation would suffer. His actions ignored the administration's efforts to train him. The teacher said that you need to believe Zhou Yi. The guy was moving quickly through the forest. He drew his sword. He was attacked by a monster, which was just in time. He easily killed the enemy. Zhou Yi was at the 10th level, but his stats were equal to the 30th level. He could be the best in the neighborhood. The monsters were nearby. He decided to attack first, since they don't do it. He swung the axe. Under the protection of talent, the axe's weapon blessing was also enhanced. The attack was increased by 21 points. The other students were jealous of him. In the exam, the weapon cannot be higher than 3 stars, but the axe strike is equal to 5 stars. In an exam where every characteristic is valuable, this is enough to put distance between him and the students. He summoned a clean blade. He launched many attacks, and people were amazed. The guy caught the monster by the arm. He raised the level of the blade to the 5th, and now he has light damage, and under the protection of an angel, can kill any low-level monsters. He threw the blade at the monster. The enemy died instantly. People admired him. They thought he had invested the points in strength. The teacher told them to look at the fact that the guy is faster than the cat monsters. He is fast, both physically and magically. His intelligence is high. Everything was thought out, as if the guy was a fighting genius. The teacher didn't know how the guy ended up in the 5th grade. Zhou Yi's fighting spirit is strong, but his methods are unreasonable, because he has spent all his stamina. Monsters are not strong on this difficulty, but there are many of them. Even the best magicians can lose because of this. The weight of the axe is already a heavy load, and it is impossible to swing it constantly. The monsters rushed at him. He will not have the strength to hold an axe, and he will be killed. The monsters attacked without giving a chance to rest. There were at least 40 cats. No one knew if the guy could handle it. Zhou Yi swung the axe. After that, he raised his hand with a spark. Magic flew into the monsters. Everything was glowing. Zhou Yi struck with an axe. Soon, there were many bodies around him. Suddenly, a ball appeared nearby. It was a portal. This is the way to the next level. Zhou Yi went inside. There were even more cats. Zhou Yi walked confidently. The streamer greeted the audience and said that they were broadcasting the exam of the most famous student of the 2nd Academy, Zhou Yi. He completed the 1st level at a nightmarish difficulty in 3 minutes. He said it was 20 seconds faster than last year's best student. People didn't understand what level of physical fitness he had. They said they couldn't believe the guy had used up his stamina on the 1st level. The children noticed that Mr. Li was smiling, but he denied everything. He wondered if it was that obvious. Zhou Yi has reached a new level. The monsters were of a higher level. Warrior cats, light cats, and dark cats, as well as a silver-ranked minotaur. The risk of death has increased hundreds of times. They all screamed loudly. The monsters charged. The light cats began to collect magic. The guy was looking at the shadows on his hands. He was enveloped in magic. Zhou Yi was cursed by a monster. The monsters were running at him. The guy didn't move. Zhou Yi said that warriors rush to attack, magicians strengthen, and healers provide support. Their teamwork was good. The people watched in silence. The monsters started attacking faster. Zhou Yi used the divine light cross. A bright flash hit the field. The monsters started to burn. The shockwave also demolished them. All the monsters were defeated. People shouted that it was amazing. It was a B-rank mass destruction skill. Like talents, skills are classified, and there are 7 ranks in total. High-level skills are especially difficult to acquire. Zhou Yi's resources could give the maximum C rank, and they thought he was not that simple. The Minotaur remained on the field. Zhou Yi told the monster to go to him. The Minotaur used his enhancement skills. He broke the surface of the earth, and Zhou Yi rose into the air. The Minotaur went on the attack. Zhou Yi attacked from the air. After that, he used the blade of pure light. The attack hit the Minotaur. Zhou Yi noted that the enemy is extremely tenacious. He struck again, splitting the monster in 2. The body began to break down. The monster was still alive. After that, Zhou Yi stepped on his head. The monster was killed. The gate opened, and Zhou Yi said that there should be a boss room on the next level. The guy defeated the Minotaur with 1 blow. People were delighted and said that he was amazing. The presenter said that the guy closed the second level in 50 seconds, the perfect timing for using skills, and the absolute control of one's strength were impressive. They didn't believe that he had opened the class only a month ago. The representative of the department congratulated the director on the outstanding student of the second academy. Times are changing, and a genius has appeared in their academy too. Since the foundation of the academy, their best student was at most in the 1000th place in the circle ranking, but Zhao and Mal took the academy to a new level. Suddenly, people noticed that Zhou Yi was not resting before meeting with the boss. The man said that if he lost from fatigue, it would be a huge loss. Director Luo said that there must be reasons, and they should be patient. There are many talented people living in Suhan district. Everyone who wants to become the best will choose a game of nightmarish difficulty. And in order to become the best, under equal conditions, you need to complete it in the shortest possible time. The monster saw the man in front of him. The Minotaur King was angry that the guy had set foot on his territory. He charged. Zhou Yi used his blessings and climbed up. The monster looked back. Zhou Yi called the monster and said he was here. He activated the full blessing. The monster rushed forward. Zhou Yi also went on the attack. They met before the blows. Everything was sparkling. Zhou Yi was surprised that even an axe with 4 reinforcements could not pierce the boss's hide. He started to get nervous. The monster continued to press. Suddenly, the Minotaur growled loudly. He attacked Zhu with a huge hammer. The weapon hit the ground. The guy managed to get out from under the blow. After that, the Minotaur followed him and tried to attack again. Zhou Yi flew back, smashing the pillars with his body. He was glad that he had the Paladin armor. Otherwise, his bones would have been broken. Now he knew what to do, and the blow was useful. He summoned the Spear of Victory. Everything in the air lit up. The guy was standing in front of the Minotaur. All the spears flew at the monster. The Minotaur fought back. The king of the Minotaurs is strong. He is better than a guy, and he will not win by force alone. People usually take their time and exhaust him, but this way he won't take the first place. The examiners would not force the participants into desperate situations, so he must find a way out of such a situation. He continued the attack. The guy noticed that the Minotaur was less agile. It will be difficult for him to deflect blows if the guy attacks from different angles. He launched an attack. There's not much mana left. The Minotaur also had another weakness: resistance. He continued to attack. He has high stamina and a lot of health, but he is susceptible to negative effects and damage, and Zhou Yi decided to use strong skills at a time. This is his chance. The monster rushed forward. He created a flash. This requires precise control of the release time of the skill. In the worst case, he will not pass the exam due to lack of mana. He wanted to use cool skills. He didn't have time. The guy received a notification about completing the passage in 9.5 minutes. He received the SSS rank and was in first place in terms of the time of clearing the location. The guy became the first in the Sukan district. He was very happy. The year he moved here, his mother died and his sister fell ill. He found himself in debt, forced to pay hospital bills. All this weighed heavily on him. But even so, he didn't give up. If he cannot improve his stats, he will continue to practice combat skills and develop his fighting spirit. The advent of the system gave him a chance, but fate is in his hands. He should take the chance and work even harder. His heart was unshakable. He said it was time to go back. The guy got a lot of points and raised 3 levels. He also got a lot of good items. He came back and everyone was happy. People were rejoicing. The guy panicked a lot. Suddenly he heard the camera. He saw Director Lu Yao behind him. He said that this has never happened since the foundation of the Second Academy. Zhou Yi had the potential to take the first place in the district. They said he had a great future. Suddenly someone's car arrived there. The creation of the S-400. This car cost like a house in the capital. Director Jia said that the results would be known in 3 days, and they would report immediately. The guy thanked them, and the teacher said that they would be waiting for news. The guy came to the hospital. After the last conversation, Zhao Wenbin fulfilled his promise. Zhao Yun was placed in a comfortable room where professionals monitor her around the clock. The girl greeted him, and he said that he had come to his sister with good news. She had heard that he had an exam, and the results were probably excellent. The girl did not understand why it was so cold. Zhao Yi saw the ice. They arrived at the right floor. The girl did not understand what was happening. Everything was covered in ice. The guy was afraid for his sister. Zhao Yi immediately ran on. The girl tried to stop him, but immediately froze. The guy burst into the room and called his sister by name. His whole face turned pale. There he saw the ice spirit. The healer put all her strength into saving Xiao Yun. A huge ice spirit burst out of Xiao Yun. Zhou Yi immediately used his powers. The girl screamed at the guy not to attack the spirit. The guy stared at the dragon in silence. He asked Ching what it was. The girl said that Xiao Yun's heart could shatter into pieces if they acted recklessly. The guy asked why there was a dragon there. She said that Xiao Yun's illness suddenly worsened and everything was covered in ice. The best thing Sis Ching could do was to keep the cold from leaving this floor. She told the guy to leave quickly. He shouted, asking what would happen to Xiao Yun. The girl said that without a high-level priest, only she could do it. The guy said he understood her. Suddenly, he turned to the system. He told her to use all his glasses to perfect slow regeneration. He slowly raised the regeneration to the 10th level. After that, he activated this skill, and everything shone with gold. Little sister Ching was greatly amazed. She said that his healing power is so strong that it even surpasses her strength as a 3rd-level priest. The guy used his powers on his sister. He turned to Ching and said that he would replace her, and she should ask Secretary Xiao to invite a high-level priest. The girl said that the schedules of such priests are tightly packed, and the meeting, which was scheduled by the secretary, will take place next week. Even if they called her now, she just wouldn't make it in time. Zhou Yi asked her to tell Secretary Xiao that if he could summon a high-level priest, the guy promised to fulfill his request at any time in the future. The girl fell silent. She agreed and ran out of the room. The exacerbation of the disease is something that Xiao Yun has experienced every night for the past year. Under the influence of the aura of cold, she felt intense pain all over her body. Xiao Yi knew that the influence of the cold had been getting stronger lately, but he did not know that it was strong enough to affect the outside world. Everything around him burned as he used his power. So he continued to use his power on his sister until the night. Xiao Yi's skin was covered with a layer of ice, and he was tired to the point of exhaustion. All this time, the spirit of cold was watching the guy from the side. Suddenly, a neat green ball flew forward. He abruptly hit the dragon's face, causing him to flinch. The ball bounced off the sides, which made it hit the dragon even more often. Xiao Yun was breathing very heavily. The guy turned around and screamed loudly, saying that Shara should not touch her. The next moment, the ball hit Xiao Yi himself, causing the guy to fly back. A certain girl with a smirk told the spirit to go straight to her. After that, the dragon approached the girl's face. She quickly swung the weapon and struck at the spirit. She created some scriptures by stopping the spirit nearby. The girl waved her weapon and said that it was possible to go forward. She had completely bound the dragon, and there was nothing he could do. The girl looked at him, and her eyes shone strongly. She quickly swung the weapon at the dragon, creating a mark on it. Xiao Yun was having a hard time coping with what was happening. Suddenly, the power surged back into her body. Zhou Yi came closer and tried to figure out if it was over. The girl stood there silently. The girl said that he must be Zhou Yi. She noted that she had heard a lot about him. She hit the ground with the weapon, and all the ice on the floor began to melt. The girl said that her name was Kui Lei Na, and she was a 35th level priest from Qingyun City. The guy said he was pleased to meet her. Kui Lei Na said that Director Jia asked her to come early and take care of his sister. She thought that if Director Jia hadn't told her that this guy had a chance to take first place, she wouldn't have broken the rules. She was amazed at how long he had withstood the cold. The girl realized that the director was not lying. The guy asked what kind of illness his sister had and if she had cured it. The girl said that the cold is coming out of the body, and this is a sign of the awakening of the blood. The guy asked in amazement what it meant. When Eternity first appeared, many players chose representatives of other races as their characters, such as elves, giants, demons, and others. When the game merged with reality, the players got the traits of these races. People with elven blood have green eyes and long ears. People with the blood of giants can grow up to 3 or 4 meters. Over the past 200 years, these players have married people, and after their blood was diluted over many generations, they gradually lost these traits and strength, except for a special condition: the awakening of the blood. She said that awakening the blood can bring both good luck and bad luck. Successfully awakening means that people will be able to control the power of other races, and their level and abilities will increase. But if they can't, they'll die. At best, they will be paralyzed. The guy's sister suffered from the cold because her body is too weak to withstand the power of blood. If the priest's guess is correct, she has awakened a rare ice bloodline. She has to change her body if she wants to continue it. As far as Kui Lei Na knows, Only the treasure known as the ice lotus can change a person's body, but this thing is very rare. The last time it appeared at auction was 30 years ago, and it was bought for $1.5 billion. After 3 months, the cold in Xiao Yun's body will enter full force, and she will not be able to suppress it. The other way is to use the sealing technique and seal the power of the blood. She told him to contact her after he made a decision. However, in the future, the girl will not be able to raise her level. 5 days later, Zhou Yi was training hard. He kept thinking about the stats points. Most often, he chooses performance points as a reward for a daily task. Physical data and intelligence are important to a paladin, but he cannot neglect others. He uses the 2-3-3-2 method to distribute his points according to characteristics. This is the only way he can reduce the number of vulnerabilities. The results of the exam became known. All the news reported that the first place was taken by a student from the city of Yijiang. On social networks, they also wrote, only, that this is the true class of the champion. Director Jia said that he knew that the guy would succeed when Zhou Yi awakened the Paladin class, and that's why he suggested that the administration strengthen the guy's training, and all because he has an intuition for such things. People were amazed that the Paladin took the first place, and this is a support class. Everyone said that the Paladin needed a lot of time to close the location himself. They said he was cheating, and he wouldn't have been able to do it on his own at the 10th level. The other guy took out his phone and said he had records. And it's true. People were amazed by his strength. They also had a feeling that this holy cross was stronger than the fire magic of a high-level wizard. The blessing of weapons, God's gift, courage. He had a lot of power-ups. Others watched a replay of his battle on TV. The guy with the red hair said that Zhou Yi cleaned up in 9 minutes and 24 seconds, which is 20 seconds faster than him. He chuckled and said that this Zhou was an interesting character. However, the guy dared to steal his fame. He blew up something and said that Zhou Yi was clearly tired of living. Zhou Yi was walking outside at the time. He read reports that millions were being transferred to his account. He dialed Zhao's secretary and asked what happened. The man said that after Zhao's speech and the exam, the administration would reward him with 5 million and a luxurious mansion. He asked if Xiao had a preferred area for the mansion, or if they could choose for themselves. The guy realized that the news of his victory had already spread. He let the secretary choose for him. The man said that the people involved in the selection of students from the top 3 universities are on their way, and he wants to know if the guy needs a ride. Zhou Yi said it wasn't necessary, and they were already there. A recruiter from Rongyang University greeted Zhou Yi. The guy repeated the name of the university. Someone remembered that Rongyang thought Zhou Yi was too arrogant. Another guy came down from the helicopter and said he was reprimanded for it. He asked why the guy was here today. The recruiter asked the guy to watch his words and stated that Zhao Tianfu failed to see Zhou Yi's potential and was fired. If the guy wants to join, the university offers 4 million. The guy came down and said that the University of Fashion can offer twice as much. After that, he said that Zhou Yi would take their university and the others could leave. A girl appeared next, who said she would pick up the guy. She grabbed him and lifted him into the sky. The guy asked if he had asked permission from Ching Jing University. The girl said that no one except Ching Jing University has so many resources for cultivation. Within 4 years, he would receive resources from them to cultivate A rank. Suddenly, they met with a magic circle. Another girl said they were trying to pick up the top one by relying on resources, history, and fame. Whatever Ching Jing University offers, Suhan can also provide it. She asked what the point of kidnapping was. The guy agreed and said that she could take him to them, but she couldn't make him choose them. The guy told Zhou Yi that Modu could not only give him resources annually, but also a full set of gold-grade equipment. The girl was angry. The girl lowered Zhou Yi to the ground and said that she was not abducting him, but just wanted to talk to him alone. She told him to choose. A recruiter from Suhan Sumei-il University introduced herself. Suhan University believes that strength comes first, and if he can become the best at the university, then he will have access to S-rank resources. Also, their university was often the first. The girl asked what Sumei was talking about, because they had only won a couple of times. Sumei said that Suhan's victory could not be denied, and Miss Sun should worry about making Ching Jing students and teachers work better. Zhou Yi thought that the conditions in all universities are similar, and they can provide him with a good future, and if he wants to become even stronger, then the choice is obvious. The guy said he made a choice. He said he would go to Suhan University. Sumei was delighted. She took out the papers and said that this was Suhan's special student recruitment contract. He can look at it and sign it if he has no questions. Miss Sun said that if he didn't get used to Suhan, then they would welcome him. Sumei was angry at these stubborn recruiters. Zhou Yi was surprised that she had created a spell without a staff. This is a skill that only high-level magicians can handle. Zhou Yi asked what Miss Su's level was. The girl said she was a level 42 magician. The guy said she didn't look 30 years old. The world is huge, and a guy can see more young and strong people. He was glad. After receiving the system, there is no one who can compete with him from his peers. When he gets to Sukan, he can meet opponents and become stronger. The girl felt his desire to fight. A magic circle appeared in the air. The guy signed a contract pretty quickly. Sume said she would give the guy a week to pack his things. After that time, she will take him to the university. The guy asked in surprise if the school year really starts so early. Sume agreed and said that special students should receive the highest level of training as early as possible, so their strength would increase faster. Only then will they achieve the best results in the freshman competitions. Later, Zhou Yi came to his mansion. Zhu Yun said in amazement that it was very beautiful there. The girl told Sister Ching that this is the latest model of the accompanying nano-robot. The secretary said it was a mansion donated by the administration. It has 3 floors in total. There is a training room on the 2nd floor and a recreation area on the 3rd. The man went on and said that he would not bother them anymore and the guys could rest. Zhou Yi stopped the secretary and said he would like to ask a question. He said that Xiao Yun has not fully recovered yet and her body is still weak. Although little sister Ching would stay with her, he hoped that they would be able to look after her instead of him for some time. It was an honor for the secretary. Xiao Yun was smiling. The guy asked his sister to call him if there were any problems. She needs to take pills from the priest, and Sister Ching will check on her. In a few days, the secretary will arrange a trip to the school, and she must obey. Xiao Yun started ignoring him, and the guy got angry. He pulled her cheek, and the girl said that she had heard everything. Su Mei asked if it was the first time she was traveling so far. The guy confirmed it. Su Mei said that he should prepare. He was at a loss to understand what had happened. The guys immediately rushed forward. So they arrived in the city of Anning. A yellow car jumped out of the portal. Zhou Yi said that there was a lot of time, and he didn't know if it was necessary to teleport. Large universities are usually under protection. Priest Kui needs to send a request to the administration for teleportation. Suhan University cooperates with the military, so they built a large-scale teleportation system next to the university, which is very safe. They have arrived. Zhu Yi was amazed. It was just absurd. Many people came to Suhan University. Su Mei told the guy that they needed to go register. Suddenly, Zhou Yi froze, and an attack flew in front of him. Someone was spinning in the air in front of him. A certain girl just attacked someone. The girl glibly stated that she had already said that she did not want to talk to him. It was a warning, and if he bothers her again, he'll get punished. People started saying that Zhang had chosen the wrong one. The guy tries to flirt with freshmen every semester, but he got what he deserved. The guy realized that this girl was a descendant of the demonic race. Sun Min said that many students and teachers are descendants of different races. He shouldn't be surprised when he meets them in the future. The guy said she didn't have to worry. If they are representatives of other races, as long as they are on the side of people, he is calm. He wouldn't be mad at the demons because of his father's death. Su Mei said that it was good, and then gave the guy his student ID. He asked in disbelief about the rating and points. The girl decided to explain how everything works. Each course has a rating. The stronger it is, the higher it is in the rating. Freshmen are ranked according to their success on the exam. The guy took the first place and became the strongest of the year. But this is temporary. A freshman competition will take place in a month, and then his place will be changed according to the results. The girl said that from today on, he would become the #1 target, and everyone would try to take his place. Zhou Yi replied that since he was already in first place, he wasn't going to give it to anyone. Su Mei continued the story about the point rating system with a smile. Freshmen receive points according to their ranking. He can use them to buy food, equipment, potions, books, and all that. If there are enough points, he can get anything. In addition to the rating, there are 2 ways to get points. The first one is the tasks. He can use his ID to access the board and check for any available tasks. Points are awarded for completing the task. The second one is the world ranking. Students receive a certain number of points each month, depending on the place they occupy. Su Mei said that there are 5,000 students in Suhan, and many want to get into the world ranking, so don't be arrogant. Zhou Yi understood her. After that, they went forward. Students were entering the gate. Su Mei said that there are 3 locations here. The first is the Goblin Dungeon, designed for levels from the 17th to the 21st. The second is a distorted forest, designed for levels from the 23rd to the 26th. The third is Purgatory, designed for levels from 28th to 31st. In addition to the appropriate level, Zhou Yi needs to spend a certain amount of points to get to the location. He can use the training room to raise his level. His opponent can be both real people and robots. The guy was looking at those who were also engaged. Two people were fighting. The strongest has absolute power and the most resources. This is Suhan's way of survival. Zhou Yi really liked it. The students came up to Miss Su and greeted her. She thanked them for their hard work. After that, they went their separate ways. People didn't know who the teacher was accompanying personally. They were divided into groups of 10 people and accompanied by undergraduates. They assumed that Zhou Yi was there through acquaintances. Wang Li said that he probably did not know that for students from a special set, a teacher is appointed who will deal with their admission in order to introduce the student to the university faster and make it easier to pick them up. They realized that this is the top one of this year. Everyone started asking what kind of person he was. This is Zhou Yi, the first in the ranking of Suhan County, and a paladin of the 13th level. Everyone was greatly amazed. People said it was impossible, and paladin is a support class. Wang Li had heard that Shenling Fei, the berserker, was in second place, and they did not believe that the paladin was better. Others said he was so handsome that he could be a celebrity. Wang Li was angry that they didn't believe him because he was known to know everything and everything. The girl thought that he was in first place among the freshmen. Suddenly, someone noticed her gaze. One of the guys said he thinks it's all a lie. Zhou Yi immediately turned back. It was Luo Jing, a knight of the 13th level, who was ranked 38th. He doubted that Zhou Yi was strong enough to take the first place. He challenged him. Another guy stopped him and told him that duels were personal matters and they shouldn't waste someone else's time. He was angry because he would get 1 point for escorting freshmen, and this hindered him. Liu Jing said he understood. The senior student was angry because the top one was unanimously determined by the rector and 5 teachers. People started saying they wanted to look at it before they left. They saw that Liu Jing wanted to use the best student to rise in the rankings. Paladin is not the strongest class, and there is nothing strange in the fact that he wants to move it up in the ranking. Zhou Yi asked why he had to answer the call. Liu Jing said that the guy would get 100 points if he won, and he didn't have to give anything back if he lost. Zhou Yi thought that for the sake of his future, he had to accept this challenge. But if he wanted to teach them a lesson, he had to raise the stakes. That's the only way they'll remember everything. He said he agreed to 300 points. Only then would he fight the guy. Liu Jing turned pale. He was in 40th place, and he only had 400 points. Liu Jing was on the 38th, and he had about the same age. If he loses, he will lose too much. He decided to stand out at the beginning of the semester, and people thought about how stupid he was. Zhou Yi said that if the guy is not ready, then he leaves. Liu Jing agreed to 300 points and called the top one into the ring. Zhou Yi said with a smile that the guy was brave enough, but they didn't need a ring at all. If Liu Jing doesn't fall to his knees after 3 attacks, then Xiao has lost. Su Mei said that when she counts to 1, they can start a fight. She also banned lethal techniques. After that, she started her count from 3 to 1. As soon as she finished, Liu Jing immediately rushed into battle. He thought that both his Retribution Knight class and the Paladin Guy class were closed offshoots of the Knight class. He is excellent at dealing damage, and the Paladin is excellent at support. He will defeat Zhou Yi if he attacks quickly while he has not used the power-ups yet. And then what he wanted would happen. This girl will pay attention to him. Liu Jing charged with all his might, using a bloody punch. Zhou Yi stared at the enemy in silence. Liu Jing stated that Zhou Yi had already lost. The guy listened in silence, dodging various attacks. The next moment, Zhou Yi kicked the enemy in the stomach. Liu Jing immediately flew to the other side of the ring. His back hit the wall hard. The entire surface broke into small pieces. The guy was bleeding. Zhou Yi thought it was incredibly boring. He thought that Liu Jing had some secret skills, but it turns out that he couldn't withstand a single blow. The senior student approached Liu Jing and checked the condition of the guy. He then told Miss Su that Liu Jing had 5 broken ribs, as well as internal bleeding, which caused him to lose consciousness. The girl told the priest to heal the guy. Su Mei approached Zhou Yi and said that 300 points had been transferred to his ID card. The Knight of Retribution's attack, combined with the bloody blow, is difficult to block, but he deflected it with just a kick. They realized the power of the top one. The girl thought that they had a difference of at least 20 points. She came forward and called Zhou Yi by name. The girl asked Zhou Yi to fight her. The guy thought that when he first met her, he realized that she was not just a descendant of demonic blood, but also the heiress of special equipment. It was the first time he had seen such a thing, and he would like to test it. Behind the girl's back was the ancient sword of the Dark Moon, Zhou and agreed to the battle. The guys were standing in front of each other in the ring. Zhou Yi took out his mystical light warhammer. The guy approached Miss Su and said that no sooner had the freshmen joined them than they were already rushing into battle. The children were having fun. The guy asked Sume why she was there. The car counted down from 3 to 1, after which it began the fight. The girl immediately rushed forward with the shadow strike technique. Zhou Yi also used a storm hammer. 2 strong attacks collided in the air. Bright flashes of different colors were very close. Zhou Yi was amazed by this power and thought it was like a monster. She used a demonic strike. Zhou Yi smirked smugly. He swung the axe and happily said that he had finally met a worthy opponent. The guy was shouting loudly for the girl to attack. When she got closer, Zhou Yi swung his hammer. With this punch, he used a lot of power-ups. They quickly moved from place to place, continuing the battle. Everything was shining. A lot of fragments were hitting the protective field. People stared in amazement and tried to figure out if this was really a fight between 2 students. The guy said that without a special technique, the swordswoman would lose very soon. Another student asked why he thought so, because they are not inferior to each other. The gain and block were absorbed. Initially, she only needed to block 1 blow out of 3, and now she has to reflect each one. Owners of heavy weapons usually fight defensively, retreating and counterattacking without losing stamina. And when the enemy opens, they immediately attack. However, he doesn't even try to conserve his strength. They said that Zhou Yi was either stupid or absolutely confident in himself. From the very beginning, he restricts the swordswoman's movements, forcing her to block the hammer. How hot-tempered this paladin must be if he decided to fight with such a beauty in full force. The girl plunged her sword into the ground to hold on. The guy calmly said that he was done with the warm-up. Zhou Yi used God's gift. At the same time, he began to activate many of his power-ups. Everything began to thicken. The girl thought about how terrible the pressure was. She realized that this was Zhou Yi's true strength. The guy summoned his spear of victory. The girl used a ghost punch to retreat. The ground near her began to crumble. Zhou Yi said with a smile that he knew she was using it. His attack flew at her eye, but she didn't have time to react. He started attacking her with a hammer. The girl froze, and the hammer fell to the ground in front of her. Zhou Yi asked if she wanted to continue. He stared at her in silence. The girl turned out and said that the result would be the same. Zhou Yi noticed that she wasn't fighting hard. She did not use her swordsman's skills or the power of the dark element in battle. She noted with a smile that he understood. It was just a friendly duel. Naturally, she wouldn't use it. And he didn't fight at full strength either, because she had seen the record of the exam. She asked to be added on social media to fight again. Zhou Yi was amazed. The girl was pleased. Zhou Yi approached Miss Su and said they should go, and she agreed. The guy not only earned 600 points on the first day, but also made others wary of him. This year was supposed to be interesting. The freshman dormitory is located on a small mountain. The building for ordinary students is located at the foot of the mountain slope, and at the top there is a dormitory for students of priority enrollment. In addition, the dormitories for such freshmen are mansions. They are distributed by rank. Su Ming said that Zhou Yi would live here. The girl handed over the paper. She remembered that he was looking for an ice lotus. There is a group that saw him in the Stormwind Mountains, but they refused to take him away because he was guarded by high-level monsters. This information was 6 years old, and she could not guarantee its relevance. After that, Zhou Yi immediately began to sort out the information. He was thinking that the Stormwind Mountains were formed after reality combined with the game. This is a fairly extensive area with exotic nature. Even professionals don't want to go there. With Zhao's current strength, he can only escape if he encounters a high-level monster. But after passing the exam, the system awarded the guy a resurrection in case of death. He clicked on the mouse, thinking that it was not worth hesitating. He will hit the road after he buys his skills and equipment. The guy was ranked first in the ranking, and therefore the skills of a paladin below A rank can be studied for free. He quickly bought immunity to physical damage. He also took a skill that can be used without weapons. The guy bought a skill that can be used from a distance. Zhou Yi was glad that it was all free. However, the guy still needed to spend the points to get the forest set, which he was given as a reward for passing the exam. The guy arrived at the Stormwind Mountains. Explosions and a raging wind thundered around him. The guy decided to figure out what had happened. He was wearing a forest set, which he bought after spending a lot of points. Jiang Churan was silently looking at her phone. She was very worried because Zhou Yi told her where he was going. Suddenly, a notification came to her phone. Jiang Churan quickly picked up the phone. Her friend asked what was the matter, because she was sighing over her phone for the 23rd time. Jiang Churan said that she had met a special guy, and the girl asked how much he was like that. The girl said that she challenged him yesterday and used her sense of smell during the fight, but it didn't work. He didn't give in at all. Her friend said that the guy's willpower is incredible. Suddenly, she became thoughtful. Jiang Chu Ran loudly exclaimed that she would go too, and the mountains of stormy wind. My friend was very surprised. At this time, a fast car was rushing through the forest, demolishing trees and enemies. The monsters were retreating back in panic. Mechanic Zhu Zhao easily dealt with her enemies. She threw balls at them, and the monsters began to fall off their feet. Immediately after that, the balls exploded and killed the monsters. They were running away from the explosion in a panic. After that, summoner Wen Tianrong used the summoning of the ice spirit. This immediately struck the monster. The girls rode in the car, simultaneously getting rid of enemies. They drove for 9 o'clock. Shooter Zhu Dan was on the roof of the car and shot at the enemies from there. Monsters died extremely quickly from attacks, or bullets were flying in all directions. All the monsters next to them were exposed. Zhu Dan loudly exclaimed that this was the perfect moment. Ice swordswoman Su Qinglian appeared in the air. Zhu Zhao exclaimed joyfully that they had done it. Wen Tianrong stretched out her hand and told the others to be careful. There was a strong explosion next to them. The flames knocked the car out of the way, leaving a wasteland behind. The car crashed, and the girls went outside. Everything was covered in ice, and they were badly injured. Su Qinglian asked if they were okay, but the summoner told the girl to turn back. Demons. One of the 5 races. They are extremely cruel and like to eat living creatures. They were rushing towards the girls' team. They used everything they had and were only able to kill 4 demons. A huge attack flew straight at them. They didn't know if they were really going to die there. With all their might, the demons attacked them. At this time, Xiao Yi was walking quickly forward. He deftly summoned his sacred storm. At that moment, everything began to explode. Xiao Yi's huge cross dug into the ground. At that moment, everything began to spin into a fiery hurricane. The monsters screamed in horror. Xiao Yi said that the light is concentrating, and a storm is coming towards them. All the monsters around were attacked. Zhou Yi summoned a bright flash. The cross stabbed into the ground, attacking the monsters. A spirit of speed. A ghostly rumble. It was a giant mechanical spider. After the last remark, a mechanical spider appeared in front of them. She said there wasn't much time left and they needed to get into it. The swordswoman thought her friend was bragging. Upon arrival, Xiao Yi turned to Sister Su and asked if there were demons in the Stormwind Mountains. She said that their team has been coming here for more than 2 months, but today, they met with them for the first time. One of 2 things. Either the demons come from the depths of the mountains, or there is an interdimensional crack nearby from which they emerged. They should return to the base and tell the military about it. Zhao Yi asked if there was a tower controlling the entire area. The girl said that there are many monsters in these mountains, so to prevent them from escaping and attacking the cities, there is a supply and trade base built by the military at the entrance to the zone. And the magic tower is protected by an army that constantly monitors the movements of monsters in the mountains. Sister Su said that there is such a tower here, but the level of demons is too low. Zhao Yi was at a loss. The guy understood that 20-level demons of the silver rank could not be called too weak. The magic tower mainly monitors epic and legendary level monsters in the depths of the Stormwind Mountains. Sister Su said that if the monster's level is below the minimum threshold of the magic tower, she may not be able to find it. Zhao Yi understood everything. However, if there really is a crack, then she doesn't know why they're sending low-level demons. They will be destroyed immediately if they are discovered by the military, and stronger enemies may come out of the crack that allows such demons to pass through. This will not only lead to their death, but also reveal the location of the crack. Anyway, that's not what they need to think about right now. She decided to just pass on the information. The monsters came out in a crowd. Suddenly, something hit the ground hard. A certain monster rose high into the sky, which surprised the guys. Zhao Yi recognized this aura. The girl exclaimed that they were demons who had discovered someone. Zhao Yi told them to keep going and he would catch up with them. Sister Su couldn't stop the guy. They had no idea how many demons there were, and it was too dangerous. The girl wanted to stop him, but Zhua did not listen. The guy just ran forward, thinking that he knew this aura. He had no idea why she was here. People were discussing that there were almost 20 silver-rank demons there, and that girl wouldn't last long. They didn't know if they should help her. Someone suggested not to do this, because they are not even able to protect themselves. Others said that if she could escape from the demons, given her strength, she could become famous in the future. They all said it was a big loss. The girl fought with all her might against the monsters around her. Jiang Chu Ran fought and threw the enemies away from her. She moved from side to side, destroying the enemies. She realized that they seemed to realize that her skill had a time limit. They surround her so that her strength is exhausted. The monsters were attacking. She thought that these demons were moving in groups of 10 monsters. Even if she had killed 8 demons, they were making up for the damage too quickly, and she had no chance of escaping. If she can't break through before the succubus's power disappears, then she'll feel bad. The girl continued to struggle. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder. Everything was shining with light. Jiang Chu-ran stood alone in the field. The girl sighed, not understanding anything. Suddenly, she looked back and saw Zhou Yi walking towards her. The girl called his name loudly while the guy was using his skills. He told the girl to step aside. The guy quickly caught the demon that was behind him. Jiang Chu-ran gasped heavily in pain. The demon activated the berserker mode, a fiery body. After that, he screamed loudly. All the monsters ran to attack after that. Jiang Chu-ran told the guy to run, because this demon had just switched to berserk mode. She thought that the demon's strength had doubled, and Zhou Yi simply would not be able to defeat him. If she self-destructs, then with a 90% probability she will be able to both kill the demon and protect Zhou Yi. Suddenly, the creature the guy was riding stretched out its paw. He grabbed Jiang Chu-ran, and the two of them rode together. The girl was very surprised. At this time, the demons continued to go on the offensive. Zhou Yi covered the girl and used the punishment of light. The entire battlefield began to sparkle with lightning. With a smile, he said that it was no wonder that everyone wanted a magic class for themselves. Killing monsters from a distance is a pleasure. The enemy started running at the guys again. Xiao and Jiang Chu-ran were completely surrounded. The guy thought there were 180 demons in total, and he could use mass destruction skills to deal with them. But now, they are in different directions. The girl thought that they had made a fuss and gathered the demons. Zhou Yi touched the girl's head and told her to distract the demons on the left, but not to try to fight them. She was very surprised. The guy used quite a lot of his power-ups on her. These were the Paladin's power-ups. Jiang Chu-ran stared at her list of power-ups in amazement. Zhou Yi told the girl to go ahead. The guy himself rushed forward with his hammer. The demons started using magic to attack him. Zhou Yi swung his hammer, directing light magic at the demons. His eyes burned with rage when attacking. Jiang Chu-ran watched the guy in amazement. She was amazed that her stats had been increased by 25%, which was practically a doubling of her strength. She thought that, according to what she knows, no paladin, even at the 25th level, is capable of doing something like this. The girl waved her weapon as the demon approached her. The wolf clung to one of the demons. Jiang Chu-ran understood that there was no time to think about it now. She had to fulfill the guy's request. Zhou Yi actively fought and killed the demons around him. He stopped for a while, when suddenly an enemy ran towards him from behind. The blade almost touched Zhou Yi's head. The guy quickly turned around and threw the demon in the other direction. Zhou Yi was agile and strong. Jiang Chu-ran was using a shadow whip at this time. Zhou Yi looked there and noted that, as he thought, people with the element of light are indeed the best at attracting demons. Most of them have already come here. The guy sighed sternly, thinking that he could use it now. Zhou Yi waved his hand, summoning a large magic ball. He called Jiang Chu-ran by name. It was the protection of the sacred light. The guy only told the girl to stay inside the sphere. The guy himself invoked the Holy Cross. Immediately after that, everything began to lament. The light around Zhou Yi was insanely bright, and the guy was standing in the very center of the glow. The demons simply could not withstand this force and burned up in the sacred light. Jiang Chu-ran stared at the scene in amazement. Some demons rose up and attacked Zhou Yi. The guy sighed, after which he said that under the influence of light, any darkness would be defeated. The light is concentrating, and a terrible storm is approaching the battlefield. Crosses appeared in the sky above him. They quickly dug into the ground, killing the demons. A strong storm broke out on Earth. The wind and light were so strong that the demons turned to dust immediately. The storm was destroying the ground beneath it. The hurricane was so strong that everything was shaking. People looked at the storm-wind mountains and said in amazement that this was madness. They asked who did it, and if it was a person at all. People wondered if they should discover themselves. The man thought that he had the 26th level, and the others had the 24th. They wouldn't be able to defeat even 10 demons, let alone fight alone. This guy scared them too much, so he was also young. They decided to go out, because they really did. We wanted to make friends with him. At this time, a large mechanical spider also appeared nearby. The mechanic exclaimed that they had come to Zhou Yi's aid. Suddenly, all the girls froze in amazement. They saw that all the demons around had been defeated. Jiang Chu-ran and Zhou Yi looked at this group in silence. Zhou Yi got a higher level and performance points. He quickly opened a small flask. He drank the contents and beamed. 180 demons, 60,000 experience points. He was sorry that the amount of experience that could be gained was limited by the level, otherwise he would have received more. The mana level has increased significantly, and Xiao also has a bunch of high-level skills, but even that is not enough. When he returns, he will need to ask the teachers what to do. They must have a solution. The girl asked Zhou Yi if he had sorted everything out. Another girl said that his strength was beyond her imagination. Suddenly, Jiang Churan fell to the floor. The girls asked what was wrong with her. Zhou Yi suggested that she had used too much energy and exhausted her strength. Another asked if he had ever encountered strong demons. Zhou Yi also said that among the demons he killed, the highest level demon was a 23rd level gold-ranked demon. She thought about it, and Zhou Yi asked what was wrong. She said that the Demon Legion has a commander-in-chief, just like the human army. If he's not there, then the main troops won't be there either. They should not stay there, and there is a need to return to the base. The guys agreed and went on their way. The streets were creepy enough. The hiding people asked if they should come out now, because they are leaving. They decided to do it now. Suddenly, she felt pressure and asked the boss what it was. It was a terrifying demonic aura. They turned very pale. They were demons. The guys also saw everything. A large dragon was in the air. There was also a level 30 demon spawn monster. Danger signals were heard. The man said that the invasion of the 4th level has been confirmed, and all troops need to prepare. They confirmed it again, and all the troops were alarmed. The Knights of the Snow Dragon Corps, they need to finish training immediately and gather near the teleportation site. The priest squad of the Snow Dragon Corps needs to be ready to help and replenish their mana reserves. The logistics squad of the Snow Dragon Corps, they need to start redistributing magic cores and magic shards. A detachment of Snow Dragon Corps mages must build a teleportation circle at certain coordinates. Everyone got ready for battle. The guy reported to the commander that all units had arrived and were awaiting orders. Commander Xu Yuzhu listened to everything. He waved his weapon and said he would break through the thorns. He will be the shield that protects this land. All the troops started repeating it. They moved on. Each demon of the Legion was personally chosen by Mime. In the last 6 months of his stay on Earth, he had lost no more than 10 demons, but before they could return to the sacred realm, hundreds of their soldiers were killed by humans. There was half a day left before their return, and the demon allowed them to have some last fun. The demons thanked His Majesty for such a gift. They will never forgive people. The demon on the dragon came down. He exclaimed that he would take their souls and burn them in the flames of hell. The guys looked at what was happening in silence. The spawn of the demon Oriemas used the summoning skill. Silver-ranked demons were summoned to the battlefield. Gold-ranked demons were also summoned there. The swordswoman was horrified to see a demon of legendary rank. Demons are knights of the golden rank. Demons are magicians of the silver rank. The girl turned to Zhou Yi, after which she said that the Blue Phoenix team would protect him, and he should wait for the right moment and run. The guy silently looked at the girls, who agreed and said that he should live. They thought Zhou Yi was the most powerful genius she had ever seen. He is a representative of the elite. They were sure that he was worth risking their lives to protect him. At that moment, a small magic circle appeared in the sky, from which someone began to come out. Jiang Churan looked up in disbelief. They exclaimed that it was the Snow Dragon Corps. The soldiers of the Gentle Dragon Corps are human. They have reached the 30th level and passed through their second awakening, and the commander of the 51st level has already passed through the 3rd. Zhou Yi wondered if they could teleport, then why were they doing it so far away? The demon laughed and said that they should not worry, because the army would not be able to pass through his magic barrier. The girl was surprised and said that it was impossible. The troops began to appear. They asked what was wrong and why they had deviated from the teleportation endpoint. It was a forbidden circle of demons. When the barrier is installed, it is impossible to teleport there, and attacks from outside are blocked. They will need the strength of 2 core to break through. They had to wait for it to dissipate. They had to wait 5 minutes. The man sighed. They needed information about the people inside. When the battle is over, their families must collect the remains. Zhou Yi got the assignment. The guy was happy about it. The girls wanted to stop him. The demon recognized the strong aura and assumed that it was Zhu Hao and killed his soldiers. He decided to crush the guy himself. The demon charged. Zhou Yi used force. The monster began to attack. The girl called Zhu Yi again. The guy also started attacking. They clashed in battle. Zhou Yi cut off the dragon's wing. After that, the monster fell to the ground. Zhu Yi charged at the demon. The monster turned to attack. He struck hard. The monster froze, because there was a sacred light nearby. Zhu Yi attacked the demon. His attack was incredibly strong. The demon didn't understand how a level 18 guy could stand up to him. Zhou Yi said that the demon is strong. He was the first legendary demon that the guy encountered. The demon swore at the guy. Zhou Yi continued to attack. The demon was also exerting strength. Suddenly, he collided with the cross again. The pure white blade had a stunning effect. He called for the punishment of light. The monster summoned the shield of the fire demon. He was having a hard time coping with the attack. After that, he also tried to attack. Even the punishment of the light couldn't do anything. He realized that he would not be able to kill the demon by ordinary means. He could only use what the system gave him after the exam. The demon rose higher. He loudly called for the generals. After that, the demons screamed loudly. He ordered Zhou Yi to be killed. Oha! The guy raised his hand up. Everything shone. Jiang Churan was amazed. The army was also surprised. The demons stared at the light in disbelief. Zhou Yi raised his hands. A light hand came forward. The demons said something terrifying was coming. He looked up silently. The hand hit the ground. People were struggling to stay on the ground. They didn't know that Zhou Yi could use such a thing. The succubus blood in Jiang Churan was terrified. That power is comparable to ordinary magic guns. The commander asked who it was. The man said they were students of Suhan University. The skill belonged to the top one, Zhou Yi. The man regretted that their strength was too great. If Zhou Yi had had time to develop, his skill could have killed the demon spawn. The monster was holding on hard. He asked how Zhou Yi dared to insult the great Orimus. He ordered the legion of fire demons to attack. After that, he called the Fire Curse Legion and told them all to cast spells. They all started performing magic. The demons were coming forward. Zhou Yi stood there silently. They all rushed to attack the guy. The demon said to stay calm. Because the guy is only a paladin of the 18th level, they decided that he had run out of mana and they would be able to overwhelm him with numbers. The commander agreed with these words. The guy really ran out of mana, and he was unarmed. The enemy forces began to envelop him. He used a divine summoning, and everything began to shine. A strong explosion broke out. Zhou Yi walked into this light. The demons were terrified. The commander did not understand what was wrong. Wings appeared behind Zhou Yi's back. The guy's head was warmly embraced by an angel girl. The demons stared at it in silence. They were at a loss. When the light touched the demons, they began to burn immediately. The feathers from the angel's wings flew in the air, and a couple of them fell into the man's hand. The soldier asked what it was, to which the commander replied that it was a divine call. He explained that this is a high-level skill that divine-type classes possess. The ability allows you to unleash the power of the deities they believe in. He had once seen a level 58 priest use a divine summoning and restore the health of an entire legion in the blink of an eye. It was thanks to this skill that their troops were able to withstand the siege of 3 legions of demons until reinforcements arrived. Divine skills are so powerful that a priest could kill demons without the help of an army. The Demon King exclaimed that it couldn't be, because it was a high-level secret technique. He wondered how a level 18 paladin could use it. His assistant informed him that only the owner of divine power would be able to interrupt it, and if it was brought to an end, the legion of demons would be destroyed. The Demon Lord said that even though it's just a skill, his opponent is able to switch between attack and defense. He asked how much more time it would take to create a portal to the Valley of the Dark Barrier, to which his repaired ones replied that they would only need a minute, and then His Majesty would be able to return. Pleased with the answer, the king declared that it was time to prove his loyalty to his demons. The crowd supported him. Standing in the circle of his people, the Lord calls and orders the demons of fire to sacrifice everything they have to the respected spawn of the demon Orimus. The gate broke in two, and an Orimasu spawn flew out of it. Ruskin greeted the great demon spawn Orimus on his knees and sacrificed himself to become a part of His Majesty. The other demons also knelt down. Bacta and Eric followed the Lord's orders and sacrificed everything they had, desiring to become a part of their leader. The energy that was sucked out of the fire demons enveloped His Majesty. The one-eyed demon absorbed the power of his repaired ones, which was concentrated in his chest. This was watched by a paladin who was hugged by an angel. They were frozen in the sky in a bright light. The angel called the Lord an ugly and pitiful inferior species. Pressing the guy's head to himself and stretching out his hand, he said that he would grant the paladin divine power. Pointing his hand towards the demon, the angel mentioned God. The power awakened in Zhou Yi. His eyes lit up with a bright yellow color. Instructed by an angel, the paladin, releasing divine power from his hand, said that let there be light. The released energy was so powerful that it resolved the terrain of the earth. The demon lord was thrown aside by the impact. His one eye was throbbing. He was recovering from a strong attack from the enemy. The spawn of the fire demon of the legendary rank received a blow right in the center of the chest, which left a circular mark. The trail began to glow purple, accumulating power. His Majesty has launched an attack called the Roar of the Fire Demon. The pillar of energy headed straight for the Paladin. The Lord grew 3 arms on each side and gathered his power into a fireball. The demon raised a large ball that consisted of his power, earth, and fire. He called it a solar flare. It was an innate skill that concentrated the power of the fire element to the limit, the temperature of which could be 15 million degrees. If it wasn't for the self-sacrifice of his demons, he would never have been able to develop this skill. The king threw a ball at the young man, wishing him dead. The solar flare hit an invisible wall of force when it reached the Paladin. There was an incredibly big explosion. The demon began to celebrate the victory with laughter. The guys watching the fight were covered with a golden protective shell. The Paladin was completely unharmed after the enemy's attack. Zhou Yi was preparing to retaliate. The master began to run away, realizing that they were on completely different levels. The demon knew that the minute had already passed, and the portal had to be built. He hoped that he would reach it in time. The young man looked at the enemy and declared that in the name of the Lord he was declaring him a heretic. He wished death to the demon by waving his hand and sending his might into the demon. The fire demon spawn screamed in pain. The Paladin's attack swept across the entire earth, causing it to break apart. The shadow of the Paladin is visible from the smoke and fire. The wounded Lord tried to crawl and get to the gate, because he had completed his mission and had to return to his sacred kingdom. But after a few efforts, he fell dead. The demons, who were still alive and hiding in the rubble of buildings, were terrified. They didn't know what to do, because the demon spawn was dead. The Paladin hung in the air, looking at the effects of his powerful blow. The Paladin's clothes evaporated with Zhou Yi. He could relax, because it was finally over. The divine power left the young man's body, and he began to fall to the ground from a height. Everyone rushed to him. After falling, he was able to open his eyes before losing consciousness. He was surrounded by his comrades. Someone gave the order for the priest to check the guy's condition. Teams 2 and 1 found the survivors, and the rest went on the attack. Upon waking up, the first thing the hero felt was heaviness. He couldn't breathe. He felt as if something was lying like a stone on his chest. Zhou Yi couldn't move. It seemed to him as if a ghost was pressing down on him. He thought he was dying. At this thought, he jumps out of bed abruptly. The young man was breathing heavily and could not come to his senses. A sleepy friend was sitting next to him. She said he slept for 2 whole days. Later, the girl will inform the others that the hero has woken up. The guy thought that she would have strangled him to death if he had woken up later. Churan pulled on Zhou Yi's clothes as she wanted to say something. She thanked him for saving her and kissed the surprised young man on the cheek. The girl left the room. Meanwhile, the Paladin touched the place of the kiss and was surprised by her. Looking at his unfinished daily tasks, he regretted that he had lost the rewards for completing them, because he had slept for 2 days. The guy wanted to see the result of the previous task. Zhou Yi received the talent Death Resistance and the potion Elixir of Luck. He commented that many classes have the talent to heal wounds, but they all have different effects. The young man noticed that the talent Death Resistance has an S+ rank, so there must be something special about it. A knife appeared in his hand. With a long enough knife, he inflicted a serious wound on himself, but Zhou Yi was healed in 2 seconds. He was pleased, because he would not suffer from wounds in battles. His survival rate had increased significantly. Now the guy wanted to test his talent on a serious limb injury, but he didn't, because recently he almost lost his legs. Reading the description of the Elixir of Luck, the young man did not understand if this meant that he would receive a legendary weapon, or the grandmother he would help would turn out to be a professional, or maybe he could buy treasures at a roadside kiosk. The hero decided to leave the elixir for later, because it can be used a lot. He came across information about the halo of the sacred flame, which makes it possible to control the element of fire and increases damage to opponents. That's when Zhu saw the inscription, Divine Power. He remembered the fight with the fire demon spawn. This was exactly the power that the angel had given him. After that, the system's sign with information about that very halo of the sacred flame was highlighted. The hero reflected that this light-type skill could be enhanced by the protection of a sacred angel. Damage increases by 40%. He thought that perhaps he could control the elements of 2 talents, halo and punishment of light. A knock on the door distracted him from his thoughts. The vice commander of the Snow Dragon Corps, magician Wang Liang, came in. He thanked Zhou Yi for destroying the demon spawn and the portal. They were able to capture many demons. The hero asked what business he had with him. The magician said that he had come to replace Commander Shu. He informed the guy that his last blow had destroyed half of the valley, but the traces of the demons remained intact. Captain Shu went to report the secret of the demons. The device he took out took off, and the room transformed into a huge system. Pointing to the tables with the items, Wang Liang said that these are the resources accumulated by their core over hundreds of years, and Zhou Yi should not hesitate to say what he wants. Looking at the items, the guy noticed the S-rank treasures. He asked the vice commander if there was an S-rank ice lotus in the warehouse of the Snow Dragon Corps. Wang said he would check it out. In the end, he found it and asked if it was it. He showed a table with information about the subject, which said that when used, it allows you to get an ice body, and the proximity to the ice element increases significantly. After seeing what he wanted, Zhou Yi agreed that it was the same ice lotus. By clicking on the items button, the vice commander noticed the flower's value of 100 million. This is his salary for 3 years. Later, he would have to shake her off the commander. Taking the circular device, Magician Wang turned off the system. He said that the ice lotus was in the headquarters warehouse. Zhou Yi will have to rest for a couple more days. If he gets bored, the vice commander can ask someone to help him hunt monsters in the mountains. Magician Wang's plan was to introduce the guys from the Corps to the hero, so that in the future, when the guy becomes the strongest person, the Corps can benefit from this friendship. Before Wang Liang left, the young man informed him that he needed to return to the university to take part in tomorrow's freshman competition. He asked for the lotus to be sent to his dorm. The magician sighed, because he had completely forgotten that Zhou Yi was still a student. He said that lotus would be sent to the dormitory in 2 days, and that if he had difficulties in the Gale Force Mountains, the guy could contact their Corps. Relieved, he sat down on the sofa. Brother Xiao Yun was sure that she was saved. He thought that without the demon spawn, he would not have been able to access the Corps warehouse and obtain the lotus. He looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. He needed to finish his daily assignment. Meanwhile, the captain of the Blue Phoenix team took a shower and was already leaving the bathroom. Members of her team ran up to her. Mechanic Zhu Zhao said that they wanted to invite Xiao and join the Blue Phoenix. They were interested in the captain's opinion. The captain does not think that he needs it, because he copes alone. Zhu Dan said that it was better to try, and Tian Rong said that she saw her peeping at him. As a result, the captain of the Blue Phoenix is put in the door of Zhu Yi. After training, he opens the door and is surprised by the arrival of the elder Su. She immediately asked if the young man did not want to join their team. The guy asked the question again, thinking. With a smile, the elder Su joked that otherwise, Zhu Zhao and Zhu Dan would be heartbroken, to which the hero asked the captain not to say so. Tilting her head, she says she wants to thank you for saving her in the mountains. The girl hugs the guy by the neck and kisses him on the cheek as a thank you. After that, she says goodbye to the student, waving her hand. Zhou Yi touched the cheek where Elder Su kissed him. He concluded that girls are pretty brave these days. At the meeting, the commander told the results of the investigation. The demons invaded 6 months ago and hid in the mountains of Stormy Wind. They have learned to travel the world through the middle cracks. The horned participant of the meeting asked the commander if they were sure of this, and if they knew what it meant. He replied that the creatures penetrated through large cracks, but they cannot exist for long, so they do not pose a threat. But if they can pass through the middle cracks, then the planet will be in danger. Therefore, the current results have been repeatedly verified. They found out that only monsters under level 30 can pass through the middle crack. The member of the meeting said that if that was the case, they should take action as soon as possible. Congresswoman Yang, the Snake Woman, was ordered to immediately investigate all medium-sized cracks in her territories. Congresswoman Zhang, a cat-like creature, should attend an international meeting to report on these results and observe the reaction of other countries. Commander Shu was asked if this information was obtained from an 18-year-old teenager. He confirmed it. The commander introduced a paladin who used a divine summoning to defeat the demon spawn and destroy their squad. Wang Hui, who asked the question, was surprised by the information and what he saw on the screen. The members of the meeting noticed that paladins rarely take first place in the ranking. They wondered if Zhou Yi was from the Ice Zhao family. Congressman Wang, who was the rector of Suhan University, was ordered to check on this student and report on his potential. Commander Shu noticed that those present were the strongest people, and if the young man wins out of favor, he will have a bright future. Meanwhile, an announcement was going on at Suhan University. A round device that flew around the premises of the institution indicated that the freshman competition would begin at 10 o'clock. Song Qi, the dean of the Faculty of Tools, and Zhu Huayang, the dean of the Faculty of Elemental Magic, looked at the students. Employees and professors of Suhan University stood on a platform in front of a huge crowd. Among them was also the dean of the Faculty of Tactics, Zhang Lin, and the dean of the Faculty of Logistics, Wu Wuqin. Wu Man, the dean of the military faculty, introduced himself and greeted the freshmen of Suhan University. He described the competition. The first stage is a trial in the secret realm. The second is a free competition. Meanwhile, Su Mei was worried about where Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan were. If they don't come, they will be disqualified. Maybe I shouldn't have told the guy about the lotus. The students also noticed the Paladin's absence. They assumed that she had forgotten about the competition because she had been absent for a whole month. The red-haired guy mocked the hero because he had the guts to come to the competition to take advantage of the opportunity. Wu Man announced the start of the first stage of the freshman competition. The secret realm of the silver rank was revealed. The dean of the military faculty said that this year the strongest students in the history of the institution came, so the test will allow them to unleash their full strength. In addition to the light, heavy, and nightmarish difficulty levels, the deans have specifically added the abyss level. The freshmen were inspired. They knew that the abyss level was 10 times heavier than the nightmare. Someone decided to go to the most difficult level. Wu Man raised his fist in the air and told everyone to prepare their best potions, equipment, and weapons. The competition has begun. The students were transported to a secret kingdom inhabited by bear monsters, who tried to satisfy their hunger with people. And from there, Wu Man, seeing that most of the young people chose the nightmare and abyss levels, was pleased. The students were ambitious guys. Then he noticed that 001 and 003 were missing. Su Mei replied that they had gone to the Stormwind Mountains to gain experience and still had not returned. The dean was angry, because how could they be late for such an important event? He stated that they were behaving arrogantly because of their ranks and age. The girl tried to convince him, but Dean Wu said that if they did not show up, they would be disqualified. At that moment, Zhou Yi appeared, carrying Chu Ran on his shoulder. He apologized for being late. Everyone was surprised by their sudden arrival. Su Mei was glad to see them. After choosing the abyss level, they went to the competition. With a bright light, the young man landed on the ground of the monster kingdom. He hoped that the complexity of the abyss would meet all expectations. The guy used his courage skills, the blessing of dawn, and God's gift. He was immediately attacked by bear monsters of the 17th and 18th levels. Striking his first blow with a large hammer, Zhou Yi expects that the complexity of the kingdom will force him to invest in full. Chu Ran also fought monsters, delivering instant crushing blows that shattered the opponent's defenses. The other contestant used the flame skill and dealt huge damage. A student with an ice skill made whirlwind heartbreaker strikes, knocking down opponents and knocking them out of consciousness. He has already defeated 16 bears. Meanwhile, the deans were watching the competition. Usually students go into a stupor, but this year the freshman's performance is not bad. Wu Man wanted to look at 001. Zhou Yi continued to fight with his hammer. Using his powers, he passed the first level in 5 seconds. Zhou Huayang was stunned by such results. He told Song Qi that Zhou Yi had only used an auxiliary skill, which was enough for the first level of the test, to which Dean Song suggested that the student had high intelligence. Dean Wu said that the skill is influenced by intelligence, power-ups, and treasures. They can't judge just by this fight. Even the experienced Wu Man could not understand the effect of this strange skill. Zhu is an interesting child. The young man used the talent, Punishment of Light, in his battle. All the monster bears started to burn in flames. Thus, the young man passed the second level in 1 minute 23 seconds. He was attacked by a huge bear, but the guy dodged by jumping up. He invoked his Spear of Victory skill. An incredible force has descended on this monster. The third level was completed in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Zhou Yi cleared the kingdom and set a new record. This gave him new rewards and talents to choose from, which he did not know about. He noticed that strength depends on talents. Perhaps this is the bringing of the silver level secret realm, because he did not receive awards in the bronze level realm. He was pleased that he had a choice. Strong defense is not suitable for him, as well as quick steps. The guy reflected that in a real fight it takes time to react, so speed is important. The situation in battle is constantly changing, and the aura of concentration of the mod reduces the growth of the fact that his skill will be interrupted. He will be able to replace the course of the battle. Suddenly, a portal opened in front of him. The portal asked if the student wanted to open an additional level. Zhao Ti smelled a sickening smell from the portal. He hoped that the extra level would be interesting. Huang Yang exclaimed what an incredible fighting technique and impeccable control of the elements Zhu Yi has. Wu Man said that he is quick-thinking and adaptable. Song Qi added that the student is versatile. Zhang Ling noticed that the spread of his skills was too large, and in the end his result might be mediocre. Dean Man agreed and decided to talk to the student. The dean of the instrument reminded them that they should give the student a choice. The dean of elemental magic noticed that Xiao is well-versed in magic and is well-suited to the faculty. The rector appeared. He noticed that everyone was happy with the freshman. He was sorry that he was late for the competition. Everyone greeted the rector. Zhou Yi saw a pile of bones. Seeing the surroundings, he assumed that there was some kind of ritual here, because there are both good and evil gods. The evil god is a collective name for mad gods. There was a skeleton sitting on the throne. The young man came closer, stepping on the pentagram. Prayer to God requires sincere faith, but prayer to the wicked also requires a soul. He recalled the bloody abyss incident, when a man sacrificed a city. And even though it was destroyed, the absorbed souls could not be returned. Since then, it has been forbidden to pray to evil gods in the country, and anyone who is caught will be punished. But many take risks because of the benefits. Energy was radiating from the skeleton, which was sitting on a pile of bones. Zhou Yi's eyes glowed golden. Not only people can pray to evil gods, some beasts, elves, and angels can also do this. A level 19 ghost bear stood in front of him. The monster said it had been a long time since he had eaten fresh human blood. The guy realized that the undead are immune to physical attacks. Martial artists will be stunned to see the final boss. Zhou Yi called the bear to him with his finger. A whirlwind of flame enveloped him. The attack did not kill the ghost, but it was reborn. He just grinned, because it was useless. But suddenly, he felt energy and pressure. The whirlwind grabbed the ghost bear and began to devour it. Around Zhou Yi, the flames dissipated. He noticed a movement in front of him, which surprised him. The bear was furious. He admitted that his sacred light is strong, but it's meaningless in front of the immortality that the monster possesses. The enemy has become bigger. The bear stood up on its hind legs. Incredible energy radiated from it. The monster noticed that his opponent had decided to use his trump card. The bear said that it was all pointless and useless. If he resurrects again, the student will die. Confident Zhou Yi asked if the bear was sure about this. He was already preparing a second attack against the monster. There was in 1 minute 12 seconds and received awards. An object similar to a horn appeared in front of him. The guy confirmed that the endless resurrection is an illusion. He only needed to use up the ghost's power to win. He remembered how he felt the aura of power when he first entered this realm. It wasn't elemental magic, but it felt similar to what he felt when he used the divine summoning, so he thought it was the powers of an evil god. When the ghost bear was resurrected for the first time, its power became weaker, and Zhou Yi came to the conclusion that the number of resurrections is limited. He realized that the surest way to complete the level was to kill the monster over and over again, forcing him to expend his evil god power until it ran out. The screen showed how the competitions of different freshmen were going on. The fire guy admitted that the extra levels are the hardest part. To win, you need to kill the ghost bear 10 times. He was glad that he had increased his level in advance, and now he can complete this level in 8 minutes. He rushed forward to attack the bear. The dean of logistics exclaimed that Zhou Yi had used S-rank skills. The university staff discussed that the Paladin had found a shortcut, and it seems that the hero has his own secrets. After all, S-rank skills are not something that a jelly from a poor county can get. The rector reminded of his presence by coughing. Dean Wu noticed this and thought that perhaps the rector was helping Zhou Yi. Su Mei noticed that his level was displayed incorrectly. She was surprised by the 19th level of the student. Everyone admired Zhou Yi because at the beginning of the test he had the 13th level, and after his level rose to the 19th. This kid is just incredible. The rector said that he knew a little about it, because the young man went to hunt monsters in the mountains to raise the level. It brought an excellent result. Standing on the dais in front of Zhou Yi, the rector said that for someone who can destroy the army of fire demons, it's easy to pass the freshman competition. If the freshman competition hadn't affected the allocation of resources, the student probably wouldn't even have come to it. Someone started coming out of the portal. The contestant jumped out of the portal. The fiery guy was surprised to see Zhou Yi. He can't believe that he cleared the location before him. This thought made him angry. So he assumed that the Paladin had come out earlier because he had failed the extra level. Clicking, he put on his jacket. Fiery knew that as a member of the great Jiangning family, he could not lose to this poor man. Zhou Yi only thought that he couldn't clear the location. A portal appeared in the sky, from which Chu Ran fell out. The young man noticed her immediately. He caught her in time. The girl called Zhou Yi her brother and noticed that he finished before her. The guy was surprised at what his girlfriend called him. Chu Ran explained that the young man was a few months older than her, and she called him her brother. Portals continued to appear in the sky, People were falling out of them. Sumei rushed forward, ordering the priest to give first aid to the injured. An hour later, the sky over the university was clear. Dean Wu corrected the situation and the condition of the institution with his strength. It was announced that the first stage of the freshman competition has been completed, and now they will announce the ranks and the time of the students' passage. Shen Linfeng chuckled. He couldn't wait to see the results. Zhou Yi was in the first place, and the red-haired guy was already following him. He saw that the Paladin had finished 15 minutes earlier than himself. He climbed the tower. Lin Feng was angry because Zhou Yi had taken away his first place everywhere. He decided that in the next stage he would trample on the Paladin. The hero saw the fiery guy climb the tower and wondered why. Dean Wu announced the start of the second stage. A free competition. Everyone has 3 opportunities to fight. There will be a 5-minute break after each fight. After a clap of hands, the arena opened. The students began to challenge each other based on ranking and rank. And one of them shouted that he was challenging Zhou Yi. It was Lin Feng. He immediately jumped into the arena and called his opponent to him. Snapping his fingers, he showed his fire. Lin Feng suggested to see which one of them is stronger. Chu Ran said that Shen Li Feng, who is ranked second in the ranking, is from a noble Jiangning family. He has rare fire dragon blood. She added that because Zhou Yi took the first place, Lin Feng held a grudge. The guy noticed that the opponent was much weaker than him. With the help of the light, he moved into the arena. Zhou Yi hoped that Lin Feng would make him give his all. The berserker was calling the paladin to him. He was looking forward to finding out which of them was stronger. Lin Feng was already ready to attack. As soon as the duel has begun, the red-haired man delivers a fiery blow with the blood rage skill. The deans immediately noticed that a member of a great family makes quick decisions in battle. Lin Feng immediately used his excellent berserker skills to take away Zhao's chance and use his skills. Not a single attack touched the paladin. This annoyed Lin Feng. He did not understand when he had managed to use the protection of the sacred light. The fire guy knew that such a skill could partially block damage. He hoped that the opponent would not be able to take advantage of it. Zhou Yi took out his axe and told Lin Feng that his attacks were fast, but 1/10 of a second would be enough for a paladin to activate the defense. The strongest student hoped that the red-haired one would put up a decent resistance, so he did not attack first. Zhao Hu and the opponent were no longer interested. He strikes with his hammer. Lin Feng's fire shield cracks and does not save him. Surrounded by flames, the red-haired man was amazed that his shield was instantly destroyed. He looked towards the explosion, but behind him was Zhou Yi, who also struck the next blow. Lin Feng already knew that he would not have time to dodge. The fiery guy denied what was happening. He couldn't lose to a man from an ordinary family. There was a fire attack. Everything is on fire. Defending himself, Lin Feng acquired the body of a fire dragon. Zhou Yi appeared next to him, who was examining his dragon body. He reflected that it seemed to be a power that was hidden in the opponent's blood. He remembered that it was the same with Jiang Chu Ran. The young man realized that all classes with special bloodlines have their trump card. Lin Feng strikes Zhao and dodged. Grabbing the opponent's flaming fist, the paladin thought that he was envious. Holding Lin Feng's hand, the hero strikes with his hammer. Before that, he says that even despite such a pedigree, the opponent is not his equal. There was a light attack. The red-haired man jumped aside. Zhu did not expect him to dodge. Lin Feng said with a smile that the power of the fire dragon's blood was not limited to close combat. He's going to show the full power of the fire dragon. Horned used his dragon breath skill. Flames were coming out of his mouth. Zhou Yi stood quietly and waited for the attack. The audience was worried about the participants. Dragon's breath was the trump card of the fire dragon's bloodline. It could be dangerous for Zhu too. He can play. The paladin gathered all his strength to repel the attack. He used the talent, Halo of the Sacred Flame. The flames that were rushing straight at the young man disappeared. Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. The dragon's breath was absorbed by the paladin's halo. Zhou Yi looked with a golden gaze at the opponent, who felt that God was in front of him, and he himself was a submissive. The enraged dragon couldn't believe it. He used the dragon's fiery breath once more. The hero said that it was useless, because the dragon's flame would not be able to escape from his control. With the desire to end this battle, he strikes with fire. Lin Feng was sure that it was impossible to defeat him with his own fire. He was going to regain control of his fire. The dragon wanted to use the destruction skill, but he gets hit by fire from the paladin. He is thrown back and hits the wall of the arena. Lin Feng loses consciousness from the blow. Zhou Yi wins. The crowd called the dragon an arrogant and proud berserker who was completely crushed. And after all, Xiao did not fight at full strength. The healers are trying to help Feng. With such a level of skill and intelligence, It was no wonder that the Paladin was able to defeat Lin Feng. The Dean of Element Magic draws the attention of colleagues to the top 1 district. Zhou Yi and the girl entered the arena. It was Song Xialan, a level 17 spiritual Taoist priest. She wants to study with Zhou Yi. The Paladin knew that her class was unique and rare, as one such priest helped his sister. Priests are adept at using talismans and sealing techniques. Zhou Yi introduced himself to the girl. She asked him to fight her with all his might. Song Xia assured that she would not interfere with the use of buffs. A crowd of students discussed Zhou Yi's high level and the fact that he did not use protection with Lin Feng. Xialan was from the Song family and was their representative. Folding his arms, Zhou Yi agrees to the fight. The girl smiled happily. The start of the battle was announced. The Paladin immediately activated the blessing of dawn, courage, and protection. Xialan was amazed by what she saw. The Paladin presented his strength and wished them to enjoy the fight. The priest, having pulled out the cards, was also determined to show everything she was capable of. The first attack with the Hammer of Retribution skill was made by a Paladin. The priest was surrounded by his cards. The cards protected Xialan from damage. She appeals to the divine powers and asks to hear her order. The priest uses the explosion skill. There is a powerful and bright explosion. Due to a series of attacks, she lost sight of Zhou Yi. He was right behind her, raising his hammer. The Paladin asked the opponent if she expected to be able to dodge his attack by simply changing her position. However, she managed to defend herself, while wondering when Zhou Yi managed to get so close to her. Xialan understood that even with all the means of protection, she could barely block it. But still, she risked using one of her skills by sending out small fireballs. Folding her hands in front of her, she began to read her address. The little balls were beans that the priest turned into soldiers. Watching this, Zhou Yi said that the Taoist technique of making soldiers out of beans looks interesting. The priest ordered to attack the enemy. The Paladin took up a stance. He swung the hammer and struck. The hero realized that soldiers can regenerate, so he will have to destroy the source of the mana itself to end it. He swung his hammer, smashing the soldiers. Xialan was tense, because she knew that her soldiers could trap a level 30 professional, but Zhou Yi copes with them without much effort. Then the priest felt a guy standing behind her, ready to strike. She immediately raised her hands in the air. Xialan was giving up. Zhou Yi won. The Paladin asked if she didn't want to give it her all. The girl replied that they are not even on the same level, so she accepts her defeat. She could have continued, but she would have ended up like Lin Feng. Finally, she promises to fight again as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Zhou Yi swings his hammer. He twirled it in his hand. He looked down from the arena at the crowd and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him to a fight. No one was looking towards the Paladin anymore, as no one wanted to fight such a strong opponent. Churan admired her brother. Sume noticed that Zhou Yi's strength surpassed that of a warrior, and his agility surpassed that of a magician. Someone doubted if he came from a poor family, and someone called him a monster. Dean Wu knew that after the second stage of the competition, it would be time for the faculties to rub the students, and everyone would be targeting Zhou Yi. Sume was worried, but Dean Wu calmed her down. He has prepared well, and will definitely get a talented student. Someone is kicking. Lin Feng gets kicked several times. After that, they grab him by the arms and hit him on the jaw. The defeated dragon falls. It is announced that Wang Li, whose rank has been upgraded to 10th, has won. Shengling Feng's rank was lowered to 16th. Wang Li said it was a good battle. The red-haired man couldn't get up. He understood that when he was weak, everyone wanted to trample on him. Half an hour later, the top 3 places were announced, where Zhou Yi, Churan, and Xialan were. The freshman competition has come to an end. The students were informed that their place of residence and scores would be revised due to their changed ranks. Even if the rank was lowered, they would still have the opportunity to earn it. Dean Wu said that now it's time to choose a faculty. But first, each dean will tell you about his department. Dean Wu represented the military faculty, whose mission is to cultivate strong combat abilities in students and increase their survival rate. Dean Huangyang represented the Faculty of Element Magic, which will help to know the truth about the cute elements. The Faculty of Weapons strives to make better use of the weapons at hand, rather than relying solely on skills. The Faculty of Tactics is aimed at teaching students the tactics of command operations. Any class can choose this faculty. In war, only a first-class commander can reduce the death of his legion. A strong logistics system is the main success of any operation. Also, all classes can join this faculty, where they receive professional knowledge. The Dean of the Faculty of Logistics added that even combat classes will need students after graduation. Dean Wu said that now it's the turn of the students. Churan asked her brother which faculty he wanted to choose. Wu Man awkwardly told Zhou Yi that if he joined his faculty, he would become his mentor. The Paladin asked about the personal mentor's information. The dean explained that the mentor can choose the best student as a student, and all resources will be directed to the student's development. He added that he had prepared welcome gifts. The dean of the Faculty of Magic calls Zhu Hao to himself. He promises that he will prepare a set of legendary equipment for him. Dean Wu's colleague has disappeared. He moved directly to the student. Song Qi said that the Paladin would be able to use anything that could increase his strength. Dean Wu shouted that he was the first, to which Song Qi replied that it was a matter of sincerity of intentions. Zhou Yi felt déjà vu. The students watched the war between the deans. They were jealous of Zhou Yi and appreciated the status of a mentor's disciple as the status of an heir in a good family. Each faculty has its own generous offers. Dean Wu was not happy with the activity of his colleagues in recruiting a strong student. He did not understand why the magic of the elements also wanted to take this paladin. The rector came out and offered to become his disciple, Zhou Yi. No one expected such an offer. The rector said that he uses the technique of creating a bloodline on the paladin. The young man asked what kind of technique it was. It was explained to him that this is a forbidden spell, which, when used in combination with the blood of another race, allows you to get a special bloodline. This technique significantly improves the physique, and you can get more additional points, stats, and skills with each level increase. The students began to discuss the benefits of the offers that Zhou Yi had received. Lin Feng was jealous of the guy and angry, because if it wasn't for the paladin, he would have been the center of attention. Xiao Ran thought that the creation of the bloodline of her little brother had become strong. Huang Yang did not expect Zhou Yi to attract the rector's attention. The rector replied that there were many surprises hidden in the young man. He hands over the reward that the commander of the Legion of Snow Dragons asked him to give to the young man. Lin Feng immediately recognized the gold medal in the item. Even the great Shen family doesn't have a gold medal. Liu Shu couldn't believe her eyes. Xiao Ran said that her grandfather fought for many years and received only a silver medal. Zhao himself wondered when he had made a huge contribution to the development of China. The rector said that he knew about his achievements in the Stormwind Mountains, for which he received a medal, but the guy didn't really believe it. He took the gold medal and thanked the rector. The dean of elemental magic laughed at the young man's prudery. The guy bowed to his mentor and said that it was an honor for him. In order not to waste time, the rector called a student to him. Dean Wu thought that the rector was afraid of recruiting Xiao and other faculties. In a moment, they were gone. Dean Wu wants to approach Jiang Chuan, but Song Qi is ahead of him. He says that if she becomes his disciple, he will promise her the same thing as Zhou Yi. Dean Wu and Dean Song began to argue over who the girl would go to as a student. The rector and Zhou Yi moved to another place. There were various chemical and magical items there. The young man carefully examined the room. The rector explained that this is his personal mansion, and the student can find it here. The mentor brought the guy here to create a bloodline. The young man thought that the mansion could be anywhere, since teleportation takes place at the entrance and exit. A large pentagram appeared through it. The rector explains that the creation of a bloodline brings fundamental changes, but because of forbidden spells, people forget about the very essence, which lies in the source of blood. The potential of the bloodline is limited. When most classes are unable to level up, they decide to team up with members of other races to increase their race. Zhou Yi was surprised that with such a high level, the rector was still worried about it. The mentor said that after the highest degree of awakening, each level requires a lot of experience. He's level 64 now. Monsters with this level are hard to beat. He has prepared 3 blood sources that are divine races: angels, titans, and dragons. He can only choose one blood. The source of the blood of angels is extracted from the corpse of angels. The angels themselves are descended from the god of light, so the element of light will be strong. The titans who prayed to the god of thunder were born with the ability to control lightning. Zhou Yi will be able to increase the lightning-type strength with this bloodline. The dragon race is the direct descendants of the dragon god. After merging with her, the young man will be able to suppress all other animal races. Zhou Yi thought that dragons, angels, and titans were races of at least level 60. He asked the boss which bloodline suited him the most. The young man was not confident in himself, despite the presence of the system. The mentor appreciated the clarity, rationality, and maturity of the student at such moments. The rector explained that the blood of titans and dragons is powerful, but mainly increases the strength and mana reserve. Due to the proximity with the god of light, there will be a suitable angel bloodline for Zhou Yi. After listening to the mentor, the student makes a choice on the road of the angel's blood. The rector noticed that she was perfect for him. He said that Zhou Yi is also the fifth disciple, and later he will get to know the rest of the students. The student asked why the gold medal was awarded to him. The mentor said it wasn't a secret. Because of the guy's actions in the mountains, the military discovered that demons can enter the world through the middle cracks. The hero asked if this meant that there were already many creatures from another world hiding all over China. The rector agreed. The first investigation confirmed the guy's guesses. He added that the level of the creatures is low, so the Legion can handle them. And as his student, the mentor hopes that he can become strong to contribute to the development of the nation. Zhou Yi agreed with the rector. The rector said that preparations are needed, so the student should rest. He gives the guy a teleportation cube. The young man had completed his daily task and was now deciding where to spend his points. He remembered that the teacher said that the final result of the bloodline depends on luck and physique, so he hopes for an S-rank potion. He drinks the elixir of good luck, clicks on a reward with a random chest. He gets an S-rank treasure, a dragon fruit that improves his physique. All thanks to the elixir of luck. It's time for teleportation. The circle under his feet lit up and began to move into the room for the origin of the bloodline. Huang Yang said that the rector is so generous because finding the angel's blood is a good task. The rector replied that he was ready to give the angel's blood to Zhou Yi. A student appeared behind them and greeted the professors. The rector noticed that he had brought his body into perfect shape. Everything was prepared to create a bloodline. The rector told me to take off my clothes and sit in the center of the circle. Zhou Yi sat down as he was told and closed his eyes. The rector asked Mr. Zhao to activate the circle while he protects the student. The Dean of Elemental Magic activated the bloodline creation technique and waved his staff. Pillars of fire and energy rose all around the circle. Zhou Yi's chest caught fire. He sat motionless, absorbing the energy around him. Suddenly, his fire and energy turned from golden to blue. A pillar of blue energy appeared. Huang Yang was horrified by the power of the ice. He said that the disciple had a special bloodline from the very beginning. The room began to be covered with ice. The Dean of Elemental Magic was confident that Zhou Yi could become one of the best ice magicians. Because of Zhou Yi's sister, the rector assumed that Zhou Yi would have an icy bloodline. The angelic bloodline must suppress this inferior one. Therefore, they did not pay attention to this. But now there is a confrontation between these two bloodlines. Zhou Yi was half on fire, half covered in ice. The rector said that such a high-level pedigree shows the unusual origin of the student. He thought about it. Almost all other human bloodlines descended from the very first players of eternity. The higher the level, the more complete the inheritance will be. The power of ice inside Zhou Yi can gossip with the angelic bloodline. This means that the hero's ancestors may have been among the first high-level players to take part in the game. Otherwise, the young man would not have been able to master such a fashionable pedigree. If it wasn't for his icy bloodline, the angel's blood would have completely filled his body. Now there is a confrontation between two bloodlines. The Dean of Element Magic added that due to the fact that a huge amount of angel blood was lost, the final effect may not be so good. Now you can only trust fate. Trying to stop the ritual will lead to death. They hope that luck will smile on the young man. Ice flows formed around the guy, and the energy of light concentrated inside him. Suddenly, he woke up. He entered the gate of consciousness. The creature greets him. Zhou Yi wondered if this was his mental space. The robed creature congratulates him. It was sent by God to bestow true power. He is asked if he understands this power. Zhou Yi caught himself thinking that he wanted to summon his hammer and nail her. With a hideous smile, the girl beckons to her, promising strength beyond all imaginable limits. The creature froze from the impending energy. The guy hit the girl with his hammer. After that, he felt much better after listening to his heart. The girl exclaimed and asked what he was doing. The angel laughs. He sat on the throne. There was another angel standing by. The little angel did not understand the reason for the laughter. She was told not to pay attention. The elder angel saw something interesting. She went so that the baby would not disappoint her. The girl screams about how a young man can insult the gods. He will be punished. A guy should pray for his sins. Zhou Yi stated that this was not necessary, pointing his weapon at her. She got angry. Several chains passed through the student's body. They grabbed him and shackled him, not allowing him to move. The girl liked the guy's screams very much. This is a consequence of disrespect for Lord Axia. Zhou Yi said that she was just a subordinate of the evil god. She shut him up by slapping him in the face. The girl said that he attracted the attention of the gentleman, and he sent her to conduct the initiation. The evil energy began to penetrate into the young man's body. He screamed. Zhou Yi screams that the evil energy is corroding his consciousness. His body was filled with negative power. The professors did not understand what comes with Zhou Yi's consciousness. The rector did not know why the power of the evil god was inside the source of the angel's blood. Perhaps the angel was killed by an evil god. He directed his power of light to cleanse the disciple of evil energy. Dean Huang knew that Zhou Yi was in danger, because the evil god would stop at nothing. The rector said to wait, because the power of angels, on the contrary, increases inside the student. The energy reached for him. The chains shattered Zhou Yi's icy wings. At first the enemy was pleased, but then he noticed a golden sheen near him. There was already a hero behind him, who activated the magic circle. It formed right under the monster. Icy sharp spears began to form from the circle. The monster was screaming. Icicles permeated his entire body as the paladin watched. But the opponent seemed pleased. He laughed and said he accepted the gift. He began to absorb the ice in the magic circle. His wounds were healing. Venus said that what people call power is just a remnant of the light given by God. He stated that he is Mr. Axia's most loyal supporter. After absorbing the power from the paladin's attack, the monster became several times larger. He said that the power he possessed was beyond mortal imagination. He attacked Zhou Yi with numerous beams from his body, but the young man deftly dodged the attacks. However, it was not only the rays, but also the chains that surrounded the paladin. The monster said that in the end, insects only do how to escape. She is gaining her strength. A powerful stream of energy is released from the monster. The beam is directed directly at Zhou Yi. Purple light illuminates everything around. The paladin defends himself with his skill. His blue wings are illuminated with gold. He broke forward and ran at the enemy. The monster did not expect Zhou Yi to survive after this. With his hammer, the paladin destroys the flail and rays of the monster. He did it deftly and quickly. The angel was watching this. Before the last blow, the paladin declared that this was the end. With a finger filled with power, he touches the monster's eye. An incredible explosion is taking place. The monster screams that this is impossible. Under the pressure of such force, he knelt down and clutched his head, denying what had happened. A powerful force was tearing him down and blinding his eyes. The earth was collapsing under such energy. The paladin landed on the ground. He looked up. A power enclosed in a circle descended from the sky with light to him. He caught the ball in his hands. In an instant, he became a man. The light faded. The power in his hands glowed. She produced an incredible burst of energy into the sky. Huang Yang did not believe that the power of an angel had been revealed to him, which completely destroyed the power of the evil god. The rector suggested that the blood of angels and the icy bloodline had fused together in a bizarre way. An angel appeared above the seated Zhou Yi. His chest was glowing with a strange sign. Touching him, the angel began to dissolve into the paladin. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, which were glowing. The young man sat concentrating. The dean of elemental magic said that Zhou Yi was indeed born under a lucky star, as he received the blessing of the god of light and prevented the threat. The rector asked how the student was feeling. The young man felt that his strength had changed dramatically. He saw a table that made his eyes sparkle. Zhou Yi received the bloodline of the six-winged angel and inherited 2 talents. Huang Yang exclaimed that this was the Seraphim's bloodline. The rector said that the merging of the family trees was successful, and the student received the highest-ranked family tree, Seraphim. His talents will continue to develop to S+ rank. Zhou Yi noticed that he had also obtained an S+ rank bloodline technique called Angel Divine Body. His mentor advised him to try using the secret technique now. He wanted to see how much his student had grown. Zhou Yi closed his eyes. He was preparing to use the Divine Angel Body bloodline technique. Flames flared up around him. He invoked the angel's divine body skill. The power concentrated in the paladin's chest. His energy formed a huge dome around the host. The dean of elemental magic admired the power of the elemental energy wave. Everything around Zhou Yi glowed golden. A halo formed near his forehead. His body was transformed, becoming bigger and more prominent. He had wings behind him. The rector exclaimed that it was great, because after using the bloodline technique, the student's strength increased at least 5 times. He asked how the young man was feeling. He replied that it was incredible. His body was completely filled with energy. He clenched his fists with different elements. Zhou Yi said that the elements of light and ice felt like faithful companions. He could use them as he wanted. The small device glowed red, analyzing what was happening. The system was talking about danger. The high-level energy of the elements was discovered. Level 3 protection has been activated. The mentor concluded that, after all, the energy of the elements simply adores Seraphim. He tells the student to deactivate the technique Otherwise, the defense system will attack him. At the same moment, Zhou Yi returned to his body. The small protection device turned blue. The student felt the ancient sensations in his hands. He clenched his hand into a fist a couple of times. Huang Yang asks, "What's the matter?" The paladin replies that the technique has greatly increased his strength, but despite the fact that he has not fought or used it, his body hurts. The rector explained that Seraphim's bloodline is too strong, so now it takes a lot of strength. It is better to save it as a last resort. The dean of elemental magic thought that for other freshmen, catching up with Zhou Yi might just be an impossible dream. The mentor assumes that his sister's bloodline is no weaker than Zhou Yi. If he wants to, he can awaken his sister's bloodline with a lotus pill. The rector said that the student can go and rest. Zhou Yi disappeared. Huang Yang asked the rector how the young man came under the influence of the evil god's power. Otherwise, it would be a great loss. To which the rector replies that he will begin an investigation, and it was thanks to the protection of the god of light that Zhao Hao managed to survive. Meanwhile, the paladin was thinking that he needed frost grass to create the pill. He didn't know where or how to get this item. After looking at his account and the number of medals, he realized that he could easily buy frosty grass at the university store. Someone knocked on his door. He wondered who might have been brought in at that time. It was Miss Su. Zhou Yi immediately asked what business the girl had with him. Miss Su immediately noticed the drastic changes in the young man. She felt the pressure, which was most likely due to the nobility of the bloodline. She said she had an assignment from Dean Wu to bring the promised resources to him. The guy asked why Dean Wu was giving him resources if his mentor was the rector. She sat down on the sofa, wondering what to say. Ms. Su explained that Wang Hui would be a personal mentor, but the usual classes would be held at the military faculty. Zhou Yi asked the girl about her connection with the military faculty, because she is a magician. She smiled slyly and answered with a question if he thought that a magician could not teach at the military faculty. The paladin replied that he could. She waved her hand, and chests appeared in front of them. The girl told the young man to familiarize himself with the resources. A table with a description of the items appeared in front of him. He immediately found a frosty grass and chose it without hesitation. Zhou Yi was glad to find what he needed, all thanks to the elixir of luck. After he gets the lotus, buys a few ingredients, he can start creating the pill. He thanked Miss Su and signed up for the system. The girl said that since they had sorted it out, she needed to tell him something. She began to scold him for his recklessness when he goes deep into the Stormwind Mountains. The young man must make sure that he has the opportunity to defend himself before taking action. But she doesn't know that everything is under the control of the Zhou Yi system. Sadly, she added that many geniuses graduated, but few became the elite. Many of them were victims of accidents or died. The girl explained that she did not find fault, to which Zhao replied that he understood and would remember. The young man asked Miss Su if she could recommend safe training grounds for gaining combat experience. She just asked what kind of monster he was. They enter one of these indoor training grounds. The girl says that the guy can use robots to conduct real fights. They can be configured with different difficulty levels. She explained that these robots have 10 levels of combat forms. A robot of the latest form can be compared to a professional of the 22nd level. Ms. Su added that the fight would be recorded using cameras that surrounded Zhou Yi. The data will also be tracked. Then they will provide a report after the fight. The girl says that the student can take a break at any time. She advises starting with an easy difficulty level, since blades and knives do not have sensory organs. Miss Su is about to leave and finally tells the young man not to overexert himself. To start a fight, he only needs to give a command to the camera. Immediately after Miss Su leaves, Zhou Yi starts the fight by activating the 7th level form. The camera understood the order and started the program. The cars started up and got ready for battle. The training devices have prepared their guns. They lined up in a column ready to start training. The camera notified that the recording of the fight had begun. 50 combat training robots have been activated. She warned that the combat uniform is level 7. After the warning, a shell flew into Zhou Yi. He managed to dodge. All the cars started firing bullets and bombs. The young man was very agile and fast. He dodged nimbly. The student wanted to test the power of ice, which he received after merging with the ice bloodline. He strikes the first car. From the back, another car strikes. The guy manages to protect himself with an ice shield with his second hand, while the first freezes the car. He made sure that the power of ice is quite useful. A vortex of icy force surrounds Zhou Yi while the cars were advancing. Closing his eyes, he said it was the wind's turn. With the help of wind and ice, the young man used the ice storm attack. The devices that were nearby immediately froze. Zhou Yi created a pentagram of icy power. He squeezed his hand, Using the explosion skill, the whole room was covered with ice. Zhou Yi exhaled cold air. The training system congratulated you on passing the level 7 combat uniform test. She began to calculate the result. Based on the results, Zhou Yi realized that the power of ice is very effective against the enemy. The test was easy to pass, but he was interested in the maximum difficulty. He ordered the camera to activate a level 10 combat uniform. The camera notified that due to excessive damage to the training robots, a level 10 combat uniform backup protocol was initiated. The training robot has been activated. Zhou Yi saw the device. The camera said that the level 10 combat uniform would be replaced with an extra-class training robot. The characteristics of an extra-class robot are equivalent to those of an ordinary level 25 robot, and the highest level of intellectual powers is also activated. The camera warned that if the fight threatens safety, then the student should immediately stop the battle. Zhou Yi, pleased with the answer, said that this was exactly what he wanted. Now he can give his all. The countdown went to 3, 2, 1. The extra-class robot attacked as soon as the training started. The device made attacks on the student without stopping. Before he could bend, his feet got stuck in the ice. He was also surprised that the robot was using the power of ice. The mechanical arm was ready to strike. The robot hit the ice where Zhou Yi was stuck, but he used the ice phantom. The young man got out of the ice and raised his hammer over the robot. He wanted to disarm the device first. The impact caused the robot to lean back. The mechanism used a different force to attack. Due to a surprise, the hammer falls out of Zhou Yi's hands. A robot was watching his actions. His attack was for the purpose of disarming. After landing, the guy began to assume that maybe he was copying his skills, and the camera was sharing battle data with him. The robot notified that the synchronization of the attack system has been completed, and its combat capabilities have been increased. A powerful ray of energy is coming out of his limb. Zhou Yi fights back with his arm, which is covered in power. One of the robot parts started and completed the optimization of the weapon module. The iron animal moved towards Zhou Yi. The guy saw a mechanical animal. He was surprised that the cannon had transformed into a mechanical wolf. The guy fought off the wolf with one hand, restrained the attack with the other. He realized that the robot could copy the storm wolves, and it seems he has no choice but to fight with brute force. The strong flow of energy that came from Zhou Yi threw back the mechanical wolf and the robot. He used the divine body of an angel. The Paladin asked the mechanism if it dared to copy the angel's body. Meanwhile, Chu Ran was going through identification, leaning her palm against the computer. By agreeing to become Mr. Song's disciple, she gained access to a huge number of rare resources and made progress in her development. Now she wants to try out a level 7 combat uniform. But the system did not let her into the training, as the training robots were seriously damaged, and a student with the 10th level was already studying there. She wondered who might be there, because even little brother Zhou Yi would have a hard time fighting with such a combat uniform. Sacred chains appeared from the portals. The guy said that this chain once immobilized him, and now the robot will feel this pain. He launched the sacred chain, and it broke the mechanical wolf into small pieces. The chain wrapped around the robot so that the mechanism could not move. The robot could not analyze the skill. Zhou Yi activated the Eyes of Light, which allow you to detect the enemy's weak points. The Eyes of Light showed that it was necessary to hit the center of the robot's sternum. With a smile, the guy realized that the opponent's weak point was the source of energy in his chest. He raised his fist to accumulate energy. The young man hit the robot's chest. The mechanism will be destroyed by a powerful explosion. The robot initialized the final self-destruct protocol. A big explosion went off all over the training ground. Smoke blew out of the slightly open doors at Chu Ran. The system has notified that the level 10 combat uniform has been destroyed. Due to serious damage on the training field, it is recommended to visit it in a week. The girl wondered who could destroy such a strong training mechanism. She went inside and wondered what had happened on the field. The training field was completely destroyed, and Zhou Yi stood in the center. The system congratulated him on passing the test in 8 minutes and 32 seconds. The Paladin was very tired. He reflected that if it wasn't for the sudden attack of the mechanical wolf, he could have won the fight effortlessly. The guy thought that maybe he needed a magical pet. Chu Ran called out to him. She asked if he had completed the formation of the bloodline and how he managed to become so strong. He replied that he now had the Seraphim's bloodline. The girl admired the pedigree of her brother, because this is a rare pedigree. She has the bloodline of a succubus. The young man asked if Xiao Ran could take him to the magical pet market, to which the girl happily agreed. They came to the Alley of Souls, where the magical pet market was located. Sellers were shouting from everywhere about their offers to buy a magical pet, such as a fire tiger or a rhinoceros with a dragon horn. Xiao Ran asked what kind of pet the guy wanted. He would like to find a storm wolf with the element of wind, because once he had a chance to tame such a storm wind in the mountains, but failed. Then the seller, who had such a wolf cub, comes up to them. He greeted the guys and introduced himself to Liu Ji Shui. He is a third-year student of the Faculty of Logistics and a coach. The wolf cub he is selling was raised by Liu Shu himself. Xiao Ran suggested that his pets might be of better quality due to the fact that he is a Suhan jelly and a trainer. The young man agreed. The seller pulled the cub out of the carrier. He was about 10 days old. His talent is of the silver rank, and the pet is sold for 60 points. The young man asked if there was a gold-ranked wolf cub, but Liu Shu said these were rare pets. He can let you know if he shows up, but it will cost a lot more. The guy refused the offer, holding in the hands of the wolf cub, who snapped. The girl noticed that the animal is too small, and it seems that it does not finish eating. The seller was worried. He said that storm wolves are usually smaller than other large monsters. Zhou Yi said he didn't care and was going to take it. He has high hopes for the cub. The logistics student quickly gave the contract scroll with the magical pet as a gift. After the payment, he said that now the buyer can sign a contract and place the cub in the contract space. Zhou Yi, opening the contract, said that it was quite convenient. Meanwhile, Liu Shu was glad that he was able to sell the cub before his rank dropped. Because of all the cubs in the nest, he was the smallest. Putting the wolf cub in the center of the scroll, the hero said that he believed in the baby. The force that came from the animal amazed the seller. He shouted that it was impossible. Instead of a small puppy, a huge wolf appeared. Passers-by noticed that the purple color of the animal shows its legendary rank. Someone offered to sell a pet for 1,000 points. Xiao Ran snuggled up to Zhou Yi and said that he had a good eye. As soon as the pet received a boost from his magic, he recovered. The guy thought that he had underestimated the elixir of luck. Liu Shu was angry that he had sold a legendary ranked pet to a freshman at a low price. Returning to his small form, the cub jumped towards Zhou Yi. The girl asked if he had already given the pet a name. The guy decided to call him Xiao Hui, which means light gray. Xiao Ran picked up the pet and laughed at the terrible taste in the names of her brother. The seller of the wolf cub approaches the guys and says that he made a mistake, and now, in order to keep the pet zoo, he must pay another 1,500 points. Or he can terminate the contract and return the pet for 300 points. If the guy refuses to cooperate, the consequences will be unpleasant. Passers-by were sure that Liu Shu himself had not properly checked the pet's rank. His family has a close relationship with the rector. He might not be able to keep a magic pet of that rank. Zhou Yi replied to what was said from the seller, that it was arrogance to ask for more after selling the goods. Liu Shu was afraid of the buyer's reaction. The freshman got angry and told Liu Shu to come down from heaven to earth and leave here. One glance was enough for the seller to feel a powerful death warning. He's just a freshman. How can he radiate such power with just his presence? Liu Shu was trembling all over. He jumped up and quickly spoke that it was a misunderstanding, and Zhou Yi could take the cub away. Finally, the Paladin warned him not to come across him again. Churan asked if she could play with Xiao Hui later. Zhou Yi said that she could come at any time. The crowd recognized Zhou Yi, a student of the rector, a top 1 freshman. Liu Shu attacked the wrong person. Liu Wu Cheng, who is the brother of a loser salesman, was making his way through the crowd. Liu Seiyu grabbed his brother by the jacket, asking for justice. But instead of help, he gets kicked in the face. The older brother tells the younger one to leave and not continue to disgrace himself, since he does not know what it means when a freshman is awarded a gold medal. Liu Seiyu did not understand what he had done wrong, just that something got involved with such a terrifying creature. Zhou Yi noticed that the legendary Stormwolf cub can use the power of the wind despite being small. Someone knocked on the room while the young man was thinking that the elixir of luck was still working, and maybe there would be something better than this. Zhao Sheng from the Legion of Snow Dragons came to him. He brought an ice lotus. After handing over the package, Zhao Sheng said that he had to return to his duties. Zhao Yi thanked him and the commander. As he placed the treasure on the table, he was surprised by the speed of the Legion of Snow Dragons, who delivered the item to him in 3 days. After taking out the lotus, the young man was glad to get it. Once he turned it into an ice pill, the gaps with the awakening of Xiao Yun's bloodline would be solved. But in order to make the pill, he needs to meet the alchemist personally. Behind the doors, above which the sign "Alchemy will exist forever" hangs, a cauldron was burning with a strong flame. Zhao Yi greeted the girl and asked if Mr. He Tian was here, because the young man wanted to create a pill. He Tian's student, Lin Yi, introduced herself and said that the teacher was not in place. She asked what kind of pill he wanted to create. The student replies that he needs an S-rank ice pill. He showed that he has everything for cooking. Lin Yi was surprised to see such treasures. She asks where he got such rare treasures from. Zhou Yi laughed and said he was lucky. The girl said that he only needed to pay 800 points, and then they would contact him via contacts. The guy paid and gave his details. The students discussed that creatures from other worlds had been discovered recently. Numerous guilds and legions were ordered to return from the front lines due to the discovery of traces of creatures from other worlds that were discovered all over the country. Zhou Yi noticed that news of the invasion of beings from other worlds was spreading everywhere. Someone calls the guy and pushes him in the shoulder. It was Su Xiaolan. She was in the same group as Zhou Yi because her mentor is Dean Wu Man. The hero was surprised. Now they are classmates. She holds out her hand to the guy and tells him to take care of her in the school year. He reciprocates and shakes hands. The girl laughed because Xiao can take care of himself, but Su Xiaolan still offers his help for the future. Someone comes into the classroom. This is Su Mei, who will talk about monsters and scouts. But before the start of the lesson, an announcement is waiting for students. She says that there are large-scale invasions of creatures from other worlds within the borders. An image of the Legion appears behind the board. The creatures are not very strong, but their presence is taken seriously. To resist, the troops move to the 3rd level of combat readiness. The resources allocated to students will increase by 70%. The rewards after the tasks will also increase. The Abyss mode will be opened at 3 locations of the university, but to unlock it, students must buy Abyss stones. The students were inspired by the great rewards and the open Abyss mode. After all, now they can gain experience and get additional resources. Su Mei snapped her fingers. She called the students to order. The girl reminded them that their main task is to become stronger. Zhou Yi noticed that he is not the only one who raises the level, because Miss Su has also become much stronger since the first meeting. Miss Su announced the start of the class and asked to open the textbooks. After the lesson, a couple of students discussed about the unsuccessful sortie and the battle with the boss of the goblin dungeon. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking about his level. He no longer had to go to the Stormwind Mountains, and the Abyss-level goblin dungeon was the perfect place to gain experience. Seeing someone, the hero was surprised. It was Xiao Ran, who was looking out the window thoughtfully. Zhou Yi greeted his friend and asked what she was doing here. She came to invite her brother to try to go through 3 locations at the university, where the reward was increased. The guy wanted to do the same thing. The two of them entered one of the locations. The girl asked what level of difficulty her friend would choose. He said he wanted to choose the Abyss level. Xiao Ran waved her hands. This level is too difficult for her. There is a huge gap between their forces. She will be able to cope with a maximum of a difficult level. Zhou Yi calmed the girl down by taking her hand. He said that as soon as he finished at his level, he would team up with her. She nodded, remembering the promise. Blushing, Xiao Ran said that she would pass a difficult level first and wished her brother to try his best. Zhou Yi wished her to be careful. The students noticed Xi Mingxuan, who was from the world ranking. No one knew why he was in this particular location. Someone said that if you break the record of clearing a dungeon, you get talent as a reward, so it's not surprising that magician Xuan came. Zhou Yi was not impressed. He wanted to quickly pass the location at the Abyss level. He entered the goblin dungeon. Everyone saw that he entered the top 1 location among the freshmen. Someone laughed that a level 19 Paladin was too cocky for the difficulty of the Abyss level. Shin Min chuckled. He thought that the increase in the amount of resources allocated had made some people overconfident. After Zhou Yi entered the Abyss level, 400 points were deducted from him for buying Abyss stones. After receiving the Abyss stones, the system notified that he would now be moved to the goblin dungeon. And he moved. Noticing the surroundings, he wondered why the place looked like ruins. Perhaps this is the result of the goblin's takeover of power. The goblins saw him. One of the monsters wanted to attack from the back, but the young man immediately defended himself and hit the goblin. The monster collapsed, and Zhou Yi exclaimed what a shame it was to attack a young man surreptitiously. She immediately noticed that there would be a lot of goblins in this wave. An army of monsters with clubs rushed at the hero. Summoning his weapon, the young man said that strong opponents are worth challenging them. The hammer was in the guy's hand, and he swung it in a blow. In one fell swoop, he defeated several goblins at once, wishing them to go to hell. The monsters' bodies were shattered into pieces. The hero commented that these monsters are too fragile. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence. A second wave of goblins was coming at him from behind. It seems that the difficulty of the kingdom lay in the large number of kamikaze goblins, the hero thought. This leads to a huge expenditure of mana. He chose a strategy that would maximize his mark for the powerful skills of his boss. Continuously swinging his hammer, he used the Ghost Strike skill. The bodies of the defeated goblins burned with flames everywhere. The system notified the number of points scored for passing. Zhou Yi sighed that it was finally over. As he expected, the higher his level, the more difficult it is to raise it. Even though he has defeated many goblins, he is still far from reaching level 20. The guy went on, hoping that the rewards for killing the boss would help him level up faster. He opened the gate and was looking for the final boss. Finally, a huge goblin king appeared in front of him, who greeted the man and invited him to the place of death. Zhou Yi was annoyed by the monster's chatter. Angered by the death of his people, the king prepares to strike. The guy dodges a powerful blow. The student knew that this goblin king was strong and should not underestimate his speed. Despite the appearance of the monster, Zhou Yi's glowing hammer was reflected in the monster's eyes. The young man strikes near the goblin king's head, but he is thrown away by the dome that has appeared around the monster. This was his invulnerability skill. The goblin king laughed at the man. Zhou Yi realized that relying on physical strength was ineffective. The holy chain pierced the goblin. He didn't understand why his body no longer obeyed him. It was chained on all sides. The young man laughed at the monster's low magic resistance. Zhou Yi invited him to enjoy a special gift in the form of incredible light energy. The force hit the goblin directly. The king fell. The guy said that surprisingly the dungeon boss was weak, but he specifically saved a lot of mana to use powerful skills. He set a new record for the difficulty of the Abyss level, so he got a new A-rank talent. An Abyss stone appeared in the young man's hand because he should have already returned. He was thinking about challenging the dungeon once more, but together with Xiao. The students who were outside were watching the progress of their classmates. So far, no one has been able to completely clear the dungeon, and the reason was hundreds of goblins and incredible difficulty. Xiao has already passed her difficult level. Now she hopes that brother Zhou Yi will be able to pass his level. The crowd began to discuss the Paladin, who had passed the Abyss level and set a new record. One of the students pointed her finger at the results table, where it was seen that Xiao was the first one who was able to clear the dungeon at the Abyss level. The students did not understand how a freshman could defeat the Goblin King and become so strong in a few days. Brother Xuan entered later than Zhou Yi, so his progress is slower. But as soon as Brother Xuan's result is known, Zhou Yi will drop in the ranking. Someone came out of the gate and fell to his knees. It was the battered Brother Xuan. A young man ran up to him and helped him up. Wang Xuan said that the dungeon was too complicated. He had lost several gold rank items and still failed. Everyone was quiet, which is why Brother Xuan didn't understand what was going on. While the magician was recovering, the guy said that Zhou Yi spent 10 minutes and 56 seconds completing the dungeon and broke the record. The news shocked Brother Xuan that he spat out the water. Zhou Yi began to come out of the gate. The magician couldn't believe it. This is just a level 19 freshman, but the great magician lost to this child. He assumed that the Paladin had cheated. Forcing a smile, Shi Mingxuan greeted Zhou Yi and introduced himself, but the Paladin interrupted him, saying that he had things to do. The magician was taken aback by such surprise and impudence. Xiao ran up to the young man. They greeted each other. Blushing, she congratulated him on passing, adding that she had barely passed the dungeon of a difficult level herself. It is becoming increasingly difficult for her to keep up with her brother. He patted her on the head, telling her not to worry. Later, he would teach her everything, and then she would be able to go to the Abyss-level dungeon. Everyone was surprised that he was going to the dungeon again. He goes there as if he were at home. Brother Xuan could barely stand on his feet. His younger brother tried to cheer him up somehow, saying that he could try clearing the dungeon next time. But Brother Xuan had already thought about it, and went into his thoughts that times are changing, new champions are taking the place of the old ones. The magician decided not to challenge this dungeon anymore. In the dungeon, Zhou Yi deflects an opponent's blow to cover Zhao Ran. He tells the girl that this is the second time they have worked together, but it feels like they only recently went to Stormwind Mountain. She blushed with embarrassment and couldn't say anything. In another battle, the guy uses the light punishment skill. She remembered how he had saved her, because if it wasn't for the hero, she would have committed suicide, because she fell into a goblin trap. As she spoke, she remembered her kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek. The guy supported the girl, saying that it was a great honor for him to save her, because it was the starting point of their joint adventures, and there are many more interesting things ahead of them. Xiao Ran agreed. Meanwhile, the goblins were advancing. The girl notices that the level of the abyss does not disappoint. Zhou Yi explains that although the level of the opponents is high, they are quite weak. He advises to keep an eye on the amount of mana. The hero offers to fight so that the goblins do not attack them from behind. A weapon in the form of a longsword appears in Xiaoran's hands. Zhou Yi used his God's Gift, Protection, and Blessing of Weapons skills. They had each other's backs. The goblin charged towards them. The hero waved his weapon, warning his comrade that he would attack first. With one swing of the hammer, several monsters were defeated. Xiaoran noticed the incredible buffs of Zhou Yi's brother. Her base stats increased by a quarter, almost doubling her attack power. She was determined to fight. She strikes with a dark sword, which causes huge damage to the enemy. She noticed that with the buffs, Ziho and the Xiaoran asked how brother Zhou Yi got through this dungeon with such a boss. He replied that the king looked strong, but he had little resistance to magic. He can be easily defeated with a powerful skill. This time, the girl offered to take the initiative to defeat the Goblin King. She decided that she would try to use the demonic power of the succubus bloodline. Xiaoran struck with a demonic blade, accompanied by explosions. The attack hit the king directly, and there was a big explosion. But the monster only laughed, because the demonic energy, on the contrary, increased the king's strength to a new level. The monster used the shockwave skill. Standing on his feet, Zhou Yi asked Xiaoran how she was. The girl, holding onto the sword, admitted her guilt because she could not control her demonic power and allowed the demon king to devour her. The guy told her not to blame herself. He tries to use his previous methods. The young man used his light punishment skill, but the attack did not pass through the invulnerability of the monster. He threw it away. Zhou Yi realized that the monster's resistance to magic had increased. The young man told the girl that it would be difficult, and if he could not win, then Xiaoran would have to break the abyss stone. He reminded her that this was just a dungeon, and she shouldn't hurt herself. The goblin will attack the paladin. Xiaoran watches in horror. She kept blaming herself, but she didn't know what to do. Her other self turned to her, saying that everything happened because she was weak. An image of a succubus with her appearance appeared in front of her. The demon said that if she could fully control her power, Brother Zhu wouldn't be in this situation. Like hypnosis, the succubus inspired her to become stronger in order to help. To do this, the girl must release her true power. As if enchanted, she repeated after the succubus. Meanwhile, the Goblin King broke the holy chains. Zhou Yi knew that he couldn't let Xiaoran put herself in danger. He will have to use the angel body. Unexpectedly, the goblin got hit on the arm. She flew off to the side, along with the weapon. The power came from the girl. Xiao did not recognize the girl. The monster screamed in pain. His strength was running out. Xiaoran released a succubus essence that completely took over her body. She said with lust that Brother Zhou Yi would let her kill this monster. The Demon King was breathing heavily and looking at the succubus. He didn't understand why he couldn't absorb demonic power, but instead absorbed his power. The succubus, preparing to strike, said that for her it was just a snack. Despite his serious condition, the goblin wanted this power. He demanded it and rushed straight to the girl. She thought with encouragement about how disgusting it looked. She dealt the last blow to the king. The powerful energy hit the monster directly. Zhou Yi had never seen anything like Xiaoran's before. Suddenly, an announcement with congratulations from Jiangchu Zhanya rang out throughout the room. He defeated the Goblin King and gained 15 stats points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. The demonic version of Xiao Zhanya slowly descended to the ground towards the main character. She looked rather self-confidently towards the prostrate body and was glad that she had finally got rid of this annoying mantra. After which, abruptly, with the sound of a heel tapping, the demonic version of Xiaoran turned around in a circular motion. With a sweet smile, the girl turned towards the main character, hiding her hands behind her back. Snuggling up to the hero in a tight Xiaoran, looking at Zhou Yi, invited him to continue. The main character began to get a little nervous from close contact with the girl. The demonic version of the girl pressing her head against the hero made Zhou Yi even more nervous. And putting her hands on the hero, she asked why he was silent. Being so close to Zhou Yi, the girl used her tail to try to take off the hero's clothes, asking him if he really didn't like such a Xiaoran. She took the main character's bandaged hand and put it on her leg. Zhou Yi quickly pulled back his hand. He was very embarrassed by this action of the girl. He quickly moved away from Xiaoran, trying to keep his distance and adjust his clothes. Being so embarrassed, the main character didn't know what to say to that. To sense something was wrong, the hero activated his power. Xiao became serious. And looking at the girl, he asked her if she was exactly the person he knew. Hearing this, the girl seemed to understand what she was doing and, surprised, became nervous. She screamed loudly and sat down on the floor very embarrassed, trying to hide parts of her body with her hands. Sitting on the floor, energy began to radiate from her as the girl herself clumsily tried to explain something to Zhou Yi. Xiao ran, returning to her normal form, still nervous, said that it was all because of the demonic power of her succubus bloodline. The main character, approaching her and taking the girl by the chin, examined him and exhaled with relief, said that he thought a demon had possessed her. With a slightly sad look, Xiaoran removed the hero's hand from her face. The girl lowered her gaze and told him that this was impossible. Standing in front of her, Zhou Yi holds out his hand with a sweet smile and offers the girl to unite and repeat a couple more times. Xiaoran got up from the floor, and Zhou Yi told her that he was sure that she would be able to go through this dungeon alone at the abyss level as soon as she could cope with the demonic power. And their old friend, the Goblin King, will understand exactly how the main character thinks, pointing out the side of the armor that remained from the king. Xiaoran looked questioningly toward Zhou Yi. With a frightening look, the main character says that this is their goal. You need to kill the boss, but students need to consider a bunch of factors to get the dungeon reward. Even the ghost of the Goblin King screamed in horror to stay away from him. Elsewhere, two guys are discussing this dungeon and how difficult it is. Only Zhou Yi passed it, and one of the guys thought that maybe he was just lucky. The other guy said it was nonsense, because he was top 1 in strength and offered the guy a try. Suddenly, a general announcement about the passage of the dungeon at a high level popped up. The guys are surprised to discuss his cleanup, which the hero cleaned up even faster than last time, and that a representative of the elite gives their best more than anyone else. After that, several more notifications popped up, which shocked the guys. After all, it said that they had set a new record. He asked the guy if this wasn't the freshman who had passed the dungeon only at the difficult level, and now she had passed it alone at the abyss level. To which he replies that Jiang Churan is the second strongest among the freshmen. Under the sounds of pop-up notifications that did not stop, the guy in the gray sweatshirt turned to Brother Xuan, that now he understands how he felt. As powerless when you realize how big the gap is between him and the geniuses. At this time, Zhou Yi challenges the dungeon at the abyss level for the second time, striking the Goblin King with a lightning strike. Jiang Churan also challenges the dungeon at the abyss level for the first time, using his demonic powers. Challenging the dungeon at the abyss level for the second time, Zhou Yi and Xiao Ran attack the Goblin King together. The main character and the girl in the purple glow were returning from the dungeon. Xiao Ran looked at the hero and told how she had heard that the Faculty of Elemental Magic was holding a fireworks show for freshmen today, and she offered to watch it together. Zhou Yi agreed to take this chance and have a good rest after the work he had done. Coming to the street of the Faculty of Elemental Magic, the hero noticed the streetlights, which, as expected from the faculty, even they are powered by magic. Looking around the street, which was illuminated by moonlight, the main character said that they passed through the dungeons until nightfall, without realizing it. The girl thanks Zhou for his help, because thanks to him she received so many awards from the dungeon. But the hero says that the most important thing is her own efforts, and he just gave her a little push. Walking along a deserted street high on a tower, there was a statue that attracted the attention of the main character. After asking about this statue, the girl said that it was the magician Wei Yang, who was nicknamed the Guardian Deity. A large stone statue of a bearded man holding a staff was illuminated by faint moonlight. Once he defended himself alone against several legions from other worlds, and therefore his deeds were highly appreciated and famous all over the world. Unfortunately, the Demon Lord attacked him from behind during the final battle, and he died heroically. Looking towards the statue, the girl continues to tell him that his mind was completely destroyed and cannot be resurrected. Coming a little closer to the statue, Zhu calls him a great hero. Turning towards the girl, the main character says that he does not really understand history, and asks Xiao Rain to tell him about the dark times. Having caught fire with this idea, the girl agrees. Starting a story to explain everything, they need to start with the golden age that was 80 years ago. Starting from the year 2544, talented people began to appear, and therefore this year was nicknamed the Golden Age. Legendary heroes such as the Sacred Sword of the Storm Kang Ping Hai and the Sacred Fireblade Li Xiaoyang appeared. People like them are still fighting on the front lines. But frowning, Zhao Ran said that there was one but. After all, when people, having found hope, began to strike back at other worlds, the Dark Age suddenly fell upon them, bringing with it the craziest invasion of creatures from other worlds. A large number of scary monsters, ready to attack at any moment, got out of the portal. The elites of the Golden Age gave their lives protecting people from their invasion. After 30 years of struggle and sacrifice by millions of members of various classes, they have finally entered the current era of peace. Thinking that now that creatures from another world have invaded them again, the girl even thinks about what could happen is scary. Xiao hopes that this is just her guess, but suddenly the main character's outstretched hand patted the girl's head reassuringly. Zhou Yi tried to calm Xiao down, telling her not to worry. After all, a large number of creatures from another world just slipped out of medium-sized spatial cracks this time, and they are not very strong. In the same way, they are no longer the same as they were before. Even if the darkness falls on them again, only creatures from another world will suffer in the end. Calming down from the words of the protagonist, Xiao agreed, because they had been recovering for so long, and now they already have the strength to fight creatures from another world. At that moment, the sound of a projectile shooting into the air was heard. A bright flash into the sky, becoming a bright light among the dark sky. The scattered fireworks lit up the sky, and the heroes, noticing it, the girl joyfully pointed to the sky and told Zhou Yi that the show was starting. The girl suddenly took the main character by the hand and invited him to go as soon as possible. Xiao pulled him aside so that she could quickly take a better place where she could look at them. Zhou Yi agreed with her. The high-speed train passed with a distinctive sound. There was a hero in it who wished that Miss Sume was here, so that he could move with the help of the military teleportation system. Zhou Yi is a little unaccustomed to trains, because now there is an opportunity to use the teleport. On the hero's outstretched hand was a glowing blue ball that glittered brightly. Fortunately, the main character now has this ice pill, and Xiao Yun's illness will no longer be a problem. Xiao Yun stood in the lighted room and sighed and complained, and asked little sister Ching why Big Brother hadn't come yet. The girl with blonde hair smiled gently at the girl and stroked her head, told her not to worry, and that her brother had just called and he would be here soon. Zhou Yi held the handle and opened the front door. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiao Yun was surprised and immediately looked in her direction. Passing through the doorway, the main character, seeing Xiao Yun and sister Ching, raised his hand and greeted them. The girl rushed towards him. Smiling happily, little sister rushed into Zhao's arms and greeted him, from which the hero himself also smiled and hugged his sister. Holding her in his arms, he says that he was worried about her condition, but since she is full of energy, now he can relax. To which Xiao Yun, as a diligent girl, says that it is natural, because she took medication. The girl standing behind also greeted the main character with a smile, standing right in front of him. Zhou Yi greeted her in return. Approaching the hero, she asked how long he was going to stay here, to which he replied that it was 3 or 4 days. He is primarily here to complete Xiao Yun's treatment. The sister standing next to him was upset that he would be here so little. But after a second, her eyes lit up, and she asked Xiao if he had prepared gifts for his cute little sister. Summoning the object with a bright glow, Zhou Yi said, of course, and that he had brought this reward for completing the dungeon at the abyss level, especially for her. With this horn, by blowing into it, she can summon a gold-rank bear monster. After listening to him with a joyful smile, Xiao Yun clapped for her older brother, saying that, as expected from her brother, it sounds just amazing. Zhou Yi reached out and stroked Xiao Yun's head, assuring her that she would be able to become as strong as him once she recovered. Becoming more confident and clenching her small fists, the girl agreed with the main character. In the morning, in the light of the bright warm sun, 2 people were walking along the stone road to the building. Approaching the door, one of them in a business suit reached out and pressed the bell button, which made a ringing sound. After a while, the main character came up to a sudden sound and opened the door. When he saw the guests he was waiting for, he greeted Secretary Zhao and Mrs. Kui. The man in the suit, addressing the hero, says that yesterday he contacted Miss Kui, and she immediately came here. To which the girl told Zhao's secretary that Zhou Yi's invitation was not something I could take lightly. The hero replies that she overestimates him, and that he should thank her for coming to help him. The girl almost forgets to congratulate him, because he not only found the ice lotus, but also turned it into a pill with amazing effect. When Secretary Zhao heard about this, he looked very surprised and told Zhou Yi that S-rank pills are priceless treasures that are in great demand. Zhou Yi was able to obtain the pill thanks to an alchemist recommended by his teacher, and without further explanation, the hero suggested that they waste no time and cure his sister as soon as possible. To which Secretary Zhao agrees. After going down into a closed dark room, feeling insecure, Xiao Yun grabbed Zhao's leg and asked if this was exactly normal. Comforting his sister, telling her not to worry, Zhou Yi stretched out his arms and passed the ice pill into Zhao Yun's small hands. And sitting on his knees next to her and stroking her head, he told her not to worry and that she just needed to eat this pill. Looking at the small, shining blue ball in her hands, the girl agreed. And the main character told her that she would awaken the ice bloodline and this power would no longer bother her. Xiao Yun stood in the blue magic circle that appeared and signaled to Zhao Yi that she was ready. After activating his power, the main character told Mrs. Cutie that he would first put some buffs on his sister. A golden flame appeared around the hero. It enveloped him, but it was completely safe for Zhao Yi. Under the flow of a large amount of energy, the hero used the skills Protection, Blessing of Dawn, and Courage. Even Lady Kui was amazed by such a powerful aura of sacred light. The sister clenched her hands into fists with a surprised look and looking at herself told Zhao Yi that she felt very strong. Looking at the actions of the hero, Kui thinks that she may be a priest who has passed the second awakening, but it seems that she is slightly inferior to Zhao in terms of the purity of the sacred light. The main character interrupted Miss Kugi's thoughts by asking her to activate the magic circle. Upon hearing his request, the girl agreed. Shining with a blue glow, the girl activated the circle, lighting up the entire room with blue radiance. The magic circle under Xiao Yun standing on it activated, lifting her hair with the wind. The woman shouted at Xiao Yun to eat the ice pill that was in her hands right now. She took it in her hand and put it in her mouth. After swallowing the ice pill from her mouth, blue smoke began to come out, and her eyes shone with a bright blue light. Immediately after, there was a bright blue plowing, from which a strong wind almost blew away Zhao Yi and Mrs. Kui. Trying to hide her face from the wind, Secretary Xiao covers herself with her hand, while Sister Ching is surprised by Zhao Yun's icy strength that broke out, but suspects that something is wrong. The main character told her not to worry, and that he would deal with it. Activating the power and skill Halo of Sacred Flame, Zhao Yi lit up with a golden glow. He formed a blue ball in his hand under the gusts of wind, but then he immediately clenched his fist and broke it, saying that it was just ordinary ice. After consuming the ice pill, the hero thinks this will be the last explosion of ice power that Xiao Yun will experience. After completing the activation, his armor dissipated in a golden glow. A crystal barrier of ice formed around the main character's sister, covering the area around her, protecting her. Mrs. Kui approached the hero, saying that they had completed the most difficult stage. Now they just need to be patient and wait for Xiao Yun to complete the awakening of his bloodline. The main character agreed with her. The ice pill glowed brightly with a bright radiance as it began its activation. After taking the energy from this pill, the girl was covered with blue light. Xiao Yun removed the white bandage from her eye, and it flashed with a bright flash. A bright white dragon in a blue glow flew up with a quick movement. Under a large burst of energy, the very image of a dragon flew out from behind the girl's shining eye. The blue glow was blinding, and only the silhouette of a bright white dragon was visible from this smoke. The main character and Mrs. Kui looked at it, and the girl said that the power is very pure. It looks like Xiao Yun's ice bloodline has fully awakened. The icy smoke dissipated, and the protagonist's little sister was still standing in the same place. Xiao walked up to her and put his hand on her head and asked how she was feeling, while the sister was admiring herself. After showing the hero that she was alright, the girl replied to her brother that she thought she was completely cured. Being happy for Sister Zhu, Yi still asked her to check her status and see if there were any changes, to which the girl agreed. Summoning the power of ice in her hand and creating a bird figurine, the girl said that she thought her ice bloodline had endowed her with the talent to control the element of ice, and now she will be able to summon this power and control the ice as she wants. The hero tells her that, as a rule, ordinary awakenings do not give any talents. Xiao Yun asked the hero if she could get new talents. He tells her that she is his sister, so she was able to awaken a rare ice bloodline. Watching her, the hero thought that he and his sister had gained a lot of abilities thanks to the bloodline. Was there really a powerful class among their ancestors? But even if that was the case, their family had probably been in decline for a long time. He turned to Miss Kui. Even though Xiao Yun had successfully awakened the ice bloodline, he asked her to check her sister's condition just in case, to which Miss Kui immediately agreed. Secretary Zhao told the main character that Miss Xiao Yun had completely recovered and even awakened her bloodline. The mayor is taking this seriously and has prepared another batch of cultivation resources for them. Zhao Yi shook hands with the secretary, thanking him, and asked him to take care of Xiao Yun because he would have to return to the university soon. The secretary agreed without any problems, saying that it was an honor for him. And Sister Ching rushed to hug the girl. The main character looked towards the girls playing. Xiao Yun tickled Ching And even her brother's question about whether she had thought about which class she wanted to choose in the future could not distract her from the game. But after a little thought, she replied that of course it was a magician. The girl stood in the pretentious pose of a sorceress girl, while her brother said that he was suitable for her, and as soon as she reached level 10, he would find her a hidden magic class transformation book. Suddenly, with an evil look, the sister began to say that she felt a dark force awakening inside her, and it won't be long before she gets free. Zhou Yi became nervous and was confusedly surprised to hear this from his sister. Ms. Kui and Secretary Zhao were also shocked by the words about the dark force. The woman ran up to her and quickly began to check everything again, wondering if she had missed something and why the dark force had suddenly appeared, while the main character recalled a day in their lives before, when Xiao Yun had yet to awaken his bloodline. Then they played magicians, and the sister told the brother not to succumb to the charm of the power of darkness. Recalling this embarrassing day for the main character, Zhao Yi even hung for a second, and at the moment, when Xiao Bin was telling that she was the princess of the dark tears of the ghost eye, her brother's hand appeared behind her and grabbed her. Trying to escape from exposure from his shameful past, the hero dragged his sister into another room, offering to show her the true power of ice. Xiao Yun shouted at Sister Ching to save her, otherwise her taking would definitely kill her. Feeling awkward, Secretary Zhao spoke out first, saying that Ms. Zhao Yun would be an excellent magician, and Sister Ching tried to justify the girl by assuring that she usually does not behave like this. Kui was just trying to come to her senses after that. Exhaling heavily, Mrs. Kui, looking down, asked, as if to herself, about the dark magic that the girl was talking about. Continuing to play dark magicians under the weak illumination of the moon, Xiao Yun, taking off the white blindfold and with glowing red eyes, the color of which is emphasized by the darkness in the room, tells her brother that she will not hold back. She, flying up under the created block of ice, tells her brother that she will summon the spirit of ice and freeze everything that stands in her way, the girl says, activating her ice power and creating ice crystals around herself. Stretching out her hand on her finger, a small light lit up and the created crystals headed in the direction where the hand is directed. A large number of blue ice crystals flew at high speed, cutting through the wind. They flew towards Zhou Yi, but the main character, without even twitching, instantly activated the golden shield, and all the crystals shattered and scattered in different directions. Smiling, the hero put away his created golden shield and said that it looked like she had fully recovered, and now they could make a schedule for her training. Xiao Yun, hearing her brother's words, began to cough and put on her pajamas, trying to lie down in bed, pretending that she seemed to have a seizure again, and it looks like she won't be able to train with him. Getting angry, the main character asked her to repeat what she had just said. Suddenly being next to her, exuding dangerous energy, his evil gaze scared the hell out of his sister, and she became nervous and told him that everything was fine and it was just a false alarm. Xiao Yun collapsed on the floor, claiming that it was exhausting to train. Zhao Yi exhaled heavily and replied that there was nothing to be done, and his sister decided to leave the mission of saving the world to the hero. The guy activated his power, and in his open hand, a large, bright, spherical ash light lit up, from which fiery tongues of flame began to emanate. Seeing him, the girl's eyes shone, and her face was illuminated by this golden glow. A black wolf cub appeared in the hands of the protagonist. He introduced him as Xiao Hui, a magical pet that he had acquired, and asked to be allowed to train with Xiao Yun. But if he eventually surpasses her, then don't blame him afterwards. Taking the cub in her arms, the girl was very happy and agreed with her brother. She said that she would train hard with Xiao Hui. Holding the black wolf cub to her cheek and hugging him very tightly, Xiao Yun was delighted with how cute this baby was. From such a strong hug, the cub even howled a little from the inability to breathe. The little sister dragged the wolf cub after her, offering him to sign a contract of darkness and become companions. And after them, the hero said that he would not forget about Xiao Hui's sacrifice. It's already night, and now the main character can safely return to the university. But he hopes that a teleportation circle will be built in Lijiang soon, so that it will be easier to go back and forth. Walking down the street late at night, Zhao Yi thanked Xiao Hui for his hard work, whom he held in his arms and stroked on the head. Suddenly, he turned and looked away, sensing something. Out of nowhere, a girl with long hair tied in a ponytail appeared in the blue glow. Mrs. Su came down to earth and surprised the main character by her appearance here so suddenly. After scattering the blue light, Miss Su immediately got down to business. The national freshman competitions will begin soon, and you need to assemble a group of 5 people to participate. And she is here to discuss the composition of the team with the hero. The responsibilities of the team leader fall on the shoulders of Zhao Yi as the winner of the freshman competition, and now, as the captain, he needs to form a team. The main character agreed with her. Ms. Su called up the system screen, which had the names and levels of several people. These are the top 10 participants in the freshman competition, with the exception of the hero. Zhou Yi needs to choose 4 people for the team. Turning to Ms. Su, the hero said that he planned to select the 4 freshmen with the highest ranking. The woman was surprised by the words of the hero, and inquiringly exclaimed if this was too hasty a decision. Team matches are often held at the end of the competition, when general fatigue has already accumulated. This is a kind of endurance test for the team. That's why priests capable of restoring stamina have become so important. Although he can apply buffs, his recovery ability is slightly lower. And Zhou Yi's team should also have a reaper. Zhou Yi tells her that he doesn't need him after all. As long as they win quickly, they won't have to worry about it. Continuing, he tells Ms. Su that he is confident that he will be able to take first place in the individual competition, and in a team match, he can fight an entire team alone if he activates the Seraphim's bloodline. Exhaling heavily, Ms. Su thought that in the freshman competition, Zhou Yi's strength was many times greater than the strength of other students. With the main character, they may not need a priest, and they will be able to defeat other teams. Ms. Su said, since the hero is so confident, she will give the list of team members to Dean W. The hero told her not to worry, and that the first place will definitely be theirs. Changing the subject, the girl asked if he had already taken care of awakening his sister's bloodline. Smiling, the main character said that he had already done it, and all thanks to what she told the hero about the ice lotus. Ms. Su smiled, and was glad that everything had worked out. Remembering, the hero decided to ask the girl if she knew where Zhou was, and could find the hidden class transformation book. Ms. Su also asked if he was looking for it for his sister. Zhou Yi replied that this was the case. When he found out that monsters were penetrating through the cracks, he felt an urgent need for it. The main character wants to give Xiao Yin the opportunity to defend himself as soon as possible. Laughing slightly, the girl noted that he was a very caring older brother. And there is a hidden class conversion book in the university system. However, there is one but. The but is that it will not be easy to buy. Ms. Ji activated her power and a blue light began to emanate from her hand. Turning around, the girl tells Zhou Yi to try to do his best at the national freshman competition. And going into the blue blazing fire, she said that she still had things to do, so she would go. The main character, looking after her, illuminated by the blue light from the fire, wondered in surprise why she suddenly started talking in riddles before leaving. Being already at home, the hero logged into the system and realized that the class conversion book is really quite difficult to purchase. Even to buy the cheapest book, he will need 20,000 points, and it looks like he won't be able to get it in the near future. But he will try to achieve this goal in 6 months. Suddenly, a new ad pops up in front of him. It was a new task, which the hero was happy about. The hero says that the rewards for the previous 2 tasks gave him an incredible boost in strength. It looks like he will have to give his best to achieve a brilliant result and get the best rewards. There were 5 people sitting at a large table in the conference room. One of them, who was sitting in the middle, cleared his throat to start talking. The man started talking about Zhou Yi, who presented the list of candidates for the group, for the team match, and briefly he wants to tell the rest of the audience about it. And he began to list the names of those people who would participate with the hero. After hearing all the participants, one of the listeners exclaimed in perplexity why there was no priest in the main character's team. Another man sitting next to him supported the first and asked if it was too risky to form such a team. After all, without the support of the priest, the team's right to make mistakes is drastically reduced. An older man with a long beard sitting opposite objected that he did not think there were any problems with the composition of the team, and he believes that with Zhou Yi's abilities, he is more than enough to replace a priest. Having said that, he reflected that after completing the bloodline creation technique for him, no one in this room knows his strength better than him. Even without his teammates, Zhou Yi might have been able to successfully participate in team matches alone. The first person who spoke also confirmed that the hero not only can apply buffs, but also has defensive abilities, and his attacking skills are incredibly strong. It looks like he alone can act as several classes. The man in glasses sitting opposite agreed, saying that he had no objections. And making full use of Zhou Yi's strengths is an effective tactic in itself. The man with long red hair who spoke second also confirmed that he did not mind in this case, and hoped that the main character would still surprise them at the competition. The person sitting in the middle agreed and approved their generally accepted decision. An older woman asked the dean to take care of their training. After all, even though freshmen are strong on their own, it would not hurt for them to learn teamwork. Dean Wu agreed. Banging his fist on his hand, He said he would ask Misume to inform them to gather at the military faculty in 3 days. To the sounds of ringing chains that hold a large load, the main character performs a push-up exercise, but he is interrupted by the ringing of a notification on his phone. Zhou Yi stopped what he was doing and took the phone in his hand to see what had come to him. Catching his breath, the hero looks at the phone and sees that he has received a message from his mentor. He also organized an individual lesson for Xiao. This is his first class since the hero became his student. He's probably going to teach him new skills. Today, it is better to choose skill points as a reward. Having decided to check something, the hero clicked on a pop-up notification on which the rewards for the daily task were painted. After receiving skill points and characteristics for completing daily tasks, a golden energy lightning flashed through the hero. Looking at this, the hero said that with this system it is very easy to be ahead of other students. The main character and his mentor teleported into the thicket of the forest. Something in the distance attracted the hero's attention. He was surprised and tried to ask the mentor. There were several level 23 forest wolves running there, exuding evil, furious energy and ready to attack. The wolves slowly approached the heroes. Zhou Yi asked the mentor if his task was to get rid of these wolves. The mentor also said that this is the private training ground of the Tianyu Association, which he founded. Above, a terrifying silhouette of a dragon appeared in the gray-blue sky, leaving behind a silhouette of blue flames. Noticing him, all the wolves immediately became very alert. They looked very scared in the presence of such a monster. Whimpering in fear, they rushed off in the opposite direction, in the hope of avoiding a terrible fate. Even the main character was very surprised to see a dragon in the sky of this place. The mentor said that this is an epic dragon of the 62nd level, the magical pet of his senior student, responsible for scaring away monsters in this forest. The hero said that it's hard to imagine how strong he is, since he has such a pet. Proudly continuing to tell, he says that his senior teacher has already equaled him at 30 and reached the 64th level, and the fighting abilities surpass even the mentor, which is why he handed over the Tianyu Association to him without hesitation. The hero was very surprised that there is a man who has the 64th level at the age of 30, calling his talent simply incredible. Patting the hero on the shoulder, the mentor laughed, saying that over the years he had seen many professionals, but Zhou Yi was definitely the most talented. He told the hero to work hard, and then he would definitely be able to surpass the mentor's senior disciple. Having activated his power and flooded with a golden glow, the mentor told Xiao Yi to look carefully, because now he is going to teach the main character a special skill. The mentor called for a shield of sacred light. A huge shield symbol in gold color appeared in space and shone brightly in the gusts of wind, knocking down even birds flying nearby. Zhao Yi, seeing such a powerful attack of such size, was very surprised and could not take his eyes off it. The enormous attack of the golden sacred shield began its movement towards demolishing everything in front of it and creating wind currents that blew away trees. Colliding with the mountain, a powerful attack in the form of a shield created a powerful explosion and a rumble very similar to that of an earthquake. Even the main character was knocked off his feet by a large stream of wind, which created an explosion of the collision of the mountain and the attack of the mentor. After finishing its action, the attack crumbled, and when the smoke cleared, there was nothing left at the scene of the collision. There is only one trace of an explosion and an empty burnt earth. The hero, upon seeing this, was shocked by the strength of the professional awakened for the 3rd time. Forming a book in golden fire in his hand, the mentor told Zhou Yi that this was the first skill he was going to teach the main character, the shield of sacred light. He handed the book to Zhou Yi and told him to just connect his mind to the skill book and use the glasses to learn it. Having understood the guidance from the mentor, the hero began to carry them out. The description in the book is about this skill. He creates 2 shields that will gradually converge and, upon collision, cause a powerful explosion, causing huge damage to the enemy, and at the same time allowing allies to pass through them. The hero has learned the Shield of Sacred Light skill. Now he has it at the 1st level. The book burned in Zhao Yi's hands, and the hero himself was surprised by the note, saying that it was a Paladin's legacy skill, and asked where it came from the mentor. Smiling, the mentor said that the Shield of Sacred Light was created by the ancestor of the main character, who passed his 3rd awakening. The mentor inherited this skill from his mentor, and now he is passing it on to Zhao Yi. Having said that the main character has already mastered it, the mentor suggested that he demonstrate it now. Zhou Yi agreed with the mentor. Standing in an attacking position and aiming towards Zhao and began activating the Shield of Sacred Light skill, his hands glowed with a golden glow. 2 golden shields appeared next to the hero, slightly taller than the hero. They stood opposite each other, waiting for the next action from the main character. Xiao pulled his hands together and gave the command to the two shields to approach. Heading towards each other, the shields collided and caused quite a big explosion. The wind that rose from him lifted the hair and clothes of Zhou Yi, who was standing next to him. A mentor approached Zhou Yi, impressed by his work. The hero can achieve such a result with the help of a shield of sacred light of the first level, and he said that this skill was prepared for team matches. Thus, the main character will be able to use it to divide the battlefield and limit the actions of the enemy. A pit has formed at the site of the explosion, from which gray transparent smoke still emanates. Suddenly, there was a clap of huge wings in the sky, and with a sharp movement from above, a dark scarlet dragon descended with a rapid movement, and standing behind the mentor, the dragon flashed bright yellow eyes. Now that the hero has mastered this skill, it's time for a few lessons. The mentor told the hero Zhou Yi that the dragon Graglin, at the mentor's signal, would order the monsters to attack the hero. He stroked the huge dragon Graglin, who was leaning towards him, and told the hero that it only depended on him how much experience he would get for their extermination. Zhou Yi agreed, showing that he was ready to start the task. The huge, dark scarlet dragon Growlin opened its mouth with large, sharp fangs and let out a loud roar that resounded throughout the area, lifting the restriction and signaling the start of the test. Upon hearing the signal, the monsters began to growl loudly and ferociously, looking with scarlet and bloody eyes and feeling the call of the hunt. Alarmed birds flew into the sky, and dragon-like monsters began to move towards the main character. Dark scarlet powers radiated from them. Two scarlet eyes suddenly appeared and shone in the bushes among the trees in the pitch darkness. With a sharp movement, one of the monsters that appeared tried to attack the standing protagonist. Opening its mouth with sharp fangs, the monster did not hesitate to attack. Expecting an attack on himself, the hero activated his powers and, looking up with a smile, even rejoices that the monsters are finally here. His eye glowed with a golden flame due to the use of his powers. Unable to withstand the hero's power, the monster was instantly destroyed. Zhou Yi easily cut the head of the monster that was trying to attack him with one swift movement. A large number of monsters of different levels instantly appeared next to Zhou Yi and glared at him, preparing to attack, while the main character confidently stood surrounded by them and imposed buffs, God's gift, protection, on himself, as well as the blessing of dawn and courage. Standing in front of the huge monsters surrounding him, glowing from the superimposed skills, the hero is not a bit afraid of the next battle. With the help of a large amount of energy, he kicked off the ground with his feet, causing electric flashes in the wake and lifting small particles of sand from the ground. Soaring into the air, the main character found himself above a huge, growling monster. Striking him with the golden flame of Zhou Yi in his other hand, he activated the ice crystals. The main character stretched out his hand towards the monster and sent a large number of blue ice crystals there at high speed. Hitting right on target, the monster roared loudly in pain and began to be covered with ice from the cold crystals. And after the attack of the crystals, he immediately used the power of the flame towards another enemy who appeared nearby and enveloped the monsters in a searing fire. Without wasting a second, Zhou Yi instantly struck at him and cut the monster with his weapon, leaving a strong electric trail behind him, and immediately redirected his attack on the frozen monster, smashing it along with the ice in which he was imprisoned. The monster of defeats by the main character's attack growled in pain, exposing sharp fangs, but unable to do anything. Taking the weapon in his other hand, Zhu expertly shifted it for the next blow, deftly conducting attacks on monsters attacking the main character. Zhou Yi continued to deliver quick, decisive blows one after another and defeated them without any difficulty. After a while, after spending the night fighting monsters, in the morning, when the sun rose and illuminated the place with its rays, the main character, tired, sat among the raised smoke on the ground, catching his breath. His mentor came to meet him, smiling, and asked the hero if he was tired. The morning sun was warm behind him, walking towards Xiao, and he said that he did not expect the hero to use up all his stamina and mana. And then he asked if there would be more monsters, if he was afraid, to which the main character replied that no, because the mentor is here. They were talking while the main character was recovering from defeating a huge number of monsters, whose bodies lay scattered nearby. Zhou Yi took out a beautiful blue glass bottle containing a blue liquid. The hero opened it and raised it to his mouth and began to drink greedily, From fatigue and thirst, he even accidentally spilled some elixir. Wiping the face around the main character, green pluses appeared. His stamina and mana recovered, and he himself thought that it was really nice to feel the excitement of hunting for experience points. Standing on the ground under the rays of the morning sun, the hero raised his hand and began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Zhou Yi opened the skill window and told himself that he could level up the shield with skill points. Having raised the level of the Sacred Light Shield skill first to the second level, and then immediately to the third, Zhou Yi said in surprise and joy that the shield's power had reached a new level. The mentor praises Zhou Yi, saying that he expected the hero to destroy 100 monsters, but in the end he defeated about 400. Zhou Yi looked back and replied that it was all thanks to his instructions, otherwise he would not have been able to make such progress. Having risen from the pit to the mentor, the main character together with him began to leave this place. The mentor tells the hero that, since he is going to assemble a team without a priest, then as his disciple, Zhou Yi must keep his cool in any situation. The hero, illuminated by the warm, bright morning sun, turned to his mentor and confidently told him not to worry, because while he was here, the first place was in their pocket. There was a recreation center in the thicket of the Stormwind Mountain Forest. 4 girls were walking towards the recreation center building, at the same time discussing something. The building was wooden and a little dilapidated among trees and various plants. The voices of other people resting in this place could also be heard from there. From the mouthpiece came the announcement of the imminent start of the national freshman competitions. 280 universities from all over the country will take part in it, and the most important question that interests everyone is who will become the winner. There were a lot of people in the recreation center. Everyone was chatting animatedly, resting and replenishing supplies. 2 girls sitting at the counter were checking their tablet, which finally had a list of all the participants. Another sitting girl exclaimed in surprise when she saw that there was no priest in the Suhan University team, and usually, such a non-standard composition was used by lesser-known educational institutions. 2 girls very similar to each other jumped up to them from behind, and one of them told the people sitting that Zhu was in this team, and after all the captain. When another added about Jiang Chu-ran, who became his deputy. Looking at the tablet, the girl suddenly laughed out loud after reading the comments in which people write that, without a priest, their team is wrong. Reading further, where they write that without a priest they will definitely lose, the girls laughed even more, claiming that they don't know yet how strong Zhou Yi is. Enraged by the noise, the sitting girl screamed about who they were. Another team nearby at another table heard their conversation. One of the girls asked Jun to tell the waiter that she would pay for them. Taking a glass, the girl in armor, and with a long scythe who remained in her place, thought that if there was no priest in the team, even the presence of Zhou Yi would not help, and this year, the victory would be for them. The main character being in the training room, in which an announcement was made congratulating him on passing the level 10 combat uniform test in 6 minutes and 12 seconds, as well as with a final score of excellent and painted damage inflicted. After leaving the training room, Zhou Yi was clearly unhappy. The training work became too easy for him after he reached level 22. It looks like he will have to turn to Miss Su for help, the hero reasoned. Just at that moment, the phone in his jeans pocket lit up and rang, which displayed Miss Su's name. After answering the phone, the girl told Zhou Yi that Dean Wu was starting special training today, and that he should go to the training ground of the military faculty right now. The hero agreed and gathered at the appointed place. Delighted that training for several days was finally beneficial, the main character clenched his fist along with a burst of energy of his strength. Approaching the entrance to the room he needs, a voice comes from her, saying about the upcoming competition. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep last night. Another person replied that he couldn't wait to wave his fists. When the main character went inside, the man telling them that if they did not take the first place this year, abruptly stopped. The other person continued, talking about the strength of the main character and that they would definitely take the first place with him. Finally, the others noticed the arrival of Zhou Yi. One of those present joyfully told the hero that he had finally come, and the girl sitting next to him got up from her seat. She immediately ran up to Zhou Yi and slightly displeased told him that they were waiting for him. The hero, smiling awkwardly, apologized to the girl for being late. He also turned towards Dean Wu and Miss Su, apologizing once again for being late, but in front of them. The man said that it was okay and offered to introduce the main character to the team members. The first to be introduced was Wei Teijin, a level 18 warrior. A girl with shoulder-length dark hair and a short one on one side turned to the hero and thanked him for the invitation. The second girl was Tang Ling Shi. She is a level 18 magician. Standing in front of Zhou Yi, She covered part of her reddened face and nervously averted her gaze. The girl awkwardly greeted Zhou Yi. After interrupting, Dean Wu used his strength to examine the hero. His eyes lit up yellow, and he said that he did not expect such a rapid increase in the level of the protagonist under the leadership of Wang Hui. Hearing this, Xiao abruptly turned towards Zhao, who was sitting next to her, and asked in surprise if he had raised his level again. The hero replied that it was thanks to the help of his mentor that he managed to improve his skills. Dean Wu attracted the attention of everyone sitting down, saying that they had little time and he would be brief. The man will become their coach to help them prepare for national competitions. He will prepare them for a team match, an individual match, and a survival match. At today's training session, he will check if they can act as a team. Later, they will challenge the Abyss-level Goblin dungeon with their squad, and the university will take care of any expenses. Everyone was listening to him attentively, but Tang Lingxi was looking at the main character in embarrassment all the time. Covering herself, she reflected that it was no wonder that Miss Su had urged her and Taixin to raise their level to the 18th, all in order to prepare them for a trip to the dungeon of the Abyss level. Getting up and heading to the right place, the girl, standing behind everyone with the hero, kept looking at him, thinking that they were all quite strong and their team would easily pass the dungeon, not to mention Zhou Yi, who could do it alone. Noticing the girl's constant gaze, the main character smiled sweetly and amiably at her, which Tang Lingxi was very surprised. She became nervous, and her face became even redder than before. Abruptly running forward, she buried her face in those shin, trying to hide her embarrassed face. However, Zhou Yi, who was surprised at this, stood and looked at her in disbelief, thinking that his smile was really so scary. All five of them moved with the help of a teleporter into a dark stone room, in which the walls were rather poorly lit, and only the light from the teleporter illuminated this place. They entered the Goblin dungeon at the Abyss level. Standing in the middle, surrounded by girls, the main character started first, and since they are working together for the first time, he asked to be allowed to determine the tactics of the fight, to which everyone agreed without any problems. He told Wei Taixin to take up protection and switch the attention of the monsters. Jiang Churan and Teng Li will focus on dealing physical and magical damage. Song Xiaolan and the hero will stay behind to finish off the enemies and provide support. The place was filled with a large number of goblins waiting for the heroes, standing in the dark places of the dungeon. Only their red eyes were visible, looking at the heroes and being ready to pounce at any time. The hero told everyone to get ready, as goblin monsters appeared nearby. After hearing the words of the main character, they took out their weapons, activated their powers, and the girls were ready for battle. Small and very angry goblins with a loud shout rushed towards the heroes as quickly as possible, brandishing their stone clubs. Wei Taixin was the first to rush into battle. Forming red combat gloves on her bitches, she pushed off the ground and rushed towards the goblins with a sharp movement. After landing on the ground, she shot down a large number of goblins. From her landing, there was a large burst of energy similar to an explosion. The ground under her fist broke into rocks and flew apart. She noticed and was surprised that the effect of her skills increased by 40%. There were golden flashes of energy around her, and she realized that this was their captain Zhou Yi's ability. The main character stretched out his hand towards Wei Taixin and lit up with a golden glow, activating the skills God's Gift, Protection, Blessing of Dawn, and Courage. Tang Lingxi, who was watching him, was very surprised. She could not believe what she saw, that he was able to cast overlapping spells with such incredible speed, continuing to be surprised that the hero had cast 3 buffs in less than a second, and that even a professional magician like her would find it difficult to achieve such a speed. The girl began using the skill. With a blue light, a bird made of ice appeared above the girl's head. Using the magic of sound resolution, the bird opened its icy beak and began to make loud, high-pitched ringing sounds. Not understanding what was happening, the goblins who fell under this spell, frightened, stood up in place and, losing coordination, began to fall to the ground, unable to get up. And the fallen goblins instantly used her two-handed sword to instantly deal a decisive blow to Xiao, absolutely not sparing her goblin enemies. The main character shouted at Taixin to be careful and that she beware of hidden attacks. Suddenly, several sharp arrows appeared from behind the girl's back. They flew at high speed, and they were ready to get into Xiao. She noticed their approach by turning her head sharply and turning her gaze to the danger threatening her, but did not have time to do anything to protect herself. At that moment, Wei Taixin appeared next to her using the shield skill and protected Xiao. Arrows flew off the red barrier, and some even broke. The girl noted that there were no goblin archers in the dungeon before. Standing aside were a few goblin archers who were level 23. They were preparing their next attack with a stream of arrows. Drawing their bows and preparing to shoot, the goblin archers began to giggle viciously. The main character menacingly flexed his knuckles and said that it seemed like it was all because the number of people who were in the goblin dungeon had increased. Therefore, they have improved their attack methods by activating the punishment of light skill at the very place where the goblins with the new goblin archers were standing. With a loud explosion of fire attack, the goblins standing there scattered in different directions, receiving heavy damage from the blast wave. Smiling, Xiao told the others that he would take care of these annoying bugs and leave the rest to them, and also thought in his mind that the point of this test was to improve the interaction between the team members. Xiao Ran and Wei Taixing, who held a large red shield with her height in her hand, agreed with the main character by switching to a new assignment from their commander. The girl in the orange kimono, while activating the skill, thought about how hard everyone was working, and she shouldn't relax. Using paper spell talismans, she launched them in large numbers towards the enemy. With the fastest possible speed, they rushed away from the girl and headed to the place indicated to them. When they reached the goblin, they clung to him, restricting his movements. The goblin was shocked that he got caught so easily, and the girl told him that it was useless, so let him stop resisting. After that, the girl in the orange kimono activated the explosion skill. In place of the goblin plastered with spell leaves, a huge explosion suddenly formed, instantly destroying the monster. Dean Wu and Miss Su were watching them. The man noticed Zhou Yi's speed, which has increased since the end of the competition, and the skills are activated instantly. The girl said that he chose a talent related to the speed of casting spells. Being pleased with such a talented student, she began to talk about Zhou Yi's incredible growth rate, and as soon as classes at the university began, he brought Jiang Churan to the top of the ranking. Feeling the excitement, Dean Wu, smiling maliciously and giggling, said that was why, to test Zhuo. And he slightly increased the difficulty. Mrs. Su was greatly perplexed to hear this from him. Xiao Ran continued to fend off the large influx of goblin enemies, using her two-handed sword and swinging it in all directions, exuding dark power from it. The surrounding goblins did not retreat, and the battle is hard for her, which is why she frowned. She activated the Shadow Strike skill and, with a bright purple flash, rushed to inflict numerous numerical attacks, freeing herself from the goblins surrounding her. Her eyes burned purple and cut the goblins into many scattered pieces. The girl in the orange kimono activated the 5 thunderclap skill. One by one, spherical flashes formed side by side, which left no chance to hide and exploded, one after another absorbing a large space around them. Tang Lingxi used the Tornado Wind Magic skill. A huge blue tornado captured the goblins, giving them no chance to get out. Standing next to the huge tornado, the girl shouted to Taixing that the last blow was behind her. Wei Taixing agreed and used her strength to push off the ground, red waves that smashed the ground under her feet into flying stones, covering the entire surface with cracked and broken stones. Soaring up above the blue tornado, which was holding several goblins and had already begun to disperse, giving the girl a good opportunity to attack. Her leg began to accumulate red energy, which she began to collect for a blow. Activating her airstrike skill in a scarlet red light, the girl with all her might delivered a strong and decisive kick to the head of one of the goblins who was in the air and had no way to defend himself. After passing through them and landing on his feet on the ground, and destroying it into many pieces under him, a huge red explosion rang out behind Wei Taixing, which did not hit the girl. Getting to her feet amid the rising smoke of the landing, the girl thought that it was all thanks to Zhou Yi's buffs and how nice it was to destroy goblins so easily. Standing against the background of burning goblin bodies and smoke, she exhaled from the fact that it was already over, and starting to catch her breath from such a battle, she turned towards the others and asked if they really had finished with them all. Tang Lingxi, standing behind the girl and holding a flying ice bird next to her, said, "Xiao Bai says there are no more goblins nearby." At her words, Wei Taixing turned back, reacting to the words of the sorceress. The main character appeared next to them and laughed, saying that it was just a warm-up and the real battle would begin in the room with the boss, so they should not lose their vigilance. Confident in her abilities, Wei Taixing claims that there is nothing to fear, because his buffs have almost doubled her strength, and with this advantage, they will clear this dungeon in no time. The girl in the orange kimono began to praise the main character, because even alone he can easily clean it up, and together with her, Tang Lingxi started talking about how impressive their captain's strength is. Zhou Yi was embarrassed by such praise from the 3 girls, and covered his face in his mind and said how they would all drive him crazy. Seeing this, Xiao Ran chuckled softly, covering her mouth. After a while, the 5 of them came to a large wooden door with purple flecks in it. One of the girls asked if there should be a boss inside this room, to which the hero replied positively. Standing at this door, in a mysterious purple smoke, the main character reacted to the strange atmosphere from this door, and frowned at the thought that for some reason it seems to him that something is wrong here. But without giving it much importance, he stretched out his hand and began to slightly open the door, from which a bright purple light immediately came out. The main character decided that they should go inside first, and then they would decide what to do. There was a completely different monster in the room, much bigger, and in huge golden armor. He spoke in a rough, intimidating voice, saying that they were finally here, calling them stupid kids. The boss monster had the name of the second Goblin King. He was level 25, with the rank of Epic. This huge goblin boss, in a big golden armor, was in purple smoke. He stood at his full height, right in front of the heroes. Tang Lingji exclaimed shockingly when she saw a boss of this level with an epic rank, and Wei Taijing, standing behind her, immediately prepared for battle by standing in an attacking pose. She was also shocked, but the first reaction was to prepare for battle. The second Goblin King began to laugh viciously at the heroes in a terrible voice, saying that he knew about their arrival in the possession of this monster, so that's why he prepared gifts for them. He began activating the skill of his powers, and a bright yellow-orange flash shone above the monster's head, the light of which illuminated the entire room. The Goblin King held his staff in his hand, creating a large-scale attack. He began to laugh out loud menacingly. Looking at Tang Lingxi's terrifying enormous strength, her face was illuminated with orange light, and a huge fireball was reflected in her eyes, and her glasses increased the brightness of the attack even more. She immediately realized that it was a fireball skill. In front of her, a fiercely blazing fire filled the entire space, illuminating everything around. Standing in front of this attack, the girl froze in fear. Her cloak was blown away by a windy gust from the fireball. Wei Taijing shouted loudly at Lin Shi to step aside. The girl tried to activate the shield skill in front of Tang Lingxi as quickly as possible to protect her from the explosion. The sorceress lost her balance from the blast wave, and Wei Taijing, putting up a crystal red shield, restrained the fiery power from the explosion. Unable to withstand such a powerful force, the shield held by the girl began to crack, and fiery bursts passed through these cracks. Trying to contain the fire as best she can, she screams, saying that she will not be able to block the attack. The shield she was holding shattered and scattered in clumps to the sides. A huge fireball opened up in front of Wei Taijing, which was moving threateningly towards them. Tired and exhausted, the girl was angry, even though her strength had doubled thanks to buffs. She still can't handle this monster's normal attack. The huge second Goblin King continued to mockingly tell the hero not to worry, because he had long ago prepared the last refuge for them. Under the movement of a huge fireball blazing with a terrifying scarlet tribe with flames coming from it, which continued to increase, the monster boss laughed at the top of his voice, anticipating his easy victory. The whole room seemed to be covered with fire. The fireball had already reached its last stage of creation. Tang Lingxi and Wei Taijing, who were looking at this, were terrified, and the monster's voice filled the entire room and loudly threatened them that they would turn to dust. The main character quickly appeared in front of the girls. He managed to instantly appear right in front of them, standing with his back to them and stretching out his arm and starting to use his strength. They were surprised by his appearance, while Zhou Yi shouted for everyone to step back. The main character, slightly angry because of what was happening, activated his ice power, and at that very moment, a round spell seal with beautiful thin patterns glowing with a bright blue light formed on Zhou Yi's eye. 2 huge fireballs flew towards the heroes, ready to explode at any moment upon collision and leave nothing behind. But Zhou Yi manages to summon an ice shield towards them, which has grown in a crystal-like manner. Wei Taijing looked shocking looking at this, while standing behind Tang Lingxi, holding her hat so as not to fly away from the caused wind, shouted to the main character to be careful, since this is not an ordinary fireball. The hero, holding in his open hand a small fireball burning with a scarlet-orange color, from which many long streams of fire emanated, loudly said that he had finally caught it. Clenching his fist and destroying this ball, he really didn't expect it to be a little more difficult than he thought. His hand caught fire, the wind blowing it away, and the main character had to conclude that the strength of this boss is much superior to the previous one. The girl in the orange kimono began to activate the spell, asking the guys to let her take the initiative this time. Words of incantations formed around her, wrapping her like chains. And immediately at this moment, a large number of paper seals flew towards the second Goblin King as quickly as possible, which the monster boss of this dungeon was clearly unhappy with. The girl in the golden glow spoke the words of a spell that fate is determined, and the stars point the way. Paper seals flew around her, and each of them lit up as she continued to pronounce the words of the last spell. She activated the explosion skill, and there was a huge roar. But along with this huge explosion, which sent huge boulders flying in different directions, there was a loud, deafening laughter of the boss monster, which seemed to grow louder. The huge explosion began to get smaller and seemed to be concentrated at one point. There was also a huge monster boss, stopping his laughter, and began to absorb the caused explosion along with the fire. The terrifying voice of the huge Goblin King, laughing at the hero's attempts to resist him, asked them if this was really all they could do. The monster ruthlessly clenched the paper seals in its armored fist like ordinary pieces of paper. The girl was very shocked that her attack, which she had been working so hard on, was so easily annihilated and did not cause any damage to the boss monster. With horror and surprise, she did not understand why it did not work. Tang Lingji stretched out her staff, shouting at Sister Lan to let her use her magic attacking spells. Several red arrows, burning with fire, formed right in front of her, ready to fly in the specified direction. Along with her, Xiao Ran also decided, with Tang Lingxi, she would also strike at him, grabbing her two-handed sword. With one strong blow, she launched a powerful horizontal attack in a purple glow towards the monster, using her dark power. The girl magician activated her skill, Fire Magic Long Arrows, and a large number of burning attacks flew from above into the back of the huge monster, while Xiao Ran activated the demonic blade skill, also attacking him, but from below. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from hitting the ground with his staff. The monster of this dungeon used it to cause purple mystical waves that flew off the staff. The monster admitted his curiosity. However, with this action, their opponent created a solid shield, protecting him from all sides from attacking attacks. And he told the heroes that no matter how sorry it was all over for them. In the next second, the second Goblin King with glowing eyes began to create a huge energy ball in his mouth, from which a purple glow emanated and a huge amount of evil energy accumulated at one point. With a loud scream, the monster of this dungeon released a huge purple ray. He immediately headed towards the guys without giving them a chance to dodge or counterattack. With horror in her eyes, Tang Lingxi admitted that their level difference was too great, and no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to cope with this boss. But suddenly, at this moment, the terrifying attack of the second Goblin King is stopped by a golden shield, which the hero instantly summoned, pushing away a strong beam of the monster filled with dark energy, and only sparks fly around. The main character is confident, standing in front of such a strong monster attack, resisting a dangerous ray, protecting everyone with his golden shield, tells them not to worry and that everything will be fine, because they have Zhou Yi, and he will be able to protect them. Clenching his fist, Zhou Yi activated the scattering skill, and scattered the beam that so fiercely threatened the heroes into small clumps of energy that scattered to the sides. Wei Taixiang, standing in a fighting position and with a confident but at the same time angry look among the raised smoke, wanting to test and show her strength, shouted to Zhou Yi about the request to let her try to fight this boss in close combat. The hero, putting his hand on her shoulder to calm her down, but without taking his eyes off the opponent, told the girl that the boss was really too strong for all of them now, and, assuring that they were safe with him, he said to leave the rest to him. Using the Eyes of Light skill, a golden light shone in the eyes of the main character. Thanks to these eyes, he can see the level of this Goblin King, which is only one higher than the previous one, but all his characteristics are twice as high. And if he uses his secret S-rank Bloodline technique, he will be able to raise his statuses too. The main character realized that this too obvious step was probably Dean Wu's special test for Zhou Yi. He glowed with a golden glow, and since this is so, the hero decided to show them. A golden ball of light formed around him, from which sparks and waves of fire emanated, rising up, illuminating everything around with a warm light. Zhou Yi decided to use his divine angel body. Summoning his true power, the main character turned into a magical being, enveloped in a huge amount of energy and exuded great power. His one hand was covered in blue light, responsible for the ice, while the other controlled the fire in a golden glow. Miss Su, who was watching what was happening, she was worried and tried to convince Mr. Dean Wu that the difficulty of this boss was too high. Turning to him, she asked the man if it was really so necessary, to which Mr. Dean Wu replied that the current strength of the guys who are now in the dungeon may be at a high level, but in other universities, Geniuses from Modu University and Ching Jing University will become their rivals at competitions. Clearing his throat a little, the man continued that it was why he wanted them to fail. This would allow them to understand the cruelty of the competition. Ms. Su, after listening to Mr. Dean Wu, slightly whispered aloud some of the man's words, namely about the part failed. She laughed, and with a confident face refuted Mr. Dean Wu's statement, telling him that he underestimated Zhou Yi. The man smiled at her words and agreed, saying that he hoped Zhou Yi would be able to prove him wrong. At this time, in the dungeon, the Goblin King continued to mock the attempts of the heroes, and this time spoke to Xiao Yi. After the ridicule, the monster boss immediately turned aggressive, and already in an imperative tone, told the hero to use everything he has. Having started activating the skill, the balls in his hands were brightly populated. Starting to spin in his hands at high speed, creating windy streams, the hero replied to the huge monster that, if he wanted it, then so be it. Staying in the same place, the hero used the Shining Impulse, and bringing two hands together in the middle, the main character decides to respond to the monster with his own blow, and launched into it a huge, shining ray of energy, fire, and ice, in which he was combined together. A ray of golden flame appeared in front of the second Goblin King with the brightest light. He turned out to be so fast that the monster did not even immediately realize that he needed to do something to defend himself. Calling the main character an arrogant little man, the huge monster quickly grabbed his staff and began to conjure a huge ball as quickly as possible. And even so, the second Goblin King had to admit that the hero opposing him was worth something. The monster boss of this dungeon has activated the Apocalypse Fire skill, and when Xiao Yi's attack almost reached its target, the Goblin King's fireball collided with the beam while on the way, causing a huge wave of energy upon collision. Therefore, in the place of the collision, unable to withstand such an accumulation of force, a huge explosion occurred, covering the entire combat room of the main boss. The purple smoke from the explosion was so large that it could not dissipate immediately. Xiao Ran used her two-handed sword and thrust it with all her strength into the ground. Thus, she activated a barrier shield, protecting her and the rest of the girls from a huge flow of air capable of knocking them down. The waves of energy from the explosion passed by the shield, leaving a purple trail behind them. Sister Lin looked very surprised, and, looking at all this, was amazed at Xiao Yi's true strength. Unable to believe in such power, she still immediately realized that they were not on the same level from the very beginning. Looking at Xiao Ran standing next to her, a little nervous, the girl asked her if Xiao Yi had ever used this form before, to which Xiao Ran replied that she was also seeing her for the first time, and it looked like Brother Xiao had really shown all his strength. The second Goblin King, who had retreated from the main character's strong attack, was furious, and asked Xiao if this was all he had. Being seriously angry, he said towards the hero that, no matter how he changed his appearance, he could not defeat him. Xiao Yi clarifies by asking his opponent if he really thinks so, and at the same time activates another skill. A chain-shaped ring appeared around the hero's outstretched arm, and glowing gold chains with a sharp end emerged behind Xiao Yi. The main character used the sacred chain skill, and a lot of chains instantly flew towards the boss monster, wrapping it around his arms, body, legs, and head. These golden chains absolutely completely restricted the movements of the second Goblin King. In an attempt to make at least some movement, the huge monster boss lowered his gaze down to his feet and saw a large seal shining in golden light on the ground. He couldn't believe that such a great Goblin King had fallen into such a trap. Suddenly, the main character used the Spear of Victory skill, and a huge number of spears descended with great speed. They were so strong that they smashed the stone floor to smithereens, leaving only a pile of stones. The main character's bandaged hand exuded a bright scarlet flame. Confidently, claiming Xiao Yi loudly said towards the boss monster that they had now switched places. The hero continued to use his powerful attacks, and then the hero activated the next skill, Firestorm, in the place where the monster was stunned by the previous blow. Xiao Yi summoned a huge fire tornado, the flames of which scattered. The huge Goblin King, in great pain, began to scream loudly. Caught in a huge fire tornado, the monster boss of this dungeon could not get out of it in any way, and all he could do was scream at the top of his voice and insult the hero. Looking towards his enemy, the hero told him not to worry, because he has enough skills to cope with him. The main character wasted no time rushing towards the second Goblin King trapped in a fiery tornado, raising his fist and concentrating a large amount of Zhu's energy in it, and began using another skill. In a few seconds, being next to the monster, the hero hit the golden armor on the head of this boss with all his might. From the impact, electric flashes appeared from the place where Xiao Yi hit, and the armor itself cracked and began to crumble into pieces. While in the air above the second Goblin King, the main character, holding the blow still in the same place, used the thunderclap skill. A bright flash shone under his fist, and a bright flash instantly appeared after it. Such a strong attack did not pass easily. The boss's room was still lit. The dust raised from the ground in the form of smoke flew up from such a huge force wave and was slowly blown away from the battlefield. On Earth, the Goblin King in broken armor was amazed that the main character had not used all his strength all this time. He admits that he is really sorry that they did not get to enjoy the fight against Zhou Yi to their heart's content. The main character smiled and agreed with the boss of this dungeon, confirming that it was really hard, because they did not manage to fight with all their might. Continuing, Zhou Yi said that he really wanted to try out a lot of skills, but would postpone them for another time. Loudly saying that the monster was still breathing, the main character stretched out his hand in the form of a pistol towards the lying second Goblin King, and a bright ball began to form from 2 fingers, inside which a scarlet flame shimmered. From this small ball in the hand of the main character, a gigantic stream of fire burst out with great force. The hero said that in the end he would still have to finish off the second Goblin King. Mr. Dean Wu, watching this battle through the screens, looked very shocked by what he saw. Opening his mouth in shock and not taking his eyes off, the man frowned in disbelief that this was really happening. Looking through all the recorded footage of the battle on the pop-up monitors once again, Dean Wu says that this monster boss was specially configured in such a way that even level 26 professionals could not cope with it. The man suddenly turned abruptly and shifted his gaze from the screens to the side of Miss Su standing next to him and, looking very serious, asked if she had data on Xiao's training at the training ground. Ms. Su replied positively to Mr. Dean Wu and told him that he had trained there today before coming here to this training dungeon with everyone. The hero coped in 6 minutes and 12 seconds without any problems. And immediately after, Mr. Dean Wu replied to the girl that now he was not surprised that Mrs. Su and old Zhao Huayang were so confident in him. The girl said to Dean Wu that it was very good that Zhou Yi could prove his abilities to him. Against the background of the shattered staff of the second Goblin King, a large notification floated in the air, which says congratulations to the heroes that they were able to clear the Dungeon of the Abyss level in 21 minutes and 16 seconds and received rewards. A bright golden ring light shone around Tangling Shi, indicating the rewards he had received for his victory. The girl was very surprised to see that she received as many as 8,000 experience points for this fight. Behind the girl, standing in the golden light, Wei Teijing was no less amazed at such a great experience. According to her, all one clearing of an abyss-level dungeon costs much more than a week of training in the wild zone. Finally, the main character descended from the air, landing on his knee on an old stone and broken tile in places, making a characteristic sound of metal armor hitting a stone surface. His S-rank angel form dissipated, leaving behind only a golden trail. And next to Zhou Yi exhaling from a hard battle, a system window with a list of awards received popped up. Life. 11,236 experience points, 10 stats points, and 10 skill points. Xiao Ran, who was obviously very worried, suddenly ran up to him, with the sound of heels tapping, approaching as quickly as possible. As she got closer to him, she called the main character by name, and standing in front of Zhao Yi, and with a very worried face, she, frowning a little and worried about the hero, asked him if everything was okay and if he was injured, in the hope that he didn't get hurt in such a hard battle with the monster boss Goblin King. Noticing the girl standing anxiously in front of him, the main character was distracted from his thoughts and hurried to calm Xiao Ran by saying that everything was fine and he was just very tired, so she doesn't have to worry, because he wasn't hurt. Getting to his feet from the ground, he brushed off the dust and some dirt from his trousers and invited Xiao Ran to check out what rewards had fallen from this boss, to which the girl standing in front of the guy happily agreed with Zhou Yi. The main character, along with Xiao Ran and the other girls, came to the place where there was a huge golden chest, with the Goblin King's face engraved in the middle of this large chest. A bright golden glow emanated from him. The heroes opened it and flew out with the bright golden glow of the fire staff weapon, whose rank was gold and the required level was 24. A beautiful staff with a red stone in the center that looks like iridescent lava. After him, the weapon, Shield of the Spirit of Fire, flew out, the rank of which is also gold and the required level is also 24. It was a powerful and obviously sturdy shield of red color and with a golden stone in the center. Its structure was very similar to the helmet of a monster. The last item that fell out of the chest was the Ring of Fire Magic, whose rank, like the others, was gold, and the required level was also no different. A neat little ring made of silver metal and red stone. Wei Taixing, looking pleasantly surprised, loudly exclaimed that this award was incredible, and all these gold-rank weapons were what amazed her even more. Standing next to Tang Linxi, she also supported the girl in her joyful emotions. The main character, standing under the golden light from an open chest next to him, smiled sweetly at such a reaction from the girls, and told them that it looked like they were very lucky this time. Holding out his hand to Zhou Yi, he asked them if anyone needed any of these weapons, to which Wei Taixing, looking towards the hero, replied that the required level was too high and, unfortunately, she would not be able to use this weapon. Tang Lingxi also said that the fire element was not suitable for her, and she also refused them. Xiao Ran, like the two previous girls, turned to Zhou Yi and also refused, saying that it did not suit her and Xiaolan's classes. Therefore, the girl in the orange kimono told the main character that it would be better if he kept these weapons for himself. Feeling a little sorry for Zhou Yi, he agreed and said he would keep it for now. Taking the weapons, the hero also added that he would then put them up for auction at a convenient time, and then exchange them for points and transfer all the girls standing next to him equally to the accounts. Wei Taixing immediately objected to this proposal, because he should keep at least 70% of the reward, since they would not have been able to pass this dungeon without the main character and his strength. Xia Lian agreed with the girl and, looking very worried about her failure, said that Zhou Yi had defeated the boss when she could do almost nothing to help him, even if she really wanted to, but her attempts were unsuccessful. The hero, looking at the girls standing in front of him, smiling at them, still insisted on his own and said that he would just divide them equally so that no one would have to worry about points for a while. Xiao Ran supported the hero, telling the girls to just accept it, and Brother Xiao has enough points already. Although still feeling a little awkward, Wei Taixing decided to agree to their proposal. The hero addressed them, talking about the competitions that will begin soon, and that, having scored enough points, they will be able to level up. He also reminded them that their goal is not only the first place, but also to defend the honor of the university. The energized girl, clenching her fists in front of her, decides that she will try her best. Wei Taixing, speaking to the hero, assures that she will not let Zhou Yi down, and she will work even harder in training. Xia Lan and Tang Lingxi, who were standing behind the girl, hurried after Wei Taixing to also tell the main character and promise to do everything in their power and try even harder than now in order to become stronger than they are now. The hero, smiling broadly, rejoiced and said that success depended on their common efforts, added, and becoming more confident in his teammates, without a shadow of doubt, told them that he believed that their team would shine at these competitions. The Stone of the Abyss glows in the hero's hand with a golden light. The team returned back from the dungeon. The man claps, congratulating on the successful completion of his specially designed abyss-level dungeon. The guys greet Miss Su and Dean Wu with a smile. The professor praises, because their cleaning was great, thereby exceeding all expectations. He puts his hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder and notes that the young man especially surprised him. The guy awkwardly replies that he did what he had to do. Dean Wu asks what the student thinks about taking first place in national competitions, to which he replies that it is self-evident. A man likes the answer, because you need to be sure to win. Miss Su notes that the hero's abilities are universal, which allows you to use the following strategy. In the first matches, he can be a support that hides his true strength, and when the time arrives, he will give his best and crush the enemy. If they do that, then the chances of winning will be much higher. A colleague supports her. He wants the senior judges to see with their own eyes how strong Zhou Yi is. Even among geniuses, there are more and less gifted ones. The girl notices that teamwork is still not good enough, and they need more practice. Dean Wu agrees, and says that they will begin special training aimed at eliminating weaknesses. The man lets the team rest, while adding that they have prepared some punishment measures to maintain the students' passion for training. Zhou Yi was surprised and asked to talk about it in more detail. Miss Su waves it off, otherwise it won't be interesting, and they leave. The hero suggests that the team train hard together and prepare for competitions, to which he hears support. Two students are discussing how difficult it is to complete the goblin dungeon at the nightmare level, which is why they cannot imagine the complexity of the abyss level. They hear the conversation of the girls who are wondering if they could pass the abyss level in 10 minutes. Lin Ji says they've been training for a long time, and with the captain's buffs, 10 minutes should be enough. Passing by the guys, the girl says that Dean Wu gave her a couple of tips. She can't wait to get in there. One of the guys asks who they are, since they turned the Abyss level into a speed game. Another explains that this is the team that will represent the university at the national freshman competitions. The first student is surprised that these are freshmen. Looking at how the guys enter the portal, he is surprised that the highest level in their team was the 19th, and this one's 20th is the lowest. He was impressed by the hero's strength. His friend advises him to look up and says that this is Zhou Yi, the top one in the dungeon cleanup ranking. The student reads the information on the table about a unique guy and does not believe that in front of him is the one whom even professionals from the world ranking could not surpass. The monster comes out of the portal and threatens that it will bring death to everyone. He uses the Fire of the Apocalypse skill, which was in the form of a huge firestone. Wei-Tae was ready for this. She's moving forward. Her fists are covered with red solid protection. The boulder explodes on impact. The girl, having broken through the stone, thinks that now, thanks to her mentor, she has enough strength to protect herself from such attacks. She hears the monster saying that weaklings remain weaklings. The opponent advises her not to look down on him because of the small progress. A large force is moving directly towards Wei-Tae. Xiao Yi's fist sweeps past the girl's face. He takes the hit on himself. The monster's arm comes off and flies away. The team captain praises Tenshin that she was able to repel the boss's first attack. But now they will work together. Lin Shi tells the girl to rest and leave the rest to them. The monster is furious. It's going to destroy them all. The holy chains are flying towards the enemy. They bind him tightly and do not allow him to move, while doing damage. Xiao Yi mocks the monster's screams, because now he learns what pain is. They won't let him go, no matter how loud he screams. Xiaolan agrees, gaining strength. She draws hieroglyphs in the air. The girl uses the Divine Seal skill, in which many talismans are glued to the dungeon boss. Tang Lin attacks with the skills that Ms. Su taught her. She uses the ability Lightning Magic Thunderclap. A large bolt of lightning struck the monster. The boss's protective armor flies away. He's screaming. Churan makes a final attack. Her sword strike glows purple. The monster's head flies off. There was a big explosion. The system congratulated you on clearing the Abyss-level dungeon in 8 minutes and 36 seconds. The team received awards. Dean Wu approaches the hero and says that it was not bad. This time, their cleanup was flawless, and he had nothing more to say. Zhao Yi is surprised by the professor's appearance and asks why he is here. The man informs that the competition will begin in a week, and tomorrow he will take them to the venue of the fights, to Ching Jing University. Xiaolan is glad that the competition will finally begin. Churan says they've been training so much for this moment. Tei Xin can't wait to show everyone his true strength, and Tang Lin is wondering what Ching Jing University looks like. Zhao Yi was also excited. He was tired of fighting bosses, and now they had the opportunity to fight geniuses from other universities. Dean Wu says that for the safety of the students, he will guide them through a special teleportation circle of Suhan University. He opens the large stone doors and warns that they will head straight to Ching Jing University. The other professors met them there. The rector thanks Dean Wu for his work. He says that as the best among the freshmen, the guys carry the honor of the university, which took the first place 4 times in a row. Everyone is hoping for a 5th victory. The Paladin and the warrior take what they hear seriously. The rest also support the words of the rector. He asks Professor Zhu to activate the teleportation circle. He uses his staff to activate the device. The stone glowed, filling with energy. The portal opened with a blue light. A large stream of magic rained down on the portal from above. Everyone was watching. The rector wishes the students a safe journey. Finally, the group teleports away. They find themselves at the competition venue with Dean Wu and Mixu. Zhao Yi is surprised that they were transported to the university so quickly, because there are more than 2 million kilometers between Suhan and Ching Jing. Ms. Su explains that it's all thanks to the power of Dean Zhu, who is a 3rd-degree magician. Otherwise, they would have had to travel by high-speed train for several days. Someone meets and greets students and teachers from Sukan. It was Cheng Yun Chun, a mechanic in the 3rd stage of awakening. It's an honor for him to see them here. Dean Wu was glad to see his friend. He hits the mechanic in a friendly way and asks where he came from. Cheng Yun replies that he has come to personally take care of his old friends. He says that Suhan's students look pretty good. Dean Wu also praises Ching Jing students. He puts his hand on his friend's shoulder, saying that the forces of both sides will be tested on the battlefield. The professor wants to give some advice to his students. The opening ceremony will take place on the 10th, and the competition itself will begin shortly after that. After almost a month of training, the team has reached its limit, and they will not be doing any additional training in the near future, so the guys can rest. Dean Wu warns that there has been a surge of tourists in Ching Jing City lately, and spies of other races have been meeting there. Every year, demons attack young geniuses. That was the end of his speech. The man leaves the company, saying that they can have fun, but they must not forget about their safety. Already in his apartment, the system greets Zhou Yi and notifies him that he can contact her for help. The student says that this is not necessary. Ching Jing University seems to be quite interesting. The hero has some free time left, and having opened his system, he wants to use his accumulated experience. He presses the level up button. The guy got the 23rd level, but he sees that he is still far from the next one. He notices that most of his skills are still C and B ranked. Once he passes the second awakening, he will be able to master the skills of a Paladin of at least B+ rank, and he will even be able to master the A+ rank skill Pearl of the Apocalypse. Pearls of Light can protect team members, and Pearls of Darkness can deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. But the third awakening is still far away. Anyway, he will complete the task first. In honor of the start of the competition, fireworks were launched, which were watched by Zhou Yi's team. The system notifies about the opening of fights between freshmen. She welcomes the first team, the Suhan University team. The name of the university began to be chanted in the stands. The hero is not surprised that everyone wants to participate in the competition, because the view is impressive. Churan says that this is only the opening ceremony, and by the final the number of spectators will increase at least twice. Next, Suhan's rivals in the first round, Rongyang University, were welcomed. The opposing team had a negative attitude. They were sure that for the champion of last year they were just another step towards victory, and they had to accept their fate. Activates the lightning strike. After a series of attacks, the opponents were defeated. The system announces the winners of Suhan University. A new mosquito match is about to begin. Tang Lin comments, "That was too easy a victory." The guys were unhappy, because they could not move forward in any way. Even challenging the Abyss level was better than this duel. Zhou Yi says that the gate universities of Modu and Ching Jing are real competitors for them. Mechanic Cheng asks Old Wu what their secret is, because the students are incredibly talented, and the Paladin buffs are especially powerful, and how ordinary universities will be able to compete with them. To which Dean Wu laughs. He didn't teach much, just sometimes gave a couple of tips. The students have achieved this level themselves. Cheng felt cheated. After thinking about it, he leaves, as he needs to develop a strategy. A professor from Suhan reminds Chen that friendship should be more important than competition, to which the mechanic snaps. After meeting with his team, Dean Wu praises the guys. They don't have matches in the afternoon, so students can spend time as they want. Miss Su suggests watching some matches between high-level teams. Everyone agrees. Dean Wu warns that if someone wants to participate in an individual competition, they should sign up right now. Zhou Yi was surprised, because he thought that such competitions were held without registration. Mr. Su explains that, due to the different classes, such competitions cannot be held by default. The whole team announces that they want to participate in individual competitions. Dean Wu was pleased. He would write them all down later. The stands are roaring and shouting about the start of the competition. The leading system says that individual competitions begin today. The rules are simple. The winner moves on to the next round. The loser is eliminated. Chu Ran has a warrior opponent, and they will only fight in the 27th match. Xia Lan will have to wait for the 45th. Zhou Yi was lucky. He will participate in the 6th match against the swordsman. The girls were jealous of the captain. The crowd was really waiting for the Paladin's match, because everyone understood that in the last match he held back and did not show his abilities much. Someone was chanting the name of the hero, and someone was chanting the name of the rival, Brother Liu. It is time for the competition between Suhan and Chuan universities. The system introduced them. Against Zhou Yi was a level 18 swordsman, Liu Qia. Invincible. Xia Lan, a level 19 shooter, was impressed by his strength. A paladin can excel in support, melee, and spells. Zhou Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, mused that something was wrong with Zhou Yi's speed in activating his freezing skills. After all, even the magicians of their family are incapable of such speed. Suddenly, her family treasure reacted. She wasn't sure if he was conducting an ice bloodline. The shooter asks the priest if everything is fine, to which the girl replies that everything is fine. She runs away, finally saying that she has an urgent matter. Little sister Lan was surprised by the sudden departure. The phone received a call from Xiao Bai. The man answers the phone and asks the girl where she got so much free time, because the competition has begun. The girl reports that she found a guy with the surname Zuhu, who activated the ice bloodline. The purity of his bloodline exceeds 70%. The father asks if she is sure, because this is a high percentage. According to the video call, she says that she has to approach him to check for sure. The man says he will start an investigation to find out if Zhou Yi belongs to their Xiao family. Looking out the window, he thinks that if this is true, then his family will be saved. Meanwhile, the audience shouted the names of the next participants in the match, Xiao and Li Xin. The hero's opponent is told not to worry, to which Brother Xin replies that he is more worried that he will not be able to give his best. The mentor warns his student to be careful, because even he felt the danger coming from the Paladin. Li Xin heard Brother Wei's words and accepted them. He immediately activated his powers in the arena. His friends were pleased. Zhou Yi's opponent had a level 18 armor, because of which the hero would not have a chance to even touch Li Xin. They hope that the Paladin won't cry later. The students in the stands supported their universities. Xiaobai's father and sister came running to the stadium, amazed at the size of the place. The girl saw her sister. Deng Er hugged the girl who greeted the family. The father persuaded them to verify Zhou Yi's identity, and found out that he might belong to one of the branches of their family that separated in the Dark Ages. Xiaobai can take his sister with him, so that she can personally see the strength of freshman Suhan. Deng Er pouted, because she has nothing to learn from the support. The girl says the girl is wrong. If the purity of Zhou Yi's bloodline really exceeds 70%, he has the right to awaken a hidden class from the family. Deng Er was impressed by such a high percentage, because before that, the youngest representative of the main branch of their family had 40%. The father asks the girl to show a little respect to Zhou Yi, because he is her older brother, to which she replies that they must first see what the hero is capable of in order to decide if he is worthy of being her brother. The elder sister approaches Deng Er and says that they will find out as soon as they check his bloodline, but for now they will focus on his match. The girl agrees. The presenter announces the start of a new match between Suhan and Modu universities. Li Xin informs his opponent that initially he wanted to get rid of him light and quickly, but the captain said that the hero was strong, so he decided to give his all. Analyzing his opponent, Zhou Yi realized that Captain Modu should not be underestimated, since he could feel his strength. But there is only a level 17 warrior in front of him, who will immediately fall if a student from Suhan uses the punishment of light. But tomorrow he has a match against Ching Jing University, so he has to restrain his true strength, which was unpleasant. Melee is the only way out. The participants were ready for the competition, which began. Zhou Yi immediately used a defense skill that glowed with a golden light around the hero. Li Xin says it's just a dummy, although the aura is impressive. The opponent runs at the hero. He wants to do a low kick. The Paladin fights off the blow, surprised that this is all that Chuan University is capable of. With a clear elbow strike, he hits Li Xin in the face. He keeps hitting the warrior's armor, but it didn't help much. The Chuanan student was thrown back. He hits the protective field. The audience is perplexed as to how the support class knocked down a warrior who had the A-rank talent Steel Bones. The opponent asks Zhou Yi if he is not from a family of martial artists, and why his fighting skills are so strong. Warming up, the hero replies that he is just a little bit stronger, and immediately strikes the sacred fists. Defending himself, Liang Xin realizes that he will not be able to dodge such a wave of furious attacks. The Paladin continues to strike, breaking the opponent's defense. Zhou Yi is going to deliver the final blow, ending this match. The Paladin's fist is reflected in the warrior's eyes. He won't be able to block this strike. Already covering himself with his bare hands, he screams, "Stop." He gives up. Student Suhan manages to hit the ground instead of Liu Xin. A powerful wave went off from the impact. The opponent was thrown back. The system congratulates Zhou Yi on his victory and reaching the 4th round. It was hard for the hero to hide his strength. He couldn't help but hit harder as soon as he got into a rage. The audience did not understand how a simple paladin could fight like that, and Kakan could defeat a warrior. His melee skills were insane. Approaching the defeated Li Xin, the hero uses the sacred light to somehow help the guy. The doctors were already running with a stretcher. Zhou Yi apologizes for not being able to provide the punch as he gave up too late. However, he used a couple of healing spells to stabilize his condition. He leaves the rest to them. The healer girl notices the monstrous injuries of the guy. Li Xin was trembling as he was in pain. They say it will take several days to heal him completely. No one thought that Zhou Yi, being a paladin, could do so much damage. Xiaobai recalls that she has already said that Zhou Yi is many times stronger than the geniuses of their family. My father says that you need to have a monstrous level of strength to send an opponent flying in heavy armor. If he remembers correctly, there was one among the Ice bloodline who emphasized strength. With difficulty and embarrassment, Deng Er recognizes the hero's strength. The couple laughs at their daughter. He asks the older one to arrange a meeting. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi is watching Xiao Ran and Jiang Feng's match. He was sure that his girlfriend would cope. Xiao Ran's opponent was already at the limit. She didn't know how much longer she could hold out. The girl with the succubus bloodline was about to end it all by rushing forward. The opponent watched in horror. Zhou Yi's girlfriend strikes a shadow blow. Jiang Feng is falling. The system announces the winner and congratulates Xiao Ran on reaching the 4th round of individual matches. In the stands, they did not expect that the girl would be so strong that even the University of Fashion could not resist. They were expecting a match between Su Han and Ching Jing. The captain praises Xiao Ran. She replies that she was just lucky. The girl adds that if her opponent was Zhou Yi, she could only give up. The guy, laughing awkwardly, says that he would not have come out against her. Xiao Bai catches up with them and asks them to stop. The hero asks what the stranger needs. She introduced herself and explained the reason. Due to the awakening of the ice bloodline, he may be a member of their family. The guy doesn't understand what she's talking about. Xiao Ran explains that the Zhao family from Tianlan is an ancient family that has a long history and should not be underestimated. She adds that there is less and less awakening of the ice bloodline in this family. Given his desire for her awakening, he could get a lot of resources. Xiao Bai confirms it, but the young man does not need it. He asks if she has proof that he is from the Zhao family. The girl says that the pedigree stone will react to it if it is true. Zhou Yi reached out to the stone to try. The stone exuded a strong energy. He showed a bloodline purity above 90%. The Paladin really felt a strong blood bond. He would never have thought that he would find the source of his icy bloodline at the national freshman competitions. Xiao Bai addressed Zhou Yi as a brother and said that her father wanted to meet with him. The guy tells Xiao Ran to go first. The friend responds so that he does not worry. The Zhao family may be strong in Tianlan, but they are no match for the Jiang family. To such words, Xiao Bai declares that their family is also strong. They arrived at the meeting place, and the girl says that his sister and father are waiting for him in the room. Xiao did not know what to say at the meeting, because the Zhao family had not helped Xiao Yun in any way, and now that he had awakened his bloodline, they decided to find him. A man came into the room. He greets the hero and introduces himself as Zhao Heng. The young man shakes hands with the man. Zhao Heng says that he has heard a lot about the Paladin. He looks really extraordinary in person. With a mad look, Xiao Bai's father was inspired by the high purity of the bloodline. He thought about it and said that he and Zhao's dead father had the same great-grandfather. Xiao Bai is a distant relative of the young man. Zhao Heng says that if the guy returns to the main branch of the family and changes his class to a hidden one, then the Xiao family will provide all possible resources so that he reaches the 3rd level of awakening as soon as possible. The young man asks if he can change classes as a paladin. Xiao Bai's father replies that he shouldn't worry, because all the subjects are prepared. With such a high bloodline, he would be able to reveal the true power of the hidden ice bloodline class. The hero thought about it. The hidden class of this is useless to him, because his strongest support system is closely linked to the paladin class. It was under the guidance of the sacred light that he developed rapidly. Zhou Yi asks that otherwise he won't be able to get family support. Zhao Heng did not expect this, but agrees. He reminds that when he changes classes, he will get access to the library and resources. It sounds tempting, but the guy refuses. The man continues to convince. If he joined the main branch of the Zhou family, they would be able to help him reach level 50 and higher awakening within 6 years. The young man refuses once again, because he may receive resources from the university. He prefers his paladin class. Zhao Heng doesn't understand, because the paladin class is just a supporting class, and the hidden class is an attacking one. The young man does not like the words of a man. He calls Xiao Bai's father ignorant. If he thinks so, then tomorrow at the match with Ching Jing University, he will show what a real paladin is capable of. It is sold with Xiao Bai. She asks him to wait. The girl asks her father why he didn't try to stop him. The man was calm, because he thought that the young man did not yet understand the limitation of his class. They will turn to him again as soon as Zhou Yi sees Xiao Bai's strength. The youngest daughter protested. She said her father was being too nice to the hero. Dong asks if Ta really needs to work hard in order to get him to join the family. The father decides to explain to the youngest what is the matter. Xiao Bai was embarrassed. The ancestor of the Zhou family was the first person to carry out the ice bloodline, thanks to which their family grew up. Many descendants have awakened the bloodline, but everything changed when the Dark Ages came. Monsters from other worlds invaded them, and Zhao's ancestor led the clan to war, but he went missing in another world, and without his protection, all the awakened died. Since then, The chances of awakening the ice bloodline have decreased significantly, not even reaching 1%. The curse is extremely strong and does not serve purification. If Zhou Yi with a strong bloodline could return to the main family, then with their resources, his future strength could be comparable to that of his ancestors. The man thinks that now the young man is only blinded by his confidence in victories. But after meeting with the Ching Jing team, he will understand that the Xiao family is the key to becoming stronger. Deng asks if, on the contrary, he will win. Xiao Bai rubs the youngest's head with his fists, reminding her that tomorrow she will fight. In the stands, one of the students was saying how difficult it was to get a ticket to this match, because this is the first match between the best universities. Everyone was wondering if Xiao would be able to continue the series of victories, because this time the competition is organized by Ching Jing. Deng hoped that Xiao Bai's chances of winning should be higher, but she did not believe that Zhou Yi could lose. The system welcomes the Suhan and Ching Jing teams, as well as the stands. Zhou Yi has a warhammer of light in his hand. His team was ready for the competition. The audience was surprised by the appearance of the weapon, but there is nothing strange for the Paladin class. However, the atmosphere around the hero seems completely different. Deng notices that the guy's aura is several times stronger than before. My father thinks that maybe he didn't fight at full strength before. Li Yuan, a warrior, asks why Zhou Yi is standing in front and if he is in the role of a damager. Xia Lan, the archer, replies that, judging by yesterday's match, it makes sense that he could do damage. Xiao Ban recalls that he has the highest level among the freshmen. Lu Zhuxiao, the magician, says it's just a paladin that can do some damage. Wang Xuan, the mechanic, declares that the hero is too weak for the captain. The warrior of the Ching Jing team says that last year their victory slipped away and Suhan University won. The blade plunges into the floor. The captain asks his team to be on full alert for this match. They must give their best, even if they have to injure or maim their opponents. Mechanic Cheng asks Dean Wu if Zhou Yi is being asked with the role of support and damager at the same time. Dean Suhan assures that there is nothing to worry about, because he is confident in him. Strength is what is important in this competition. The mechanic thinks about it, because most first-year students have a limited number of skill points, so jack-of-all-trades usually lose to a professional in one case. Team Captain Suhan suggests acting the same way as in training. Zhou Yi will attack first, and the others will follow him. Tech Xin says that if the paladin gives his best, then they can relax. Even if their opponent is Ching Jing, they can win. However, the captain reminds them that their opponents still took second place last year, so they must be careful. If someone gets hurt, they should approach Zhou Yi to cast a spell. The system announced the start of the match. The hero warned that she would attack first. He activated his skills of protection, courage, blessing of dawn, God's gift. The young man rushed towards the opponents. Everyone is surprised that Paladin decided to attack Ching Jing University directly without hesitation. Li Yuan became agitated. Since Zhou Yi is rushing to his death, they have prepared the most powerful attacks. The gunslinger drew her arrows. She fired the strangulation arrows. Several arrows flew towards the hero. Xia Lan's strangulation arrow skill can block all possible ways of evading the chosen target, but at the same time the arrows flew past the guy. The arrows surrounded the young man, which annoyed him. He started hitting them, smashing them. Xia Lan was surprised that he destroyed the arrows with his bare hands, even though she had upgraded the A-rank skill to level 8. The warrior was displeased. He said that protection is all a paladin has. Everything will end as soon as Zhou Yi stops casting. Their mage was preparing for his strongest attack. It was the fire phoenix. The bird appeared in front of the hero. She was preparing to attack the paladin. The breath of flame comes out of her ki. Zhou Yi manages to dodge the fire. Lu Xiao once again uses the fiery phoenix, which strikes a scorching flame. The bird attacks, while the paladin is completely unimpressed by the simple fire. The magician, seeing that the hero is not moving, is sure that he will be able to take off his head. The audience knew that there was no way to evade such a fashionable attack, but they didn't know how Xiao would handle it. It was too reckless to rush at the enemy alone. Zhu Yu laughs, because it was better to escape now. Especially with his speed advantage, he still has a chance to retreat to his team for protection. Miss Su is amused by this statement. Teacher Ching Jing asks why the girl is laughing. She apologizes. She was amused that Zhou Yi could escape because of an A-rank skill. Zhu Yu is annoyed and asks her colleague to wait until the strongest student Suhan loses. Su Mei mockingly says that she hopes to see it. The match continued to be broadcast. Teacher Ching Jing didn't understand what was going on. A powerful force surrounded the paladin. He activated the halo of the sacred flame, which made it possible to control the element of fire. a halo formed behind him. The guy attacks his opponent with a halo and asks him to accept everything. The magician of the Ching Jing team does not understand how this is possible. Zhou Yi calls the phoenix to him to become his bird. He draws his power to himself. Xiao notices that Ching Jing University does not understand what it means to meet face-to-face with the captain. Xiao adds that even Lin Feng could not harm Zhao's brother. The hero apologizes with a smile for not living up to expectations. He explains that he can control the elements of fire with the help of the Sacred Flame Department. The audience felt as if God was nearby. They did not believe that Zhou Yi really possessed a God-given skill. Zhou Yi says that even third-level awakening professionals can't get this skill, so where did the young man get it from? Ms. Su suggests that he is lucky, because it is normal for geniuses to face such opportunities. Teacher Ching Jing reports that they also have a trump card in their hand, and her colleague from Suhan asks if she will see it at all. Deng asks his father what a God-given skill means. He explains that these are special skills. They cannot be learned or transmitted. Only classes blessed by the gods can get this skill. And it is obvious that Zhou Yi received it personally by the god of light. He continues to explain to his daughter that there are many followers of the ice goddess in the Zhou family. But since their bloodline was cursed, the blessing of the ice goddess has disappeared. Therefore, the classes that have been blessed by the gods have immeasurable potential. All of the suggestions are valid for Zhu Hao and are insignificant. The daughter asks her father if they came in vain, but Zhao Heng says they still have a chance. He would talk to him again. Perhaps the hero is their hope for the resurrection of the family. Meanwhile, the magician of the Ching Jing team did not understand how and what had happened. Li Yuan supports Lu Zhao, because at least they understood that fire magic does not work against him. The captain tells the archer to continue using long-range spells to thwart Zhu Hao and attack. They can't let him get close to them. Upon hearing the order, Jia sends out his strangulation arrows. The magician, launching his power, advises the paladin not to look down on them. A stone wall rose in front of the paladin. He was attacked by a rain of arrows. Zhou Yi wonders if they really think this can stop him. It's not a bad idea, but his opponents are too naive. Stretching his arm forward, the guy uses a shield of sacred light. A large shield in the form of an inverted triangle with circles appeared. The members of the Ching Jing team noticed the A+ rank sacred light shield, which does not look low level, but at the same time she prevented him from advancing. Zhou Yi also notices this for himself, and decides that he will use ranged combat skills to break up the formation of the Ching Jing University team. Suddenly, the opposing captain retreats. A storm of sacred flame was advancing on them. The warrior shouts for everyone to jump aside. A huge storm was destroying everything in its path, lifting up pieces of the arena. The shooter notices the high level of this storm. If he had touched them, they would have been eliminated by now. The captain asks where Lu Zhao is, and then realizes that he is in the middle of a storm. The magician was in the dome, which barely protected him. He did not believe that Zhu was an ordinary paladin, because his elemental magic was much stronger. The hero says that the fire may not be strong enough to penetrate the protection of the Ching Jing magician, but he still has the power of Lu Zhao's fire phoenix. He attacked the magician with this force, which shattered the dome and threw Lu Zhao back. The paladin directed his fire towards the magician, wanting him to burn down. The opponent screams in pain. His staff falls and shatters. The defeated magician asks for help. Becoming only stronger than the top one in the ranking among freshmen, he says that although he could not get rid of Lu Xiao now, he will not be so lucky next time. The captain of the Ching Jing team gives the order to Xiao Bai to heal the magician. He himself is going to deal with the arrogant paladin. Attacking the warrior, Zhou Yi was pleased with Li Yuan's attitude. He attacks with a light strike, to which Captain Ching Jing grins, because he can just block it. Li Yuan uses a block against the paladin's attack. The captain's shield sweeps past Xiao Bai, which she is surprised at. He hits the protective field of the arena. Zhou Yi's strength truly terrified Li Yuan, who was already on his knees. Now it was no surprise to him that Li Jin, with the talent of steel bones, was unable to block the paladin's blows. With age, the fact that he is also not a weakling, the warrior attacks. A blow of rage is rushing straight at Zhou Yi. With his hammer, he repels a direct attack, calling it a bluff. Captain Ching Jing couldn't believe that the advisor had blocked a skill that was fashionable to kill a level 20 gold rank monster. He attacks the hero again. The annoyed student Subahana said that he would strike until he believed it. The opponents attack each other at the same time, and at the same time block the blows. The guy was impressed by Li Yuan, because he is the first peer who can fight with him. Captain Ching Jing began to realize that if this continued, he would run out of strength, because the paladin's strength indicators were higher than his own. The sword slips out of Li Yuan's hands. Zhou Yi exclaims that he can't even hold his weapon. He asks if his opponent is tired. The Paladin strikes from the captain's side, which is inconvenient for protection, but the attack is blocked. Golden light meets blue. The hero himself was surprised that the captain managed to block the attack. A device appears behind the Paladin that strikes, but Zhou Yi uses the protection of the sacred light in time. The device hits the shield. There is steam and vibration due to the impact. The hero disassembles the mechanism with his hammer. The Paladin realized that this hidden robot has very high damage, because it broke through the protection of the sacred light of the 9th level with one blow. The captain thanks the mechanic for saving him, to which he replies that their team will lose if he does nothing. Zhao Xuan advises leaving Zhou Yi to him. He did not plan to reveal his strength to deal with Wei He from Modu University. The mechanic did not expect that the Paladin could single-handedly bring the Ching Jing team to such a state. The robot has been activated. The wings of the robot be moved. Various mechanical monsters surrounded the Paladin. He was surprised that Wang Xuan himself was level 19, and the robots had levels 21 and 22. Dean Wu tells Mechanic Cheng that it looks like the university also had a trump card up its sleeve, to which the friend complacently agrees. Cheng explains that Wang Xuan has the S+ rank talent, Mechanical Heart, which allows him to create machines above his own level. A lecturer from Suhan University said that apparently the outcome of the match depends on the two participants of the match. Zhou Yi asked if the mechanic of the Ching Jing team decided to take the number. He offers to check how good his tactics are. Wan Xuan sends his robots at the enemy and asks if the Paladin is looking for death, since he decided to attack his monsters. Robots are firing machine guns. The robot bees activate their power. Bullets are flying from several guns at the same time. Zhou Yi used the shield of sacred light. The bullets come straight at the Paladin's defense. He sends his power forward. It breaks the nearby mechanisms in a wave. A sacred cross appears on the hero's forehead. He rises into the air, and powerful and bright energy emanates from him. The work is getting out of control. One by one, they explode and are destroyed. Wang Xuan's robots were made of refractory materials, but they could not withstand the attack. The mechanic claims that he has plenty of such cars. There is a keyboard in front of him. He presses a certain button. Monster robots began to appear from numerous portals, which immediately rushed at Zhou Yi. But then Zhao Ran and Teixin attack the robots. The warrior of the Suhan team laughs, because the mechanic Ching Jing did not assume that brother Zhou Yi specializes in fighting crowds of opponents. The system table appears in front of the Paladin in time. He's using the sacred flame storm again. Lu Ju exclaims that it's that terrifying skill again. He orders a retreat. However, the storm has already captured his robots. The mechanic lost contact with 74 mechanisms. He began to get nervous, because the battle had just begun, and he had already lost a third of his army. Lu Zhujiao realized that such tactics were ineffective against the Paladin, so he would have to use the last trump card. He releases a huge robot nitrogen monohydride judge. Mechanical tentacles emerge from a shark-like mouth. Other robots also produce long wires. The mechanic orders the NH judge to merge. The monster obeys and activates the fusion skill. The system warns that a limited space has been detected. She advises enhanced protection. The audience couldn't believe their eyes. For the first time, an epic-ranked robot appeared at the national freshman competitions. The woman says that this year's freshmen are just monsters. The captain of the Ching Jing team laughs, because Judge Wang Xuan has finally appeared. He tells Zhao Ran that Suhan's team has already lost. The girl silently attacks him. She says that brother Zhu won't lose. Li Yuan asks what the point is. Lu Zhao was sitting in an epic-ranked robot. He tells the Paladin to see the judge's firepower. The robot attacks with its bombs. The missiles are rushing straight at the hero. He decides not to take this hit. The Paladin evades them. Looking at the rockets, he thinks they couldn't have come up with something newer. Dodging another bomb, Zhou Yi sees two bombs flying at each other. After the collision, they exploded. The young man was sweating, as it was close. The mad Lu Zhao laughs and advises the enemy to run. Watching the captain of the team, Suhan, from the robot, he shouts that he has nowhere to go anyway. With his hammer, Zhou Yi fights off the missiles. Here the monster pulls out his weapon from behind. He strikes. The earth collapsed because of the robot's energy. There was no sign of the Paladin.